Part 2. 14. Only the most literal-minded would dispute the saying, "New sun, new world." It's true, the core of the planet is surely unchanged by the new sun, and the continental outlines are mostly the same. But the steam storms of the first year of the sun scour back the dry wreckage of all previous surface life. Forests and jungles, prairies and swamps, all must start again. Of Spiderkind's surface works, only stone buildings and protected valleys may survive. Spore-borne life spreads quickly, torn apart in the storms to sprout again and again. In the first years, higher animals may poke their snouts from deepnesses, may try to gain advantage with an early taking of territory, but it is a deadly business. The birth of the new world is so violent that the metaphor is strained. And yet, after the third or fourth year, there are occasional breaks in the storms. Avalanches and steam surges become rare, and plants can survive from year to year. In the winter season, when the winds have gentled and there is a gap between the storms, there are times when one can look out at the land and imagine this phase of the sun as an exuberance of life. Pride of Accord was once more complete, a grander highway than ever it had been before. Victory Smith had the sports car up past 60 miles per hour on the straightaway, slowing to just under 30 when they entered a switchback. From his perch in the back, Vernor Vinge had heart-stopping views of each new precipice. He held on to his perch with every hand and foot. Except for that terrorized embrace, he was sure the last turn would have flung him out the side of the auto. "Are you sure you wouldn't rather have me drive, ma'am?" he asked. Smith laughed. "And me sit back where you are? No way. I know how scary it is to watch from the back perch." Vernor Vinge tilted his head out the side window. I never realized how exciting this ride was for passengers." "Okay, I get the message." Smith slowed, drove more cautiously than any of them might have done alone. In fact, road conditions were excellent. The storm had been blown away by a hot, compressional wind, leaving the concrete surface dry and clear. In another hour they would be back in the soup. Their mountain route scraped just under ragged, fast-moving clouds, and the lands to the south were dark with the haze of rain. The view was about as open as it ever got along Pride of Accord. The forest was just 2 years old, hard-barked cones sprouting tearaway leaves. Most of the treelets were scarcely a yard tall, though here and there a sproutling or a soft bush might reach 6 or 10 feet. The green stretched for miles, interrupted here and there by the brown of avalanches or the spray of waterfalls. In this phase of the sun, the westernmost forest was like God's own lawn, and from almost every point on the Pride the travelers could see down to the ocean. Vernor relaxed the grip on his perch a fraction. Behind them he could see Smith's security detail appear around the last switchback. For most of the trip the escort had had no trouble staying close. For one thing, the storm and rain had kept Victory to very low speeds. Now they were scrambling, and Vernor wouldn't blame them if they were steamed. Unfortunately, their commanding officer was about the only person they could complain to, and that was Victory Smith. Smith wore the uniform of a major in the Accord Quartermaster Corps. The branch wasn't quite a lie, since intelligence was construed as a branch of quartermaster whenever convenient. But Smith was no major. Vinge had been out of the service for 4 years, but he still had his old drinking buddies, and he knew just how the Great War had finally been won. If Victory Smith was not the new chief of Accord Intelligence, Vinge would be enormously surprised. There had been other surprises, though. At least, they'd been surprises until he'd thought things through. 2 days ago, Smith had called, inviting him back to the service. Today, when she showed up at his shop in Princeton, he'd half expected the discreet security, but Vernor Vinge's presence had been totally unexpected. Not so surprising was the pleasure he'd felt in seeing the two again. Vernor Vinge had achieved no fame for his role in truncating the Great War. It would be at least 10 years before the records of their walk in the dark were unsealed. But his share of the bounty for that mission had been 20 times his life's savings. Finally, an excuse to quit the service, a chance to do something constructive with his engineering background. In the first years of a new son, there were enormous works to be done, under conditions that could be as dangerous as combat. In some cases, real combat was involved. Even in a modern civilization, this phase of the son was one where treachery, from theft to murder to squatting, was common. Hrungnir Underby had done very well, so perhaps the biggest surprise was how easy it had been for Victory Smith to persuade him to accept a 30-day enlistment. Just long enough to learn what we're up to and decide whether you'd like to come back to longer service. Hence this trip to Land's Command. So far it was a welcome vacation, a meeting with old friends, and it's not often a sergeant got chauffeured by a general officer. Sherkaner Underhill was as much the unhinged genius as ever, though the nerve damage he'd suffered and their ad hoc deepness made him seem older than he was. Smith was more open and cheerful than he had ever seen her. 15 miles out of Princeton, beyond the temporary row houses and just into the foothills of the westernmost range, the two let him in on their personal secret. "You're what?" Underby had said, almost slipping off his perch. Hot rain was slamming down all around them. Maybe he hadn't heard right. "You heard me, Hrungnir. The General and I are wife and husband." Underhill was grinning like an idiot. Victory Smith raised a pointed hand. "One correction. Don't call me General." Underby was usually better at masking astonishment. Even Underhill could see this had taken him by surprise, and his grin got even broader. "Surely you would guess there was something going on between us before the big dark." "Well, yes." Though nothing could come of it, what with Sherkaner about to head off for his very uncertain walk in the dark. Hrungnir had always felt sorry for the two because of that. In fact, they did make a great team. Sherkaner Underhill had more bright ideas than any dozen people the sergeant had ever known, but most of his ideas were grossly impractical, at least in terms of what could be accomplished in one person's lifetime. On the other hand, Victory Smith had an eye for workable results. Why, if she hadn't been around at just the right time that afternoon long ago, Underby would have booted poor Underhill all the way back to Princeton, and his mad scheme for winning the Great War would have been lost. So yes, except for the timing, he wasn't surprised. And if Victory Smith was now the director of Accord Intelligence, the country itself stood to win big. An ugly thought wormed its way to his mouth and then seemed to pop out of its own volition. But children? Not now, of course. Yep, the General's pregnant. I'll be carrying 2 baby welts on my back in less than half a year. Hrungnir realized he was sucking on his eating hands in embarrassment. He gargled something unintelligible. They drove for half a minute in silence, the hot rain hissing back across the windshields. How could they do this to their own children? Finally, the General said quietly, "Do you have a problem with this, Hrungnir?" Underby wanted to swallow his hands all over again. He had known Victory Smith since the day she came into Land's Command, a spanking new junior lieutenant, a lady with an unplaced name and an undisguisable youthfulness. You saw almost everything in the military, and everybody guessed straight away. The junior lieutenant was truly new. She was born out of phase, yet somehow she'd been educated well enough to get into officer school. The rumor was that Victory Smith was the get of a rich East Coast pervert. The fellow's family had finally disowned him and the daughter who shouldn't exist. Underby remembered the slurs and worse that had followed her everywhere for the first quarter-year or so. In fact, his first glimmer that she was destined for greatness was the way she stood up to the ostracism, her intelligence and courage in facing the shame of her time of birth. Finally he got his voice. "Ugh, yes, ma'am, I know. I meant no disrespect. I was brought up to believe a certain way about how decent people should live. Decent people conceived their children in the waning years and gave birth with the new son." The General didn't reply, but Underhill gave him a backhanded pat. "That's okay, Sergeant. You should have seen my cousin's reaction. But just wait. Things change. When we have time, I'll explain why the old rules don't really make sense anymore." And that was the most disquieting thing about Sherkaner Underhill. He probably could explain away their behavior, and remain blissfully remote from the rage it would cause in others. But the embarrassing moment had passed. If these two could put up with Runkner's straight-laced nature, he would do his best to ignore their quirks. Heaven knew he had put up with worse during the war. Besides, Victory Smith was the sort who seemed to create her own propriety, and once created, it was as deep as any Underby had known. As for Underhill, his attention was already elsewhere. His nervous tremor made him look old, but the mind was as sharp or as flaky as ever. It flitted from idea to idea, never quite coming to rest the way a normal person's would. The rain had stopped, and the wind became hot and dry. As they entered the steep country, Underby took a quick look at his watch and began counting how much craziness the other might come up with in the next few minutes. One, pointing out at the hard-armored first growth of the forest, Underhill speculated what spider kind might have been like if it regrew from spores after every dark, instead of emerging full-grown and with children. 2, a crack in the cloud cover appeared ahead, fortunately several miles to the side of their path. For a few minutes the searing whiteness of once-reflected sunlight shone down upon them, clouds so bright they had to shade that side of the car. Somewhere uphill of them, direct sunlight was frying the mountainside, and Chicaner Underhill wondered if maybe someone could build heat farms on the mountain tops, using temperature differentials to generate electricity for the towns below. 3, something green scuttled across the road, narrowly avoiding their wheels. Chicaner had a take on that, too, something about evolution and the automobile. And Victory commented that such evolution could work both ways. 4. But Underhill had an idea for much safer, faster transport than autos or even aircraft. 10 minutes from Princeton to Land's Command, 20 minutes across the continent. See, you dig these tunnels along minimum time arcs, evacuate the air from them, and just let gravity do the work. By Underby's watch, there was a 5-second pause. Then, oops, little problem there. The minimum time solution for Princeton to Land's Command would go down kind of deep, like 600 miles. I probably couldn't convince even the general to finance it. You are right about that. And the two were off in an extended argument about less than optimal tunnel arcs and trade-offs against air travel. The deep tunnel idea was really dumb, it turned out. Underby lost track after a while. For one thing, Chicaner was very curious about Underby's construction business. The fellow was a good listener, and his questions gave Underby ideas he might never have had otherwise. Some of those might actually make money, lots of money. Smith noticed. Hey, I need the sergeant to be poor and in need of a generous enlistment bonus. Don't lead him astray. Sorry, dear, but Underhill did not seem apologetic. It's been a long time, Runkner. I wish we'd seen more of you these last years. You remember back then my big, screwball idea of the moment? Yes, exactly. I remember just before we buttoned up in that Tiefer animal deepness, you were mumbling about this being the last dark that civilization would ever sleep through. In the hospital afterwards, you were still going on about it. You should be a science fiction writer, Chicaner. Underhill waved a hand airily, as if acknowledging a compliment. Actually, it's been done in fiction, but truly, Hrunk, ours is the first era where we can make it happen. Runkner shrugged. He had walked in the great dark. It still made him queasy. I'm sure there will be lots more deep dark expeditions, larger and better equipped than ours. It's an exciting idea, and I'm sure the Major Smith also has all sorts of plans. I could even imagine significant battles in the middle of the dark. This is a new age, Hrunk. Look at what science is doing all around us. They rounded the last curve of dry roadway and plowed into a solid wall of hot rain, the storm they had seen from the north. Smith was not caught by surprise. They had their windows rolled almost all the way up, and the auto was doing only 20 miles per hour when they were enveloped. Still, the driving conditions were suddenly ghastly, the windows fogging almost too fast for the car's blowers, the rain so thick that even with the deep red rain lights they could barely see the edge of the roadway. The rain that spattered past the chinks in the windows was hot as a baby's spit. Behind them, 2 pairs of deep reds loomed in the darkness, Smith's security people pulling closer. It took a forcible effort to bring his attention back from the storm outside and remember what Underhill had been saying. "I know about the age of science, Shirk. That's been my edge in the construction business. By the last waning, we had radio, aircraft, telephones, sound recording. Even during the build-back since the new sun, that progress has continued. Your auto is an incredible improvement over that railmitch you had before the dark. And that was an expensive vehicle for its time." And someday Enderby wanted to learn just how Shirkaner had obtained it on a grad student's stipend. "Without a doubt, this is the most exciting era I could ever hope to live in. Aircraft will soon break the sound barrier. The Crown is building a national highway system. You wouldn't be behind that, would you, Major?" Victory smiled. "No need. There are plenty of people in Quartermaster who are. And the highway system would happen without any government help at all. But this way we retain control." "So big things are happening. In 30 years, by the next dark, I wouldn't be surprised if there is worldwide air traffic, picturing telephones, maybe even rocket-borne relays that orbit the world the way the world orbits the sun. If we can avoid another war, I'm going to have the time of my life. But your idea that our entire civilization will sustain itself right through the dark— Pardon me, old corporal, but I don't think you've worked out the numbers. To do that, we'd essentially have to recreate the sun. Do you have any idea of the energy involved? I remember what it took to support our diggers after dark during the war. We used more fuel in those operations than in all the rest of the war put together." Ha! For once, Shirkaner Underhill didn't have a ready reply. Then he realized that Shirk was waiting for the general to speak. After a moment, Victory Smith raised a hand. "Until now, everything has been very sociable, Sergeant. I know you've learned some things that enemies might make use of. Clearly you've guessed my present job." "Yes, and congratulations, ma'am. Next to Strut Greenfall, you're the best that ever had that job." "Why, thank you, Faulkner. But my point is that Shirkaner's idle talk has moved us to the heart of why I asked you to take a 30-day recruitment. What you're going to hear now is explicitly strategic secret." "Yes, ma'am." He hadn't expected the mission brief to sneak up on him like this. Outside, the storm roared louder. Smith was pushing along at barely 20 miles per hour, even on the straightaway. During the early years of a new sun, even overcast days were dangerously bright, but this storm was so deep that the sky had darkened down to a murky twilight. The wind picked at the auto, trying to pry it off the road. The inside of the cab was like a steam bath. Smith waved for Shirkaner to continue. Underhill leaned back in his perch and raised his voice to be heard over the growing storm. "As it happens, I have worked out the numbers. After the war, I peddled my ideas around a number of Victory's colleagues. That nearly ruined her promotion. Those cobbers can do the numbers almost as well as you, but things have changed." "Correction," said Smith. "Things may change." The wind slid them toward a drop-off that Underby could barely see. Smith downshifted, forced the auto back toward the middle of the road. "You see," continued Underhill, undistracted, "there really are power sources that could support civilization through the dark. You said we'd have to create our own sun. That's close, even if no one knows how the sun works. But there's theoretical and practical evidence of the power of the atom." A few minutes earlier, Underby would have laughed. Even now, he couldn't keep the scorn out of his voice. "Radioactivity? You're going to keep us warm with tons of refined radium?" Maybe the great secret was that the Crown's High Command was reading Amazing Science. Such incredulity rolled off Underhill's back as smoothly as ever. "There are several possibilities. If they are pursued with imagination, I have no doubt that I will have the numbers on my side by the time of the next waning." And the general said, "Just so you understand, Sergeant, I do have doubts, but this is something we can't afford to overlook. Even if the scheme doesn't work, the failure could be a weapon 1,000 times deadlier than anything in the Great War." "Deadlier than poison gas in a Deepness?" Suddenly, the storm outside didn't seem as dark as what Victory Smith was saying. He realized that for an instant all her attention was upon him. "Yes, Sergeant, worse than that. Our largest cities could be destroyed in a matter of hours." Underhill almost bounced off his perch. "Worst case, worst case. That's all you military types ever think about. Look, Honorby, if we work at this over the next 30 years, we'll likely have power sources that can keep buried cities, not deepnesses, but waking cities, going right through the dark. We can keep roadways clear of ice and air snow, and by the middle years of the dark, they'll stay that way. Surface transport could be much easier than it is during much of the bright times. He waved at the hissing rain beyond the sports car's windows. Yeah, and I suppose air transport will be likewise simplified, with all the air lying frozen on the ground. But Honorby's sarcasm sounded faint even to himself. Yes, with a power source, maybe we could do it. Honorby's change of heart must have shown. Underhill smiled. You do see. 50 years from now, we'll look back at these times and wonder why it wasn't obvious. The dark is actually a more benign phase than most any other time. Yeah, he shivered. Some would call it sacrilege, but... Yeah, it would be something marvelous. You haven't convinced me it can be done. If it can be done at all, it will be very hard, said Smith. We have about 30 years left before the next dark. We've got some physicists who think that, in theory, atomic power can work. But God below, it wasn't till 5810 that they even knew about atoms. I've sold the high command on this. Considering the investment, I'll surely be out of a job if it fizzles. But you know, sorry, Chicaner, I rather hope it doesn't work at all. Funny that she would support the traditional view on this. Chicaner, it will be like finding a new world. No, it will be like recolonizing the present one. Shirk, let's consider the best-case scenario that you claim we narrow-minded military types always ignore. Let's say the scientists get things figured out. Say that in 10 years, or by 60-20 at the outside, we start building atomic power plants for your hypothetical cities in the dark. Even if the rest of the world hasn't discovered atomic power on its own, this sort of construction cannot be kept secret. So even if there is no other reason for war, there will be an arms race, and it will be a lot worse than anything in the Great War. Honorby. Ugh. Yes. The first to colonize the dark would own the world. Yes, said Smith. I'm not sure I'd trust the Crown to respect property in a situation like that. But I know the world would wake up enslaved or dead if some group like the Kindred conquered the dark instead. It was the sort of self-generated nightmare that had driven Honorby out of the military. I hope this doesn't sound disloyal, but have you considered killing this idea? He waved ironically at Underhill. You could think about other things, right? You have lost the military view, haven't you? But yes, I have considered suppressing this research. Just maybe, if dear Chicaner keeps his mouth shut, that would be enough. If no one gets an early start on this business, there's no way anybody will be ready to take over the dark this time around, and maybe we're generations away from putting this theory into practice. That's what some of the physicists think. Well, I'll tell you, said Underhill. This will be a matter of engineering soon enough. Even if we don't touch it, atomic power will be a big deal in 15 or 20 years. Only it will be too late for power plants and sealed cities. It will be too late to conquer the dark. All atomic power will be good for is weapons. You were talking about radium, Hrunkner. Just think what large amounts of such a substance could do as a war poison, and that's just the most obvious thing. Basically, whatever we do, civilization will be at risk. At least if we try for it all, there could be a wonderful payoff. Civilization all through the dark. Smith waved unhappy agreement. Honorby had the feeling that he was witnessing a much-repeated discussion. Victory Smith had bought into Underhill's scheme, and sold it to the High Command. The next 30 years were going to be even more exciting than Hrunkner Honorby had thought. They reached the mountain village very late in the day, the last 3 hours of the trip covering just 20 miles through the storm. The weather broke a couple of miles short of the little town. 5 years into the new sun, nigh to Deepness, was mostly rebuilt. The stone foundations had survived the initial flash and the high-speed floods. As after every dark going back many generations, the villagers had used the armored sprouts of the forest's first growth to build the ground floors of their homes and businesses and elementary schools. Perhaps by the year 6010 they would have better timber and would install a second floor and, at the church, perhaps a third. For now all was low and green, the short conical logs giving the exterior walls a scaled appearance. Underhill insisted they pass up the kerosene service station on the main road. "I know a better place," he said, and directed Smith to drive back along the old roadway. They had rolled down the windows. The rain had stopped. A dry, almost cool wind swept over them. There was a break in the cloud cover, and for a few minutes they could see sunlight on clouds. But the light was not the murky furnace of earlier in the day. The sun must be near setting. The tumbled clouds were bright with red and orange and alpha plaid, and beyond that the blue and ultra of clear sky. Brilliance splashed the street and buildings and foothills beyond. God the surrealist. Sure enough, at the end of the gravel path was a low barn and a single kerosene pumping station. "This is the better place, Shirk?" asked Underby. "Well, more interesting, anyway." The other opened the door and hopped off his perch. "Let's see if this cobber remembers me." He walked back and forth by the car, getting the kinks out. After the long drive, his tremor was more pronounced than usual. Smith and Underby got out, and after a moment the proprietor, a heavy-set fellow wearing a tool pannier, came out of the barn. He was followed by a pair of children. "Fill it up, old cobber," the fellow said. Underhill grinned at him, not bothering to correct the misestimate of his age. "Sure thing." He followed the other over to the pump. The sky was even brighter now, blue and sunset reds shining down. "Remember me, do you? I used to come through in a big red Relmich right before the dark. You were a blacksmith then." The other stopped, took a long stare at Underhill. "The Relmich, I remember." His 2 5-year-olds danced behind him, watching the curious visitor. Funny how things change, isn't it? The proprietor didn't know just what Underhill was talking about, but after a few moments the two were gossiping like old pals. Yes, the proprietor liked automobiles. Clearly the wave of the future, and no more blacksmithing for him. Schikanor complimented him on some job he had done for him long ago, and said it was a shame that there was a kerosene filling station on the main road now. He bet it wasn't nearly as good at repair work as here, and had the former blacksmith considered how street advertising was being done up in Princeton these days? Smith's security pulled into the open space beyond the road, and the proprietor scarcely noticed. Funny how Underhill could get along with almost anyone, tuning down his manias to whatever the traffic would bear. Meantime, Smith was across the road talking to the captain who was running her security detail. She came back after Shirk had paid for the kerosene. "Damn, Land's command says there's a worse storm due in about midnight. First time I take my own car and all hell breaks loose." Smith sounded angry, which usually meant she was irritated with herself. They got aboard the auto. She poked at the ignition motor twice. 3 times. The engine caught. "We'll bivouac here overnight." She sat for a moment, almost indecisive. Or maybe she was watching the sky to the south. "I know where there's some crown land west of town." Smith tooled down gravel roads, then muddy trails. Underby almost thought she was lost, except she never hesitated or backtracked. Behind them came the security vehicles, about as inconspicuous as a parade of ospreys. The mud path petered out on a promontory overlooking the ocean. Steep slopes fell away on 3 sides. Someday the forest would be tall here again, but even now the millions of armored sproutlings could not hide the naked rock of the drop-off. Smith stopped at the dead end and leaned back on her perch. "Sorry, I made a wrong turn." She waved at the first of the security vehicles pulling up behind her. Underby stared out at the ocean and the sky above. Sometimes wrong turnings were the best kind. "That's okay. God, what a view!" The breaks in the clouds were like deep canyons. The light coming down them flared red and near-red, reflections of sunset. A billion rubies glinted in the water droplets on the foliage around them. He scrambled out the back of the auto and walked a little way through the sprouts toward the end of the promontory. The forest mat squelched deep and wet beneath his feet. After a moment, Schikanor followed him. The breeze coming off the ocean was moist and cool. You didn't have to be the Met Department to know a storm was coming. He looked out over the water. They were standing less than 3 miles from the breakers, about as close as it was safe to be in this phase of the sun. From here you could see the turbulence and hear the grinding. 3 icebergs were stranded, towering in the surf. But there were hundreds more stretching off to the horizon. It was the eternal battle, the fire from the new sun against the ice of the good earth. Neither could finally win. It would be 20 years before the last of the Shallow's ice had surfaced and melted. By then the sun would be waning. Even Sherkaner seemed subdued by the scene. Victory Smith had left the auto, but instead of following them, she walked back along the south edge of the promontory. The poor general. She can't decide if this trip is business or pleasure. Hunterby was just as happy they wouldn't get down to Land's command in one whack. They walked back to Smith. On this side of the promontory, the ground dropped into a little valley. On the high ground beyond, there was some kind of building, perhaps a small inn. Smith was standing where the bedrock edge of the drop-off was nicked, and the slope was not deadly steep. Once the road might have continued down into the little valley and up the other side. Sherkaner stopped by his wife's side and draped his left arms over her shoulders. After a moment she slipped 2 of her arms over his, never saying a word. Hunterby walked to the edge and dipped his head over the drop-off. There were traces of road cut all the way to the bottom, but the storms and floods of the early Bright had gouged new cliffs. The valley itself was charming, untouched and clean. "Eh, no way we're going to drive down there, ma'am. The road is washed clean away." Victory Smith was silent for a moment. "Yes, washed clean. That's for the best." Shirk said, "You know, we could probably walk across and up the other side." He jabbed a hand at the inn on the hill crest beyond the valley. "We could see if Lady Ancle—" Victory gave him a sharp, rippling hug. "No, that place couldn't put up more than 3 of us anyway. We'll camp with my security team." After a moment, Shirk gave a little laugh. "Fine by me. I'm curious to see a modern motorized bivouac." They followed Smith back to the trail. By the time they reached the vehicles, Sherkaner was in full form, some scheme for lightweight tents that could survive even the storms of the first Bright. 15. Tomas Naw stood at his bedroom window looking out. In fact, his rooms were 50 meters deep in Diamond 1, but the view out his window was from the loftiest spire of Hammerfest. His estate had grown since the relighting. Cut diamond slabs made adequate walls, and the surviving special craftsmen would spend their lives polishing and faceting, carving friezes as intricate as anything Naw had owned at home. The grounds around Hammerfest had been planed smooth, tiled with metals from the ore dump on Diamond 2. He tried to keep the rock pile oriented so only Hammerfest's flag spire actually spiked into the sunlight. The last year or so, that caution wasn't really necessary, but staying in the shade meant that water ice could be used for shielding and some glue work. Arachna hung halfway up the sky, a brilliant blue and white disk almost half a degree across. Its light was bright and soft across the castle grounds. It was all quite a contrast to the first MSEGs here, the hell of the relight. Naw had worked 5 years to create the present view, the peace, the beauty. 5 years. And how many years more would they be stuck here? 30 to 40 was the specialist's best estimate. However long it took the spiders to create an industrial ecology. It was funny how things had worked out. This really was an exile, though quite unlike what he had planned back on Valacria. That original mission had been a different kind of calculated risk, a couple of centuries away from the increasingly deadly politics of the home regime, an opportunity to breed his resources away from poachers, and the outside, golden chance that they might learn the secrets of a starfaring non-human race. He hadn't counted on the Cheng Ho arriving first. Cheng Ho knowledge was the core of Balacria's emergent civilization. Tomas Naw had studied the Cheng Ho all his life, yet till he met them he had not understood how weirdly different the peddlers were. Their fleet had been soft-headed and naive. Infecting them with time-expression mind rot had been trivial, arranging the ambush almost as easy. But once under attack, the peddlers had fought like devils, clever devils with 100 surprises they must have prepared in advance. Their flagship had been destroyed in the first 100 seconds of the battle, yet that seemed only to make them more deadly killers. When finally the mind rot shut the peddlers down, both sides were wrecked. And after the battle had come Na's second great misestimate of the peddlers. Mind rot could kill Cheng Ho, but many of them could not be scrubbed or focused. The field interrogations had gone very badly, though in the end he had turned that debacle into the means of unifying the survivors. So Hammerfest's attic and focus clinic and splendid furnishings, those were cut from the ruined starships. Here and there within the ruins, high technology still functioned. All the rest must come from the raw materials of the rock pile and the eventual civilization of the spiders. 30 or 40 years. They could make it. There should be enough cold-sleep coffins to serve the survivors. The main thing now was to study the spiders, learn their languages, their history and culture. To span the decades, the work was split into a tree of watches, a few MSECs on duty, a year or two off, and in cold sleep. Some, the translators and scientists, would be spending a lot of time on watch. Others, the pilots and tactics people, would be mainly unused in the early years, then live full-time toward the end of the mission. Na had explained it all in meetings with his own people and the Cheng Ho, and what he had promised was mostly true. The Cheng Ho had great expertise in such operations. With luck, the average person would get through the exile with only 10 to 12 years of lifetime spent. Along the way, he would plunder the peddler's fleet library. He would learn everything the Cheng Ho had ever learned. Na rested his hand against the surface of the window. It was as warm as the carpet on the walls. Plague's name, this Cheng Ho wallpaper was good. Even looking off to the side, there was no distortion. He chuckled softly. In the end, running the peddler side of the exile might be the easiest thing. They had some experience with the duty schedule that Na proposed. But for himself, Na allowed a moment of self-pity. Someone trustable and competent must stay on watch till final recovery. There was only one such person, and his name was Tomas Na. On his own, Ritzer Brugel would foolishly kill resources that could not be spared, or do his best to kill Na himself. On her own, Anne Raynaud could be trusted for years, but if something unexpected came up, well, the Cheng Ho seemed thoroughly subdued, and after the interrogations, Na was relatively sure that no big secrets remained. But if the Cheng Ho did again conspire, Anne Raynaud would be lost. So Tomas Na might be 100 years old before he saw triumph here. That was middle-aged by Balacrian standards. Na sighed. So be it. Cheng Ho medicine would more than make up for the time lost. And then... The room shivered, a nearly inaudible groaning sound. Where Na's hand touched the wall, the vibration crept in along his bones. It was the third rock quake in the last 40 ksec. On the far side of the room, the peddler girls stirred in their bed. "What?" Kiwi Len Lieselet emerged from sleep, her motion lifting her out of the bed. She had been working for nearly 3 days straight, trying yet again to find a stable configuration for the rock pile. Lieselet's gaze wobbled about. She probably didn't even know what had wakened her. Her eyes fixed on Na standing by the window, and a sympathetic smile spread across her face. "Oh, Tomas, you're losing more sleep worrying about us?" She reached out her arms, comforting. Na smiled shyly and nodded. Hell, what she said was even approximately true. He floated across the room, stopped himself with one hand against the wall behind her head. She wrapped her arms around him, and they floated, slowly sinking toward the bed below. He slid his arms around her waist, felt her strong legs bend around his. "You're doing everything you can, Tomas. Don't try to do more. Things will be all right." Her hands brushed gently against the hair at the back of his neck, and he felt the trembling in her. It was Kiwi Lieselet who worried, who would work herself to death if she thought it would add 1% to their overall chances of survival. They drifted silent for long seconds, till gravity drew them down to the froth of lace that was their bed. Na let his hands roam her flanks. He felt the worry slowly subside in her. Lots had gone wrong with this mission, but Kiwi-Len Lieselet could be counted as a small triumph. She had been 14, precocious, naive, willful, when Na took down the Chang-Ho fleet. The girl was properly infected with mind rot. She could have been focused. For a while he had considered making her his body toy. Thank the plague I didn't. During the first couple of years the girl had spent much of her time in this room crying. Diem's murder of her mother had made her the first whole-hearted turncoat. Na had spent MSEX comforting her. At first that had been simply an exercise in the persuasive arts, with the possible side effect that Kiwi might improve his credibility with the other peddlers. But as time passed, Na came to see that the girl was more dangerous and more useful than he had guessed. Kiwi had lived much of her childhood on watch during the voyage from Tryland. She had used the time with almost focused intensity, learning construction, engineering, life support technology, and trading practices. It was weird. Why was one child given such special treatment? Like so many of the Chang-Ho factions, the Lieselet family had its own secrets, its own interior culture. During the interrogations, he had squeezed the probable explanation out of the girl's mother. The Lieselets used the time between the stars to mold those girl children who were intended for ruling positions in the family. If things had gone according to Kira Penn Lieselet's plans, the girl would have been ready for further instruction here in system, totally dominated by her loyalty toward her mother. As things turned out, this made the girl ideal for Tomas Na's purposes. She was young and talented and desperately in need of someone in whom to invest her loyalty. He could run her watch after watch without cold sleep, just as he had to run himself. She would be a good companion for the time ahead, and one who was a constant test of his plans. Kiwi was smart, and in many ways her personality was still very independent. Even now, with the evidence of what really happened to her mother and the others safely blown away, slip-ups could happen. Using Kiwi was a thrill ride, a constant test of his nerve. But at least he understood the danger now, and had taken precautions. "Tomas," she turned to face him directly, "do you think I'll ever get the rock pile stabilized?" Indeed, that was a proper thing for her to worry about. Ritzer Brugel, or even a younger Tomas Na, would not have realized that the correct response was not a threat or even disapproval. "Yes, you'll think of something. We'll think of something. Take a few days' vacation, okay? Old Treenley is off cold sleep this watch. Let him balance the rock pile for a while." Kiwi's laughter made her sound even younger than she looked. "Oh, yes, Farm Treenley." He was the only one of Diem's conspirators she had more contempt than anger for. "Remember the last time he ran the balance? He talks loud, but he started out so timid. Before he knew it, the rock pile was 3 meters per second off L1 track. Then he overreacted, and—" She started laughing again. The strangest things made this peddler girl laugh. It was one of the puzzles about her that still intrigued him. Lieselet was silent for a moment, and when she finally spoke, she surprised the podmaster. "Yeah, maybe you're right. If it's just 4 days, I can set things up so even Treenley can't do too much damage. I do need to step back, think about things. Maybe we can water-weld the blocks after all. Besides, Papa is awake on this watch. I'd like to be with him a little more." She looked at him questioningly, implicitly asking for release from duty. Hone. Sometimes the manipulation didn't work out as expected. He'd have bet 3 zip-heads she wouldn't take him up on the offer. I could still turn her back. He could agree with just enough reluctance to make her ashamed. No, it wasn't worth it, not this time. And if one does not forbid, then be wholeheartedly generous in giving permission. He gathered her close. "Yes, even you have to learn to relax." She smiled, sighed with a hint of mischievousness. "Oh, yes, but I've already learned that." She reached down, and neither of them spoke for some time. Kiwi Lieselet was still a clumsy teenager, but she was learning. And Tomas Na had years to teach her. Kira Penn Lieselet had not had nearly so much time, and had been a resisting adult. Naw smiled, remembering. Oh, yes. In different ways, both mother and daughter had served him well. Ali Len had not been born into the Liselet family. He had been Kira Penn Liselet's external acquisition. Ali was 1 in a trillion, a genius when it came to parks and living things. And he was Kiwi's father. Both Kira and Kiwi had loved him very much, even if he could never be what Kira was and what Kiwi would one day be. Ali Len was important to the emergence, probably as important as any of the focused. He was one of the few who had a lab outside the attic warrens of Hammerfest. He was one of the few who did not have Anne Raynaud or one of the lesser managers constantly watching out for him. Now he and Kiwi sat in the treetops of the Chang-Ho Park, playing a slow, patient game with the bugs. She had been here 10 K-Sec and Papa some time more. He had her doing DNA diffs on the new strains of garbage spiders he'd been breeding. Even now he seemed to trust her with that work, only checking her results every K-Sec or so. The rest of the time he was lost in his examination of the leaves and a sort of daydreaming contemplation of how he might do the projects that Anne Raynaud had set for him. Kiwi looked down past her feet at the floor of the park. The trees were flowering amandors, bred for microgravity over thousands of years by people like Ali Len. The leaves twisted down and down, bushing out so that their area was almost invisible from the shadowed below. Even without gravity, the blue sky and the turn of the branches gave a subtle orientation to the park. The largest real animals were the butterflies and the bees. She could hear the bees, see an occasional erratic bullet of their flight. The butterflies were everywhere. The micro-G varieties oriented on the false sunlight, so their flight provided the visitor with one more psychological cue about up and down. Right now the park was empty of other humans, officially closed for maintenance. That was something of a fib, but Tomas Naw had not called her on it. In fact, the park had just become too popular. The emergents loved it at least as much as the Chang-Ho. The place was so popular that Kiwi could detect the beginnings of system failure. The little garbage spiders weren't quite keeping up anymore. She looked at her father's abstracted features and smiled. This really was maintenance time of a sort. "Here's the latest set of diffs. Is this what you're looking for, Papa?" The other didn't look up from his work. Then, abruptly, he seemed to hear. "Really? Let's see, Kiwi." She slid the list across to him. "See? Here and here. This is the pattern match we were looking for. The imaginal discs will change just the way you wanted." Papa wanted a higher metabolism without losing the population bounds. In this park the insects did not have bacterial predators. The contest for life went on within their genomes. Ali took the list from her hands. He smiled gently, almost looking at her, almost noticing her. "Good, you got the multiplier trick just right." Hearing such words was about as close as Kiwi Len Liselet could come to recapturing the past. Age 9 to 14 had been Kiwi's Liseletish learning time. It had been a lonely time, but Mom had been right about it. Kiwi had come a long way toward growing up, learning to be alone in the great dark. She had learned about the life support systems that were her father's specialty, learned the celestial mechanics that made all her mother's constructions possible, and most of all she had learned how much she loved to be around others during their waking times. Both her parents had spent several of those years out of cold sleep, sharing maintenance duty with her and the watch techs. Now Mama was dead and Papa was focused, his soul concentrated down upon one thing, the biological management of ecosystems. But within that focus, he and she could still communicate. In the years since the ambush, they had been together for MSECs of common watch. Kiwi had continued to learn from him, and sometimes when they were deep within the complexity of species stability, sometimes it was like before, in childhood, when Papa would get so trapped in his passion for living things that he seemed to forget his daughter was really a person, and they were both swallowed up by wonders greater than themselves. Kiwi studied the diffs, but mostly she was watching her father. She knew he was very close to finishing the garbage spider project, his part of it anyway. Long experience told her that there would be a few moments after that when Ali Len would be approachable, when his focus cast about for something new to bind on. Kiwi smiled to herself. And I have the project. It was almost what Reynaud and Tomas wanted from Papa, so diverting him would be possible if she played it just right. There. Ali Len sighed, gazing contentedly on the branches and leaves around them. Kiwi had maybe 50 seconds. She slipped downward from her branch, holding her position with the tip of her foot. She snagged the bonsai bubble she had smuggled in and returned to her father. "Remember these, Papa? Really, really small parks?" Papa didn't ignore her words. He turned toward her as quickly as a normal person, and his eyes widened when he caught sight of the clear plastic sphere. "Yes, except for light, a completely closed ecology." Kiwi floated the empty bubble into his hands. Bonsai bubbles were a commonplace in the confines of a ram scoop underway. They existed in all levels of sophistication, from lumps of moss up to things almost as complex as this Temps Park. And, "This is a little smaller than the problems we've been working on. I'm not sure your solutions would work here." Appeals to pride had often worked on the old Ali, almost as often as appeals to love. Now you had to catch Papa at just the right instant. He squinted at the bubble, seemed to feel the dimensions with his hands. No, I can do it. My new tricks are very powerful. Would you like a little lake, maybe lipid-bound to lie flat?" Kiwi nodded. "And those garbage spiders, I can make them smaller and give them colored wings." "Yes." Reynaud would let him spend more effort on the garbage bugs. They were important for more than just the Central Park. So much had been destroyed in the fighting. Ali's work would allow small-scale life support modules all through the surviving structures. It was something that would normally take a Chang-Ho specialist team and deep searches of the fleet's databases, but Papa was both focused and a genius. He could do such design work all by himself, and in just a few MSECs. Papa just needed a push in the right conceptual direction, something that old prune Anne Reynaud could rarely provide. So... Ali Len was suddenly grinning from ear to ear. "I bet I can top the Namkem High treasures. Look, the filtration webs will carry straight across. The shrubs will be standard, maybe a little modified to support your insect diffs." Yes, said Kiwi. They had a real conversation several hundred seconds before her father lapsed into the fierce concentration that would make the simple changes actually doable. The hardest part would be at the bacterial and mitochondrial level, and that was totally beyond Kiwi. She smiled at her father, almost reached out to touch his shoulder. Mama would be proud of them. Papa's methods might even be new. They certainly weren't in any of the obvious places in the historical DBs. Kiwi had guessed that they might allow some very nice microparks, but this was more than she had hoped for. The high-treasure bonsais were no bigger than this, 30 centimeters across. Some of them had lived for 200 years, complete animal-slash-plant ecosystems, even supporting fake evolution. The method was proprietary, and not even the Chang-Ho had been able to purchase all of it. Creating such things with only mission resources would be a miracle. If Papa could do better than that, Most people, even Tomas, seemed to think that Kiwi had been brought up to be an armsman following her mother's military career. They didn't understand. The Lieselets were Chang-Ho. Fighting came a far second. Sure, she had learned a little about combat. Sure, Mama intended she spend a decade or two learning what to do when all else fails. But trading was what everything came back to, trading and making a profit. So they had been taken over by the emergents. But Tomas was a decent person, and he had the hardest job she could imagine. She was doing everything she could to support him, to make what was left of their expeditions survive. Tomas couldn't help that his culture was all screwed up. And in the end, it wouldn't matter that Tomas didn't understand. Kiwi smiled at the empty plastic sphere, imagining what it would be like filled with her father's creation. In civilized places, a top bonsai might sell for the price of an entire starship. Here? Well, Kiwi might make these on the side. After all, it was a frivolity, something that Tomas probably couldn't justify to himself. Tomas had banned hoarding and favor trading. Uh-oh, maybe I'll have to work around him for a while. It was much easier to get permission afterward. In the end, she figured the Cheng Ho would change Tomas's people far more than the reverse. She was just starting a new diffs sequence when there was a ripping sound from below, the source hidden by the lower foliage. For a second, Kiwi didn't recognize the sound. The floor access hatch. That was for construction only. Opening it would tear the moss layer. Damn! Kiwi swung out from their little nest and moved quietly downward, careful not to crack branches or cast a shadow on the bottom moss. Breaking in while the park was officially closed was only an annoyance. Heck, it was the sort of thing she would do if she felt like it. But that floor hatch was not supposed to be opened. It spoiled the park's illusion, and it damaged the turf. What sort of jackass would do something like that, especially considering how seriously emergence took official rules and regulations? Kiwi hovered just above the bottommost canopy of leaves. In a second, the intruder would be in view, but she could already hear him. It was Ritzer Bruegel. The vice podmaster proceeded across the moss, cursing and whacking at something in the bushes. The guy was a real sewer mouth. Kiwi was an avid student of such language, and she had listened to him before. Bruegel might be the number 2 boss man of the emergent expedition, but he was also a one-man proof that emergent leaders could be bums. Tomas seemed to realize the fellow was a bad actor. He'd put the vice podmaster's quarters off the rock pile, on the old invisible hand. And Bruegel's watch schedule was the same as much of the regular crew. While poor Tomas aged year after year to keep the mission safe, Bruegel was out of cold sleep only 10 MSEK in every 40. So Kiwi didn't know him very well, but what she knew she loathed. If this jerk could be trusted to pull his own weight, Tomas wouldn't be burning his lifetime away for us. She listened in silence for a moment more. Neat stuff. But there was an undercurrent to it she didn't hear in most folks' obscenities, like the fellow meant what he was saying literally. Kiwi pushed loudly between the branches, holding herself so that she stood half a meter in the air, about eye to eye with the emergent. "The park is closed for maintenance, Podmaster." Bruegel gave a tiny flinch of surprise. For a second he was silent, his pale pink skin darkening in the most comical way. "You insolent little... So what are you doing here?" "I'm doing the maintenance." Well, that was at least cousin to the truth. Now counterattack. "And what are you doing here?" Bruegel's face got even darker. He pulled himself upward, his head 10 centimeters above Kiwi's. Now his feet floated on air, too. "Scum have no business questioning me." He was carrying that silly steel baton. It was a plain metal dowel, incised here and there with dark-stained dings. He braced himself with one hand and swung the baton through a glittering arc that splintered the sapling beside Kiwi's head. Now Kiwi was getting angry, too. She grabbed one of the lower branches, hoisted herself so that she and Bruegel were eye to eye once more. "That's vandalism, not an explanation." She knew that Tomas had the park monitored, and vandalism was at least the crime for emergence that it was for Cheng Ho. The podmaster was so angry that he had trouble talking. "You're the vandals. This park was beautiful, more than I thought scum could ever make. But now you're sabotaging it. I was in here yesterday. You've infected it with vermin." He swung the metal dowel again, the blow dislodging a garbage web that was hidden in the branches. The web creatures floated off in all directions, silken glides streaming behind them. Bruegel poked at the web, shaking beetle casings and dead leaves and miscellaneous detritus into a cloud around them. "See? What else are you poisoning?" He leaned close, looking down at her from above. For a moment Kiwi just stared, uncomprehending. He couldn't possibly mean what he was saying. How could anyone be so ignorant? But remember, he's a chump. She pulled herself high enough to look down at Bruegel and shouted into his face, "It's a 0G park, for God's sake! What do you think keeps the air clean of floating crap? The garbage bugs have always been here, though maybe they're a little overworked just now." She hadn't meant it quite the way it came out, but now she looked the podmaster up and down as though she had one particularly large piece of garbage in mind. They were above the lower leaf canopies now. From the corner of her eye, Kiwi could see Papa. The sky was limitless blue, guarded by an occasional branch. She could feel the thick sunlight hot on the back of her head. If they played a few more rounds of one up, they'd be banging their heads on plastic. Kiwi started laughing. And now Bruegel was silent, just staring at her. He slapped his steel baton into his palm again and again. There were rumors about those dark stains in the metal. It was obvious that Ritzer Bruegel wanted people to think they were. But the guy just didn't carry himself like a fighter. And when he swung that baton, it was as though he had never considered the possibility that there might be targets that could fight back. Just now, his only hold-on was the toe of one boot hooked between branches. Kiwi braced herself unobtrusively and smiled her most insolent smile. Bruegel was motionless for a second. His gaze flickered to either side of her, and then without another word he pushed off, floundered for a moment, found a branch, and dived for the bottom-level hatch. Kiwi floated silent, the strangest feelings chasing up her body, down her arms. For a moment she couldn't identify them. But the park, how wonderful it was with Ritzer Bruegel gone. She could hear the little buzzing sounds and the butterflies, where a moment before all her attention had tunneled down on the podmaster's anger. And now she recognized the tingling in her arms and the racing of her heart. Rage and fear. Kiwi Len Lieselet had teased and enraged her share of people. It had been almost her hobby in pre-flight. Mama said it was mind-hidden anger at the thought of being alone between the stars. Maybe. But it had also been fun. This was different. She turned back toward her father's nest in the trees, and plenty of people had been angry with her over the years. Back in innocent times, Ezer Ven used to get near apoplectic. Poor Ezer, I wish... But this today had been different. She had seen the difference in Ritzer Bruegel's eyes. The man had really wanted to kill her, had teetered on the edge of trying, and probably the only thing that stopped him was the thought that Tomas would know. But if Bruegel could ever get her alone, unseen by the security monitors... Kiwi's hands were shaking by the time she reached Ali Len. Papa. She wanted so much to be held, to have him soothe the shaking. Ali Len wasn't even looking at her. Papa had been focused for several years now, but Kiwi could remember the times before so well. Before. Papa would have rushed out of the trees at the first sound of argument below. He would have put himself between Kiwi and Bruegel, steel club or no. Now... Kiwi didn't remember much of the last few moments except for Ritzer Bruegel. But there were fragments. Ali had sat unmoved among his displays and analytics. He had heard the argument, even glanced their way when the shouting became loud and close. His look had been impatient, don't distract me dismissal. Kiwi reached out a still shaking hand to touch his shoulder. He shrugged the way you might shoo off a pesky bug. In some ways Papa still lived, but in others he seemed more dead than Mama. Tomas said that focus could be reversed, but Tomas needed Papa and the other focused the way they were now. Besides, Tomas had been raised in Emergent. They used focus to make people and to property. They were proud of doing so. Kiwi knew that there were plenty of Cheng Ho survivors who considered all the talk of reversal of focus to be a lie. So far, not a single focused person had been reversed. Tomas wouldn't lie about something so important. And maybe if she and Papa did well enough, she could get him back the sooner. For this wasn't a death that went on forever. She slipped into her seat beside him and resumed looking at the new diffs. The processor had given her the beginning of results while she was off trading insults with Ritzer Bruegel. Papa would be pleased. Na still met with the Fleet Management Committee every MSEC or so. Of course, just who attended changed substantially from watch to watch. Ezer Ven was present today. It would be very interesting to see the boy's reaction to the surprise he had planned. And Richard Brugel was attending, so he had asked Kiwi to stay away. Naw smiled to himself. Damn, I never guessed how thoroughly she could humiliate the man. Naw had combined the committee with his own emergent staff meetings and called them watch manager meetings. The point was always that whatever their old differences, they were all in this together now, and survival could only come through cooperation. The meetings were not as meaningful as Naw's private consults with Anne Raynaud or his work with Ritzer and the security people. Those often occurred between the regular watches. Still, it wasn't a lie to say that important work was done at these per-MSEC meetings. Naw flicked his hands at the agenda. So, our last item, Anne Raynaud's expedition to the sun. Anne? Anne didn't smile as she corrected him. The astrophysicist's report, Podmaster. But first, I have a complaint. We need at least one unfocused specialist in this area. You know how hard it is to judge technical results. Naw sighed. She had been after him about this in private, too. Anne, we don't have the resources. We have just 3 surviving specialists in this area. And they were all zipheads. I still need a reviewer with common sense, she shrugged. Very well. Per your direction, we have run 2 of the astrophysicists on a continuous watch since before the relight. Keep in mind, they've had 5 years to think about this report. Raynaud waved at the air, and they were looking out on a modified Chang-Ho taxi. Auxiliary fuel tanks were strapped on every side, and the front was a forest of sensor gear. A silver shield sail was propped on a rickety framework from one side of the craft. Right before the relight, Doctors Li and Wen flew this vehicle into low orbit around on-off. A second window showed the descent path and a final orbit scarcely 500 kilometers above the surface of the on-off star. By keeping the sail properly oriented, they safely flew at that altitude for more than a day. Actually, it was Zhao Shin's pilot zipheads who had done the flying. Naw nodded at Shin. That was good work, pilot manager. Shin grinned. Thank you, sir. Something to tell my children about. Raynaud ignored the comment. She popped up multiple windows showing low-altitude views in various spectral regimes. We've had a hard time with the analysis right from the beginning. They could hear the recorded voices of the 2 zipheads now. Li was emergent bred, but the other voice spoke in a Chang-Ho dialect. That must be Wen. We've always known on-off has the mass and density of a normal G-star. Now we can make high-resolution maps of the interior temperatures and dens. Dr. Li butted in with the typical urgency of a ziphead. But we need more microsites. Resources be damned. We need 200 at least, right through the time of relighting. Raynaud paused the audio. We got them 100 microsats. More windows popped up. Li and Wen back at Hammerfest after the relight, arguing and arguing. Raynaud's reports were often like this, a barrage of pictures and tables and sound bites. Wen was talking again. He sounded tired. Even in off-state, the central densities were typical of a G-star, yet there was no collapse. The surface turbulence is barely 10,000 kilometers deep. How? Li. And after relight, the deep internal structure looks still the same. We can't know for sure. We can't get close. No, it looks perfectly typical now. We have models. Wen's voice changed again. He was speaking faster in a tone of frustration, almost pain. All this data, and we have just the same mysteries as before. I've spent 5 years now studying reaction paths, and I'm as clueless as the Dawn Age astronomers. There has to be something going on in the extended core, or else there would be a collapse. The other ziphead sounded petulant. Obviously, even in off-state, the star is still radiating, but radiating something that converts to low interaction. But what? What? And if there could be such a thing, why don't the higher layers collapse? 'Cause the conversion is at the base of the photosphere, and that is collapsed. Ryop. I'm using our own modeling software to show this. No, post hoc nonsense, no better than ages past. But I've got data. So, your adiabats are... Raynaud cut the audio. They went on like this for many days. Most of it is a private jargon, the sort of things a close-bound focused pair often invents. Naw straightened in his chair. If they can only talk to each other, we have no access. Did you lose them? No, at least not in the usual way. Dr. Wen became so frustrated that he began to consider random externalities. In a normal person, that might lead to creativity, but— Bruegel laughed, genuinely amused. So your astronomer laddie lost sight of the ball, eh, Raynault? Raynault didn't even look at Bruegel. Be silent, she said. Naw noticed the peddler's startlement at her words. Ritzer was second in command, the obvious sadist among the rulers, and here she had abruptly put him down. I wonder when the peddlers will figure it out. A scowl passed briefly across Bruegel's features. Then his grin broadened. He settled back in his chair and flicked an amused glance in Naw's direction, and continued without missing a beat. Wen backed off from the problem, setting it in a wider and wider context. At first, there was some relevance. Wen's voice resumed, the same rushed monotone as before. On-off's galactic orbit. A clue. The presumptive graph of on-off's galactic orbit, assuming no close stellar encounters, flashed in a window. Anne was dredging from the fellow's notebooks. The plot extended back over 500 million years. It was the typical flower-petal figure of a halo population star. Once every 200 million years, on-off penetrated the hidden heart of the galaxy. From there it swung out and out till the stars spread thin and the intergalactic dark began. Tomas Naw was no astronomer, but he knew that halopop stars don't have usable planetary systems, and, as a result, aren't often visited. But surely that was the least of the strangeness of on-off. Somehow the Chang-Ho ziphead had become totally fixated on the star's galactic orbit. This thing, it can't be a star, has seen the heart of all. Again and again and again. Raynault skipped through what must have been a long trapped loop in poor Wen's thinking. The ziphead's voice was momentarily calmer. Clues. There are lots of clues, really. Forget the physics. Just consider the light curve. For 215 years out of 250, it radiates less perceptible energy than a brown dwarf. The windows accompanying Wen's thoughts flickered from idea to idea, pictures of brown dwarfs, the much more rapid oscillations that the physicists had extrapolated for on-off's distant past. Things are happening that we can't see. Relight, a light curve vaguely like a periodic Q-nova settling over a few MSECs to a spectrum that might almost be an explainable star riding a fusion core. And then the light slowly fades back to zero, or changes into something else we cannot see. It's not a star at all. It's magic, a magic machine that now is broken. I'll bet it was a fast square wave generator once. That's it, magic from the heart of the galaxy, broken now so that we can't understand it. The audio abruptly ended, and Wen's kaleidoscope of windows was fixed in mid-frenzy. Dr. Wen has been thoroughly trapped in this cycle of ideas for 10 MSEC, said Raynault. Naw already knew where this was going, but he put on a concerned look anyway. What are we left with? Dr. Lee is doing okay. He was slipping into his own contrarian cycle till we separated him from Wen, but now, well, he's fixated on the Chang-Ho system identification software. He has an enormously complex model that matches all the observations. More pictures. Lee's theory of a new family of subatomic particles. Dr. Lee is spreading into the cognitive territory that Hunter Wen monopolized, but he's getting very different results. Lee's voice. Yes, yes. My model predicts stars like this must be common very near the galaxy's whole. Very, very rarely they interact, a strongly coupled explosion. The result gets kicked out of the core. Of course, Lee's trajectory was identical to Wen's after the presumed explosion. I can fit all the parameters. We can't see blinking stars in the dust of the core. They're not bright, and they're very high rate. But once in a billion years, we get this asymmetrical destruction and an ejection. Pictures of a hypothetical explosion of on-off's hypothetical destroyer. Pictures of on-off's original solar system blown away, all except a tiny protected shadow on the far side of on-off from the destroyer. Ezra Venn leaned forward. Lord, he's explained just about everything. Yes, said Naw. Even the singleton nature of the planetary system." He turned away from the jumble of windows and looked at Anne. "So what do you think?" Renault shrugged. "Who knows? That's why we need an unfocused specialist, Podmaster. Dr. Lee is spreading his net wider and wider. That can be a symptom of a classic explain-everything trap. And his particle theory is large. It may be a Shannon tautology." She paused. Anne Renault was totally incapable of showmanship. Naw had arranged his questions so her bombshell came out last. "That particle theory is in his central specialty, however. And it has consequences. Perhaps a faster ram-scoop drive." No one said anything for several seconds. The Cheng-Ho had been diddling their drives for thousands of years, since before Pham Nguyen even. They had stolen insights from hundreds of civilizations. In the last 1,000 years, they'd made less than a 1% improvement. Well, 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 Thomas Naw knew how good it felt to gamble big, and when. Even the peddlers were grinning like idiots. He let the good feeling pass back and forth around the room. It was very, very good news, even if the payoff was at the end of the exile. "This does make our astrophysicists a precious commodity. Can you do anything about Wen?" "Hunter Wen is not recoverable, I'm afraid." She opened a window on the medical imagery. To a Cheng-Ho physician, it might have looked like a simple brain diagnostic. To Anne Renault, it was a strategy map. "See, the connectivity here and here is associated with his work on-off. I've demonstrated that by detuning some of it. If we try to back him out of his fixation, we'll wipe his work of the last 5 years as well as cross-connections into much of his general expertise. Remember, focus surgery is mainly grope and peak, with resolution not much better than a millimeter." "So we'd end up with a vegetable?" "No, if we back out and undo the focus, he'll have the personality and most of the memories of before. He just won't be much of a physicist anymore." Said Naw, considering. So they couldn't just defocus the peddler and have the outside expert Renault needed. And I'll be damned if I'll risk defocusing the third fellow. Yet there was a very tidy solution that still made good use of all 3 men. "Okay, Anne, here is what I propose. Bring the other physicist online, but on a low-duty cycle. Keep Dr. Lee in the freezer while the new fellow reviews Lee's results. This won't be as good as an unfocused review, but if you do it cleverly, the results should be pretty unbiased." Another shrug. Renault had no false modesty, but she also didn't realize how very good she was. "As for Hunter Wen," Naw continued, "he's done his best for us, and we can't ask for more." Literally so, according to Anne. "I want you to defocus him." Ezra Venn was staring open-mouthed. The other peddlers looked almost as shocked. There was a small risk here. Hunter Wen would not be the best proof that focus could be reversed. On the other hand, he was obviously a hardship case. Show your concern. "We've run Dr. Wen for more than 5 years straight, and I see he is already middle-aged. Use whatever medical consumables it takes to give him the best health possible." It was the final agenda item, and the meeting didn't continue for long after that. Naw watched as everyone floated out, jabbering to one another, their enthusiasm about Lee's discovery and Wen's manumission. Ezra Venn left last, but he wasn't talking to anyone. The boy had a glassy look about him. "Yes, Mr. Venn. Be good, and maybe someday I'll free the one you care about." 16. Things got very quiet during the tween match. Most watches were multiples of an MSEC, with overlap so people could brief the new watch on current problems. The tween was no secret, but Naw officially treated it as a glitch in the scheduling program, a 4-day gap that appeared between watches every so often. In fact, it was like the missing 7th floor, or that mythical magic day that comes between 1 day and 2 day. "Say, wouldn't it be great to have tween watches back home?" Burgle joked as he led Naw and Cal Olmo into the corpsicle stacks. I did security at Frank for 5 years. It sure would have been easier if I could have declared time out every so often and rearranged the game to suit my needs." His voice sounded loud in the hold, the echoes coming back from several directions. In fact, they were the only ones awake aboard the Suivere. Down on Hammerfest, there was Renault and a contingent of waking zipheads. A skeleton crew of emergents and peddlers, including Kiwi Liselet, were working the stabilization jets on the rock pile. But zipheads aside, only 9 people knew the hardest secrets. And here between watches they could do all that was necessary to protect the pod. The interior walls of the Suivere's cold sleep hold had been knocked out and dozens of additional coffins installed. All of Watch A slept here, almost 700 people. Watch Trees B and MSEC were on the Briscoe Gap, while C and D were aboard the Common Good. But it was A's watch that began after this tween time. A red light appeared on the wall. The hold's stand-alone data system was ready to talk. Na put on his HUDs, and suddenly the caskets were labeled by name and affiliation. Everything looked green. Thank goodness. Na turned to his pod sergeant. Kalomo's name, status, and vital signs floated in the air beside his face. The data system took its duties very literally. "Ann's medical people will be here in a few thousand seconds, Cal. Don't let them in till Ritzer and I are finished." "Yes, sir." There was a faint smile on the man's face as he turned and coasted out the door. Kalomo had been through this before. He'd helped create the hoax aboard the Far Treasure. He knew what to expect. And then he and Ritzer Brugel were alone. "Okay. Have you found any more bad apples, Ritzer?" Ritzer was grinning. He had some surprise planned. They drifted past racks of coffins, the room light showing up from beneath their feet. The coffins had been through hell, yet they still worked reliably. The Cheng Ho ones, anyway. The peddlers were clever. They broadcast technology throughout human space, yet their own goods were better than what they shouted free to the stars. But now we have a fleet library, and people to make sense of it. "I've been running my snoops hard, Podmaster. Watch A is pretty clean, though." He paused and stopped his coast with a hand against the rack. The slender railings flexed along the length of the rack. This really was an ad hoc setup. "Though I don't know why you put up with seditious deadwood like this." He tapped one of the coffins with his Podmaster's baton. The peddler coffins had wide, curved windows and an internal light. Even without the display label, Na would have recognized Thom Treenley. Somehow the guy looked younger when his face was inanimate. Ritzer must have taken his silence for indecision. "He knew about Diem's plot." Na shrugged. "Of course. So did Vin. So did a few others, and now they're known quantities. But remember, Ritzer, we agreed. We can't afford any more casual wet work." His biggest mistake of this whole adventure had been in the field interrogations after the ambush. Na had followed the disaster management strategies of the plague time, the hard strategies that were shrouded from the view of ordinary citizens. But the first Podmasters had been in a very different situation. They'd had plenty of human resources. In this situation, well, for the Cheng Ho, who could be focused, interrogation was no problem. But the others were amazingly tough. Worst of all, they didn't respond to threats in a rational way. Ritzer had gotten a little crazy, and Tomas hadn't been far behind. They had killed the last of the senior peddlers before they really understood the other side's psychology. All in all, it had been quite a debacle, but it had also been a maturing experience. Tomas had learned how to deal with the survivors. Ritzer smiled. "Okay. At least he's good for comic relief, the way he tries to suck up to you and me, and pompous at the same time." He waved at the racked corpuscles. "Sure, wake 'em all per schedule. We've had to explain too many accidents as it is." He turned back toward Na. He still wore a smile, but the bottom light made it look like the grimace it really was. "The real problem isn't with Watch A, Podmaster. In the last 4 days I've discovered clear subversion elsewhere." Na stared at him with an expression of mild surprise. This was what he'd been waiting for. "Kiwi Liselet?" "Yes. Wait, I know you saw the face-off I had with her the other day. The puss-sucker deserves to die for that. But that's not my complaint to you. I have solid evidence she's breaking your law, and she is in league with others." Naw actually was a bit surprised by this. In what way? "You know I caught her in the peddler's park with her father. She had shut the park down on her own whim. That's what made me so angry. But afterwards, I put my snoops on her. Random monitoring might not have noticed it for several more watches. The little slut is diverting the pod's resources. She's stolen output from the volatiles distillery. She's embezzled time from the factory. She's diverted her father's focus to help her with private ventures." Pestilence. This was more than Kiwi had told him about. "So, what is she doing with these resources?" "These resources and others, Podmaster. She has a variety of plans, and she is not alone. She intends to barter those stolen goods for her own advancement." For a moment, Naw couldn't think of what to say. Of course, bartering community resources was a crime. During most of the plague years, more people had been executed for barter and hoarding than had died of the plague itself. But in modern times, well, barter could never be totally eliminated. On Balacria, it was periodically the excuse for major exterminations, but only that, an excuse. "Ritzer," Naw spoke carefully, lying, "I knew about all these activities. Certainly they are against the letter of my law. But consider, we are 20 light-years from home. We are dealing with the Cheng-Ho. They really are peddlers. I know it is hard to accept, but their whole existence revolves around cheating the community. We cannot hope to suppress that in an instant." "No!" Bruegel pushed off the rack he had been holding, grabbed the railing next to Tomas. "They are all scum, but it is only Lieselet and a few aggravant conspirators, and I can tell you just who they are, who are violating your law." Naw could imagine how all this happened. Kiwi Lieselet had never obeyed rules, even among the Cheng-Ho. Her crazy mother had set her up to be manipulated, but even so the girl was beyond direct control. More than anything, she loved to play. Kiwi had once said to him, "It's always easier to get forgiveness than to get permission." As much as anything, that simple claim showed the gulf that separated Kiwi's world-view from the first Podmaster's. It took an effort of will not to retreat before Bruegel's advance. What's gotten into him? He looked straight into the other's eyes, ignoring the baton in Ritzer's twitching hand. "I'm sure you could identify them. That's your job, Vice Podmaster. And part of my job is to interpret my law. You know the Kiwi never shook off the mind rot. If necessary, she can be easily curbed. I want you to keep me informed of these possible infractions, but for now I choose to wink at them." "You choose to wink at them? You choose? Bruegel was wordless for a second. When he continued, his voice was more controlled, a metered rage. "Yes, we're 20 light-years from home. We're 20 light-years from your family, and your uncle doesn't rule anymore." The word of Alan Naw's assassination had arrived while their expedition was still 3 years out of the on-off system. At home, maybe you could break any rule, protect lawbreakers simply because they were a good lay. He slapped his baton gently against his palm. Out here and right now, you're very alone. Lethal force between Podmasters was beyond any law. That was a principle dating back to the plague years, but it was also a basic truth of nature. If Bruegel were to smash his skull now, Cal Omo would follow the Vice Podmaster. But Naw just spoke quietly. "You are even more alone, my friend. How many of the focused are imprinted on you?" I have Shin's pilots. I have the snoops. I could make Renault direct whatever else I need." Ritzer was teetering at the edge of an abyss that Tomas hadn't noticed before, but at least he was calming down. "I think you understand Anne better than that, Ritzer." And abruptly the killing flame in Bruegel was quenched. "Yeah, you're right. You're right." He seemed to crumple. "Sir, it's just that this mission has turned out so different from what I imagined. We had the resources to live like high Podmasters here. We had the prospect of finding a treasure world. Now most of our zipheads are dead. We don't have the equipment for a safe return. We're stuck here for decades." Ritzer seemed on the verge of tears. The passage from threat to weakness was fascinating. Tomas spoke quietly, his tone comforting. "I understand, Ritzer. We are in a more extreme situation than anyone has been in since the plagues. If this is painful to one as strong as you, I am very afraid for ordinary crew of the mission." All true, though most of the crew had much less remarkable personalities than Ritzer Bruegel. Like Ritzer, they were caught in a decades-long cul-de-sac in which family and children raising were not an option. That was a dangerous problem, one that he must not overlook. But most of the ordinary folk would have no trouble continuing relationships, finding new ones. There were almost 1,000 unfocused people here. Ritzer's drives would be harder to satisfy. Ritzer used people up, and now there were scarcely any left for him. But there is still the prospect of treasure, perhaps all that we hoped for. Taking the Cheng Ho nearly cost us our lives, but now we are learning their secrets. And you were at the last watch manager meeting. We've discovered physics that is new even to the Cheng Ho. The best is yet to come, Ritzer. The spiders are primitive now, but life could scarcely have originated here. This solar system is just too extreme. We aren't the first species that has come snooping. Imagine, Ritzer, a non-human starfaring civilization. Its secrets are down there, somewhere in the ruins of their past. He guided his vice-podmaster around the far end of the coffin racks, and they started back along the second aisle. The head-up display reported green everywhere, though as usual the emergent coffins were showing high wear. Sigh. In a few years they might not have enough usable coffins to maintain a comfortable watch schedule. By itself, a Starfleet could not build another fleet, or even keep itself indefinitely provisioned with high-tech supplies. It was an old problem. To build the most advanced technological products, you need an entire civilization, a civilization with all its webs of expertise and layers of capital industry. There were no shortcuts. Humankind had often imagined, but never created, a general assembler. Ritzer seemed calmer now, his desperate anger replaced by thought. "Okay, we sacrifice a lot, but in the end we go home winners. I can gut it out as well as any, but still, why should it take so puss long? We should land squat on some spider kingdom and take over." "They've just reinvented electronics, Ritzer. We need more." The vice-podmaster shook his head impatiently. Yes, of course. We need a solid industrial base. I probably know that better than you. I was podmaster at the Lorbita shipyards. Nothing short of a major rebuild is going to save our ass. But there's still no reason for hiding here at L1. If we take over some spider nation, maybe just pretend to ally with it, we could speed things up. True, but the real problem is maintaining control. For that, timing is everything. You know, I was in on the conquest of Gasper. The only post-conquest, actually. If I'd been with the First Fleet, I'd own millions now. Naw didn't keep the envy from his voice. It was a vision that Bruegel would understand. Gasper had been a jackpot. Lord, what that First Fleet did. It was just 2 ships, Ritzer. Imagine. They had only 500 zipheads, fewer than we have. But they sat and lurked, and when Gasper reattained the information age, they controlled every data system on the planet. The treasure just fell into their hands. Naw shook his head, dismissing the vision. Yes, we could try to take the spiders now. It might speed things up, but it would be largely bluff on our part, against aliens that we don't understand. If we miscalculated, if we got into a guerrilla war, we could piss away everything very quickly. We'd probably win, but a 30-year wait might become 500. There's precedent for that sort of failure, Ritzer, though it doesn't come from our plague time. Do you know the story of Canberra? Bruegel shrugged. Canberra might be the most powerful civilization in human space, but it was too far away to interest him. Like many emergents, Bruegel's interest in the wider universe was minimal. 3,000 years ago, Canberra was medieval. Like Gasper, the original colony had bombed itself into total savagery, except that the Canberrans weren't even halfway back. A small Chang-Ho fleet voyaged there. Through some crazy mistake, they thought the Canberrans still had a profitable civilization. That was the peddlers' first big mistake. The second was in hanging around. They tried to trade with the Canberrans as they were. The Chang-Ho had all the power. They could make the primitive societies of Canberra do whatever they wanted. Bruegel grunted. I see where this is going, but the locals sound a lot more primitive than what we have here. Yes, but they were human, and the Chang-Ho had much better resources. Anyway, they made their alliances. They pushed the local technology as hard as they could. They set out to conquer the world, and actually they succeeded. But every step ground them down. The original crew lived their old age in stone castles. They didn't even have cold sleep anymore. The hybrid civilization of peddlers and locals eventually became more advanced and powerful, but that was too late for the originals. The podmaster and his vice were almost back to the main entrance. Bruegel floated ahead, turning slowly so that he touched the wall like a deck, feet first. He looked up at the approaching Gnaw with an intent expression. Gnaw touched down, let the grab felt in his boots stop his rebound. Think about what I've said, Ritzer. Our exile here is really necessary, and the payoff is as great as you ever imagined. In the meantime, let's work on what's bothering you. A podmaster should not have to suffer. The look on the younger man's face was surprised and grateful. Thank you, sir. A little help now and then is all I need. They talked a few moments more, setting up the necessary compromises. Coming back from the Suivre, Tomas had some time to think. From his taxi, the rock pile was a glittering jumble ahead of him, the sky around it speckled with the irregular shapes of the temps and warehouses and starships that orbited the pile. Here at Tweenwatch he saw no evidence of human movement. Even Kiwi's crews were out of sight, probably on the shade side of the pile. Far beyond the Diamond Mountains, Arachna floated in glorious isolation. Its great ocean showed patches of cloudlessness today. The tropical convergence zone was clear against the blue. More and more the spider world was looking like archetype Mother Earth, the 1-in-1,000 world where humans could land and thrive. It would continue to look like paradise for another 30 years or so, till once more its sun guttered out. And by then, we will own it. Just now he had made that ultimate success a little more likely. He had solved a mystery and diffused an unnecessary risk. Tomas's mouth twisted in an unhappy smile. Ritzer was quite wrong to think that being Alan Gnaw's first nephew was easy. True, Alan Gnaw had favored Tomas. It was clear from the beginning that Tomas would continue the Gnaw dominance of the emergency. That was part of the problem, for it made Tomas a greater threat to the elder Gnaw. Succession, even within podmaster families, was most often by assassination. Yet Alan Gnaw had been clever. He did want his nephew to carry on the line, but only after Alan had lived and ruled as long as natural life would sustain him. Giving Tomas Gnaw command of the expedition to the on-off star was a piece of statecraft that saved both ruler and heir apparent. Tomas Gnaw would be off the world stage for more than 2 centuries. When he returned, it could well be with the resources to continue the Gnaw family's rule. Tomas had often wondered if Ritzer Bruegel might be a subtle kind of sabotage. Back home, the fellow had seemed a good choice for vice-podmaster. He was young, and he'd done a solid job cleaning up the Lorbita shipyards. He was of Frankish stock. His parents had been 2 of the first supporters of Alan Gnaw's invasion. As much as possible, the emergency tried to transform each new conquest with the same stresses that the plague time had wrought upon Balakria. The megadeaths, the mind rot, the establishment of the podmaster class. Young Ritzer had adapted to every demand of the new order. But since they began this exile, he'd been a pus-be-damned screw-up, careless, slovenly, almost insolent. Part of that was his assigned role as heavy, but Ritzer wasn't acting. He had become closed and uncooperative. There was the obvious conclusion. The North family's enemies were clever, long-planning people. Maybe, somehow, they had slipped a ringer past Uncle Allen's security. Today the mystery and the suspicions had collided, and I find not sabotage, nor even incompetent. His vice-podmaster simply had certain frustrated needs, and had been too proud to talk about them. Back in civilization, satisfying those needs would have been easy. Such was a normal, if unpublicized, part of every podmaster's birthright. Here in the wilderness, all but shipwrecked, here Ritzer faced some real hardship. The taxi ghosted over the topmost spires of Hammerfest and settled into the shadows below. Satisfying Bruegel would be difficult. The younger man would have to show some real restraint. Tomas was already reviewing the crew and ziphead rosters. Yes, I can make this work. And it would be worth it. Ritzer Bruegel was the only other podmaster within 20 light-years. The podmaster class was often deadly within itself, but there was a bond among them. Every one of them knew the hidden hard strategies. Every one of them understood the true virtues of the emergency. Ritzer was young, still growing into himself. If the proper relationship could be established, other problems would be more tractable, and their ultimate success might be even greater than what he told Ritzer. It could be greater than Uncle Allen had imagined. It was a vision that might have eluded Tomas himself, if not for this first-hand meeting with the peddlers. Uncle Allen had had a respect for far threats. He had continued the Balacrian traditions of a mission security. But even Uncle Allen never seemed to realize that they were playing tyrant over a laughably tiny pond. Balacria, Frank, Gasper. Na had just told Ritzer Bruegel about the founding of Canberra. There were better examples he could have used, but Canberra was a favorite of Tomas Na's. While his peers studied emergency history to death and added trivial nuances to the strategies, Tomas Na studied the histories of human space. Even a disaster like the plague time was a commonplace in the larger scheme of things. The conquerors in the histories dwarfed the Balacrian stage. So Tomas Na was familiar with 1,000 faraway strategists, from Alexander of Macedon to Tarf Lu to Pham Nguyen. Of them all, Pham Nguyen was Na's central model, the greatest of the Cheng Ho. In a sense, Nguyen created the modern Cheng Ho. The peddler broadcasts described Nguyen's life in some detail, but they were sugar-coated. There were other versions, contradictory whispers between the stars. Every aspect of his life was worth study. Pham Nguyen had been born on Canberra just before the Cheng Ho landing. The child Nguyen had come into the Cheng Ho from outside and transformed it. For a few centuries he drove the peddlers to empire, the greatest empire known. He had been an Alexander to all human space, and, as with Alexander, his empire had not lasted. The man had been a genius of conquest and organization. He simply did not have all the necessary tools. Na took a last look at the sky-blue beauty of Arachne as it slipped behind Hammerfest's towers. He had a dream now. So far it was a dream he admitted only to himself. In a few years he would conquer a non-human race, a race that had once flown between the stars. In a few years he would plumb the deepest secrets of the Cheng Ho fleet automation. With all that, he might be the equal of Pham Nguyen. With all that, he might take a star empire. But Tomas Na's dream went further, for he already had a tool of empire that Pham Nguyen and Tarflu and all the others had lacked. Focus. The fulfillment of his dream was half a lifetime away. On the other side of the exile and deadliness he might not yet imagine. Sometimes he wondered if he was crazy to think he could get there. But the dream burned so bright in his mind. With focus, Tomas Na might hold what he could grasp. Tomas Na's emergency would become a single empire across all human space, and it would be the one that lasted. 17. Officially, of course, Benny Wen's booze parlor did not exist. Benny had grabbed some empty utility space between the inner balloons. Working in their free time, he and his father had gradually populated it with furniture, a zero pool game, video wallpaper. You could still see the utility piping on the walls, but even that was covered with colored tape. When his tree had the watch, Pham Trinley spent most of his free time loafing here. And there had been more free time since he botched the L1 stabilization and Kiwi Liselet took over. The aroma of hops and barley hit Pham the moment he got past the door. A cluster of beery droplets drifted close by his ear, then zigged into the cleaning vent by the door. "Hey, Pham, where the hell have you been? Grab a seat." His usual cronies were mostly sitting on the ceiling side of the game room. Pham gave them a wave and glided across the room to take a seat on the outer wall. It meant he was facing sideways from the others, but there wasn't that much room here. Trude Silapan waved across the room at where Benny floated by the bar. "Where's the beer and Frid's, Benny boy? Hey, and add on a big one for the military genius here." Everyone laughed, though Pham's response was more an indignant snort. He'd worked hard to be the bluff blowhard. Want to hear a tale of daring-do? Just listen to Pham Trinley for more than 100 seconds. Of course, if you had any real-world experience yourself, you'd see the stories were mostly fraud, and where they were not, the heroic parts belonged to somebody else. He looked around the room. As usual, more than half the clientele were follower-class emergents, but most of the groups contained one or two Chang Ho. It was more than 6 years since Relight, since the Diem atrocity. For many of them, that was almost 2 years of lifetime. The surviving Chang Ho had learned and adapted. They weren't exactly assimilated, but like Pham Trinley, they had become an integral part of the exile. Hunter Wen drifted across the room from the bar. He towed a net full of drink bulbs and the snack food that was the most he and Benny risked importing to the parlor. Talk lulled for a moment as he passed the goods around, picked up favor scrip in return. Pham snagged a bulb of the brew. The container was new plastic. Benny had some kind of in with the crews that ran surface operations on the rock pile. The little volatiles plant gulped in air snow and water ice and ground diamond, and out came raw stocks, including the plastics for drinking bulbs, furniture, the zero-G pool game. Even the parlor's chief attraction was the product of the rock pile, touched by the magic of the Temps Factory. This bulb had a colored drawing on the side. Diamond and Ice Brewery, it said, and there was a picture of the rock pile being dissolved into suds. The picture was an intricate thing, evidently from a hand-drawn original. Pham stared at the clever drawing for a moment. He swallowed his wondering questions. In any case, others would ask them in their own way. There was a flurry of laughter as Trude and his friends noticed the pictures. "Hey, Hunter, did you do this?" The elder Wen smiled shyly and nodded. "Hey, it's kind of cute. Not like what a focused artist could do, of course." "I thought you were some kind of physicist before you got your freedom?" "An astrophysicist. I don't remember much of that anymore. I'm trying new things." The emergents chatted with Wen for several minutes. Most were friendly and, except for Trude Silapan, seemed genuinely sympathetic. Pham had vague recollections of Hunter Wen before the ambush, impressions of an outspoken, good-natured academic. Well, the good nature remained. The fellow smiled a lot, but a bit too apologetically. His personality was like a ceramic vessel, once shattered, now painstakingly reassembled, functional but fragile. Wen picked up the last of the payment scrip and drifted back across the room. He stopped halfway to the bar. He drifted close to the wallpaper and looked out upon the rock pile and the sun. He seemed to have forgotten all of them, was caught once more by the mysteries of the on-off star. Trude Silapan chuckled and leaned across the table toward Trinley. "Driftier than hell, isn't he? Most D-zips aren't that bad." Benny Wen came from the bar and drew his father out of sight. Benny had been one of the fire-breathers. He was probably the most obvious of Diem's conspirators to survive. Talk returned to the important issues of the day. Zhao Shen wanted to find someone in Watch Tree A who was willing to trade into B. His lady was stuck on the other watch. It was the sort of swap that had to be cleared by the podmasters, but if everyone was willing... Someone else pointed out that some Chengho woman down in Quartermaster was brokering such deals in return for other favors. "Damn peddlers put a price on everything," Silapan muttered. And Trinley regaled them with a story, true actually, but with enough absurdities that they would know it false. About a long watch mission he allegedly commanded. 50 years we spent with only 4 watch groups. In the end I had to break the rules, allow the children in flight. But by that time we had a market advantage. Phom was coming down on the punch line when Trude Silapan jabbed him in the ribs. "Hist! My Cheng-Ho lord, your nemesis has arrived." That got a round of chuckles. Phom glared at Silapan, then turned to look. Kiwi Len Liselet had just sailed through the parlor's doorway. She twisted in mid-air and touched down by Benny Wen. There was a lull in the room noise, and her voice carried to Trinley's group up by the ceiling. "Benny, have you got those swap forms? Gonley can cover." Her words faded as the two moved to the far side of the bar, and other conversations resumed. Kiwi was clearly in full haggle, twisting Benny's arm about some new deal. "Is it true she's still in charge of stabilizing the rock pile? I thought that was your job, Phom." Zhao Shen grimaced. "Give it a rest, Trude." Phom raised a hand, the image of an irritated old man trying to look important. "I told you before, I got promoted. Liselet handles the field details, and I supervise the whole operation for Podmaster Naw." He looked in Kiwi's direction, tried to put just the right truculence into his gaze. "I wonder what she's up to now." The child was amazing. From the corner of his eye, Phom saw Silapan shrug apologetically at Zhao Shen. They all figured Phom was a fraud, but he was well liked. His tales might be tall, but they were very entertaining. The trouble with Trude Silapan was he didn't know when to stop goading. Now the fellow was probably trying to think of some way to make amends. "Yes," said Silapan. "There aren't many of us who report directly to the Podmaster. And I'll tell you something about Kiwi Len Liselet." He looked around to see just who else was in the parlor. "You know, I manage the zip-heads for Renault. Well, we provide support for Ritzer Bruegel's snoops. I talked to the boys over there. Our Miss Liselet is on their hot list. She's involved in more scams than you can imagine." He gestured at the furniture. "Where do you think this plastic comes from? Now that she's got Phom's old job, she's down on the rock pile all the time. She's diverting production to people like Benny." One of the others waggled a diamonds and dice drink bulb at Silapan. "You seem to be enjoying your share, Trude." "You know, that's not the point. Look, these are community resources that she and the likes of Benny Wen are messing with." There were solemn nods from around the table. "Whatever accidental good it does, it's still theft from the common weal." His eyes went hard. In the plague time, there weren't many greater sins. "Yes, but the Podmasters know about it. It's not doing any great harm." Silapan nodded. "True. They are tolerating it for now." His smile turned sly. "For maybe as long as she's sleeping with Podmaster Naw." That was another rumor that had been going around. "Look, Phom, you're Cheng-Ho, but basically you're a military man. That's an honorable profession, and it sets you high no matter what your origin. You see, there are moral levels to society." Silapan was clearly lecturing from the received wisdom. "At the top are the Podmasters, statesmen, I guess you'd call them. Below that are the military leaders, and underneath the leaders are the staff planners, the technicians, and the armsmen. Underneath that are vermin of different categories, fallen members of the useful categories, persons with a chance of fitting back in the system. And below them are the factory workers and farmers. And at the very bottom, combining the worst aspects of all the scum, are the peddlers." Silapan smiled at Phom. Evidently he felt he was being flattering, that he had set Phom Trinley among the naturally noble. Traitors are the eaters of dead and dying, too cowardly to steal by force. Even Tringley's cover persona should choke on this analysis. Pham blustered, "I'll have you know the Cheng Ho has been in its present form for thousands of years, Silipan. That's hardly the mark of failure." Silipan smiled with cordial sympathy. "I know it's hard to accept this, Tringley. You're a good man, and it's right to be loyal. But I think you're coming to understand. The peddlers will always be with us, whether they're selling unlicensed food in an alley or lurking between the stars. The star-going ones call themselves a civilization, but they're just the rabble that hangs around the edges of true civilizations." Pham grunted. "I don't think I've ever been flattered and insulted so much all at the same time." They all laughed, and Trude Silipan seemed to think his lecture had somehow cheered Tringley. Pham finished his little story without further interruption. Talk drifted on to speculation about arachnous spider creatures. Ordinarily, Pham would soak up these stories with well-concealed enthusiasm. Today his lack of attention was not an act. His gaze drifted back to the parlor's bar table. Benny and Kiwi were half out of sight now, arguing about some deal. Mixed in with all the emergent insanity, Trude Silipan did have a few things right. Over the last couple of years, an underground had bloomed here. It wasn't the violent subversion of Jimmy Diem's conspiracy. In the minds of the Cheng Ho participants, it wasn't a conspiracy at all, merely getting on with business. Benny and his father and dozens of others were routinely bending and even violating Podmaster dicta. So far, Naw hadn't retaliated. So far, the Cheng Ho underground had improved the situation for almost everyone. Pham had seen this sort of thing happen once or twice before. When Cheng Ho couldn't trade as free human beings and couldn't run and couldn't fight. Little Kiwi Len Liselet was at the center of it all. Pham's gaze rested on her wonderingly. For a moment, he forgot to glower. Kiwi had lost so much. By some standards of honor, she had sold out. Yet here she was, awake, watch on watch, in a position to do deals in all directions. Pham bit back the fond smile he felt growing on his lips and frowned at her. If Trude Silipan or Zhao Xin ever knew how he really felt about Kiwi Liselet, they would think him stark, raving mad. If someone as clever as Tomas Naw ever understood, he might put two and two together, and that would be the end of Pham Tringley. When Pham looked at Kiwi Len Liselet, he saw, more than he ever had before in his life, himself. True, Kiwi was female, and sexism was one of Tringley's peculiarities that was not an act. But the similarities between them went deeper than gender. Kiwi had been, 8 years old, when she had started on this voyage. She had lived almost half her childhood in the dark between the stars, alone but for the fleet's maintenance watches. And now she was plunged into a totally different culture. And still she survived, and faced up to every new challenge. And she was winning. Pham's mind turned inward. He wasn't listening to his drinking buddies anymore. He wasn't even watching Kiwi Len Liselet. He was remembering a time more than 3,000 years ago across 3 centuries of his own lifetime. Canberra. Pham had been 13, the youngest son of Tran Nguyen, king and lord of all the Northland. Pham had grown up with swords and poison and intrigue, living in stone castles by a cold, cold sea. No doubt he would have ended up murdered, or king of all, if life had continued in the medieval way. But when he was 13, everything changed. A world that had only legends of aircraft and radio was confronted by interstellar traders, the Cheng Ho. Pham still remembered the scorch their pinnaces had made of the great swamp south of the castle. In a single year, Canberra's feudal politics was turned on its head. The Cheng Ho had invested 3 ships in the expedition to Canberra. They had seriously miscalculated, thinking the locals would be at a much higher level of technology by the time of their arrival. But even Tran Nguyen's realm couldn't resupply them. 2 of the ships stayed behind. Young Pham left with the 3rd, a crazy hostage deal his father thought he was putting over on the Starfolk. Fam's last day on Canberra was cold and foggy. The trip from the castle walls down to the fen took most of the morning. It was the first time he had been allowed to see the visitors' great ships close up, and little Fam Newen was on a crest of joy. There might never be a moment in Fam's life when he had so many things wrong and backwards. The starships that loomed out of the mists were simply landing pinnaces. The tall, strange captain who greeted Fam's father was in fact a second officer. 3 subordinate steps behind him walked a young woman, her face twisted with barely concealed discomfort. A concubine, a handmaiden, the real captain, it turned out. Fam's father, the king, gave a hand signal. The boy's tutor and his dour servants marched him across the mud toward the starfolk. The hands on his shoulders were holding tight, but Fam didn't notice. He looked up, wondering, his eyes devouring the starships, trying to follow the sweeping curves of glistening, maybe metal. In a painting or a small piece of jewelry he had seen such perfection, but this was dream incarnate. They might have gotten him aboard the pinnace before he really understood the betrayal if it hadn't been for Cindy Dukan, lesser daughter of Tran's cousin. Her family was important enough to live at court, but not important enough to matter. Cindy was 15, the strangest, wildest person Fam had ever known, so strange that he didn't even have a word for what she was, though friend would have sufficed. Suddenly she was there, standing between them and the starfolk. "No, it's not right. It does no good. Don't!" She held her hands up, as if to stop them. From the side, Fam could hear a woman shouting. It was Cindy's mother screaming at her daughter. It was such a silly, stupid, hopeless gesture. Fam's party didn't even slow down. His tutor swung his quarterstaff in a low arc across Cindy's legs. She went down. Fam turned, tried to reach out to her, but now hard hands lifted him, trapped his arms and legs. His last glimpse of Cindy was her struggling up from the mud, still looking in his direction, oblivious of the axemen running toward her. Fam Newen never learned how much it had cost the one person who had stood up to protect him. Centuries later, he had returned to Canberra, rich enough to buy the planet, even in its newly civilized state. He had probed the old libraries, the fragmented digital records of the Cheng Ho who had stayed behind. There had been nothing about the aftermath of Cindy's action, nothing certain in the birth records of Cindy's family forward from her time. She and what she had done and what it had cost were simply insignificant in the eyes of time. Fam was swept up, carried quickly forward. He had a brief vision of his brothers and sisters, young men and women with cold, hard faces. Today, one very small threat was being removed. The servants stopped briefly before Fam's father, the king. The old man, 40 years old actually, stared down at him briefly. Tron had always been a distant force of nature, capricious behind ranks of tutors and contesting heirs and courtiers. His lips were drawn down in a thin line. For an instant, something like sympathy might have lived in the hard eyes. He touched the side of Fam's face. "Be strong, boy. You bear my name." Tron turned, spoke pigeon words to the starman, and Fam was in alien hands. Like Kiwi Len Lieselet, Fam Newen had been cast out into the great darkness. And, like Kiwi, Fam did not belong. He remembered those first years more clearly than any other time in his life. No doubt the crew intended to pop him into cold storage and dump him at the next stop. What can you make of a kid who thinks there's one world and it's flat, who has spent his whole life learning to whack about with a sword? Fam Newen had had his own agenda. The cold sleep coffins scared the devil out of him. The reprise had scarcely left Canberra orbit when little Fam disappeared from his appointed cabin. He had always been small for his age, and by now he understood about remote surveillance. He kept the crew of the reprise busy for more than 4 days searching for him. In the end, of course, Fam lost, and some very angry Cheng Ho dragged him before the ship's master. By now he knew that was the handmaiden he had seen in the fen. Even knowing, it was still hard to believe. One weak woman commanding a starship and a crew of 1,000, though soon almost all of those were off watch in cold sleep. Maybe she had been the owner's concubine, but had poisoned him and now ruled in his place. That was a credible scenario, but it made her an exceptionally dangerous person. In fact, Sora had been a junior captain, the leader of the faction that voted against staying at Canberra. Those who stayed called them the cautious cowards, and now they were heading home into certain bankruptcy. Fam remembered the look on her face when they finally caught him and brought him to the bridge. She had scowled down at the little prince, a boy still dressed in the velvet of Canberran nobility. "You've delayed the start of the watches, young fellow." The language was barely intelligible to Fam. The boy pushed down the panic and the loneliness and glared right back at her. "Madam, I am your hostage, not your slave, not your victim." Damn, what did he say? Sora Vin looked around at her lieutenants. "Look, son, it's a 60-year flight. We've got to put you away." That last comment got through the language barrier, but it sounded too much like what the stable boss said when he was going to behead a horse. "No, you'll not put me in a coffin." And Sora Vin understood that, too. One of the others spoke abruptly to Shipmaster Vin. Probably something like, "It doesn't matter what he wants, ma'am." Fam tensed himself for another futile wrestling match, but Sora just stared at him for a second, and then ordered everyone else out of her office. The two of them talked pidgin for some K-sex. Fam knew court intrigue and strategy, and none of it seemed to apply here. Before they were done, the little boy was crying inconsolably, and Sora had her arms across his shoulders. "It will be years," she said. "You understand that?" "Yes." "You'll arrive an old man if you don't let us put you in cold sleep." That last was still an unfortunate word. "No, no, no! I'll die first!" Fam Nguyen was beyond logic. Sora was silent for a moment. Years later she told Fam her side of the encounter. "Yeah, I could have heaved you in the freezer. It would have been prudent and ethical, and it would have saved me a world of problems. I will never understand why Deng's fleet committee forced me to accept you. They were petty and pissed, but this was too much. So there you were, a little kid sold out by his own father. I'd be damned if I'd treat you the way he and the committee did. Besides, if you spent the flight on ice, you'd still be a zero when we got to Nam Kem, helpless in a tech civilization. So why not let you stay out of cold sleep and try to teach you the basics? I figured you'd see how long the years looked in a ship between the stars. In a few years, the cold sleep coffins might not seem quite so terrible to you." It hadn't been simple. Ship security had to be reprogrammed for the presence of an irresponsible human. No uncrewed tween watches could be allowed. But the programming was done, and several of the watch standers volunteered to extend their time out of cold sleep. The reprise reached ram cruise, 0.3 light speed, and sailed endlessly across the depths. And Fam Nguyen had all the time in the universe. Several crew folk, Sora for the first few watches, did their best to tutor him. At first he would have none of it, but the time stretched along. He learned to speak Sora's language. He learned generalities about Cheng Ho. "We trade between the stars," said Sora. The two were sitting alone on the Ramscoop's bridge. The windows showed a symbolic map of the 5 star systems that the Cheng Ho circuited. "Cheng Ho is an empire," the boy said, looking out at the stars and trying to imagine how those territories compared with his father's kingdom. Sora laughed. "No, not an empire. No government can maintain itself across light years. Hell, most governments don't last more than a few centuries. Politics may come and go, but trade goes on forever." Little Fam Nguyen frowned. Even now, Sora's words were sometimes nonsense. "No, it has to be an empire." Sora didn't argue. A few days later, she went off watch, dead in one of the strange cold coffins. Fam almost begged her not to kill herself, and for Emsex afterward he grieved on wounds he hadn't imagined before. Now there were other strangers and unending days of silence. Eventually he learned to read knees. And 2 years later, Sora returned from the dead. The boy still refused to go off watch, but from that point on he welcomed everything they wanted to teach him. He knew there was power beyond any Canberran lordship here, and now he understood that he might be master of it. In 2 years he made up for what a child of civilization might learn in 5. He had a competency in math. He could use the top and second-level Cheng-Ho program interfaces. Sura looked almost the same as before her cold sleep, except that in some strange way she seemed younger now. One day he caught her staring at him. "So what's the problem?" Pham asked. Sura grinned. "I never saw a kid on a long flight. You're what now, 15 Canberra years old? Brett tells me you've learned a lot." "Yes, I'm going to be Cheng-Ho." She smiled, but it was not the patronizing, sympathy-filled smile that Pham remembered. She was truly pleased, and she didn't disbelieve his claim. "You've got an awful lot to learn." "I've got an awful lot of time to do it." Sura Vinge stayed on watch 4 straight years that time. Brett Tringley stayed for the first of those years, extending his own watch. The three of them trekked through every accessible cubic meter of the reprise, the sickbay and coffins, the control deck, the fuel tanks. The reprise had burned almost 2 million tons of hydrogen to reach ram cruise speeds. In effect, she was a vast, nearly empty hulk now. "And without lots of support at the destination, this ship will never fly again. You could refuel, even if there were only gas giants at the destination. Even I could manage the programs for that." "Yeah, and that's what we did at Canberra. But without an overhaul, we can't go far, and we can't do zip once we get there." Sura paused, cursed under her breath. Those damn fools. Why did they stay behind? Sura seemed caught between her contempt for the shipmasters who had stayed to conquer Canberra and her own guilt at having deserted them. Brett Tringley broke the silence. "Don't feel so bad for them. They're taking a big chance, but if they win, they'll have the customers we were all expecting there." "I know, and we're guaranteed to arrive at Nam Kem with nothing. Bet we'll lose the reprise." She shook herself, visibly pushing back the worries that always seemed to gnaw her. "Okay, in the meantime, we're going to create one more trained crew member." She nailed Pham with a mock glare. "What specialty do we need the most, Brett?" Tringley rolled his eyes. "You mean that can bring us the most income? Obviously, programmer, archaeologist." The question was, could a feral child like Pham Nguyen ever become one? By now the boy could use almost all the standard interfaces. He even thought of himself as a programmer, and potentially a ship's master. With the standard interfaces, one could fly the reprise, execute planetary orbit insertion, monitor the cold sleep coffins, and if anything goes wrong, you're dead, 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 was how Sura finished Pham's litany of prowess. "Boy, you have to learn something. It's something the children in civilization often are confused about, too. We've had computers and programs since the beginning of civilization, even before spaceflight, but there's only so much they can do. They can't think their way out of an unexpected jam or do anything really creative." "But I know that's not true. I play games with the machines. If I set the skill ratings high, I never win." "That's just computers doing simple things very fast. There is only one important way that computers are anything like wise. They contain thousands of years of programs and can run most of them. In a sense, they remember every slick trick that humankind has ever devised." Brett Tringley sniffed. "Along with all the nonsense." Sura shrugged. "Of course. Look, what's our crew size? When we're in system and everybody is up." 1,023, said Pham. He had long since learned every physical characteristic of the reprise and this voyage. "Okay, now suppose you're light years from nowhere." Tringley. "You don't have to suppose that. It's the pure truth." "And something goes wrong. It takes perhaps 10,000 human specialties to build a starship, and that's on top of an enormous capital industry base. There's no way a ship's crew can know everything it takes to analyze a star's spectrum and make a vaccine against some wild change in the bacteria and understand every deficiency disease we may meet." "Yes," said Pham. "That's why we have the programs and the computers. That's why we can't survive without them. Over thousands of years, the machine memories have been filled with programs that can help. But like Brett says, many of those programs are lies, all of them are buggy, and only the top-level ones are precisely appropriate for our needs." She paused, looked at Pham significantly. It takes a smart and highly trained human being to look at what is available, to choose and modify the right programs, and then to interpret the results properly. Vom was silent for a moment, thinking back to all the times the machines had not done what he really wanted. It wasn't always Vom's fault. The programs that tried to translate Canberran to knees were crap. "So, you want me to learn to program something better?" Sura grinned, and there was a barely suppressed chuckle from Brett. "We'll be satisfied if you become a good programmer and then learn to use the stuff that already exists." Vom knew and spent years learning to program/explore. Programming went back to the beginning of time. It was a little like the midden out back of his father's castle. Where the creek had worn that away, 10 meters down, there were the crumpled hulks of machines, flying machines, the peasants said, from the great days of Canberra's original colonial era. But the castle midden was clean and fresh compared to what lay within the Reprise's local net. There were programs here that had been written 5,000 years ago, before humankind ever left Earth. The wonder of it, the horror of it, Sura said, was that unlike the useless wrecks of Canberra's past, these programs still worked. And via a million circuitous threads of inheritance, many of the oldest programs still ran in the bowels of the Cheng-Ho system. Take the trader's method of timekeeping. The frame corrections were incredibly complex, and down at the very bottom of it was a little program that ran a counter. Second by second, the Cheng-Ho counted from the instant that a human had first set foot on old Earth's moon. But if you looked at it still more closely, the starting instant was actually some 100 million seconds later, the 0 second of one of humankind's first computer operating systems. So behind all the top-level interfaces was layer under layer of support. Some of that software had been designed for wildly different situations. Every so often the inconsistencies caused fatal accidents. Despite the romance of spaceflight, the most common accidents were simply caused by ancient, misused programs finally getting their revenge. "We should rewrite it all," said Vom. "It's been done," said Sura, not looking up. She was preparing to go off watch and had spent the last 4 days trying to root a problem out of the cold sleep automation. "It's been tried," corrected Brett, just back from the freezers. "But even the top levels of Fleet's system code are enormous. You and 1,000 of your friends would have to work for a century or so to reproduce it." Tringley grinned evilly. "And guess what? Even if you did, by the time you finished, you'd have your own set of inconsistencies, and you still wouldn't be consistent with all the applications that might be needed now and then." Sura gave up on her debugging for the moment. The word for all this is mature programming environment. Basically, when hardware performance has been pushed to its final limit and programmers have had several centuries to code, you reach a point where there is far more significant code than can be rationalized. The best you can do is understand the overall layering and know how to search for the oddball tool that may come in handy. Take the situation I have here. She waved at the dependency chart she had been working on. "We are low on working fluid for the coffins. Like a million other things, there was none for sale on dear old Canberra. Well, the obvious thing is to move the coffins near the aft hull and cool by direct radiation. We don't have the proper equipment to support this, so lately I've been doing my share of archaeology. It seems that 500 years ago a similar thing happened after an in-system war at Torma. They hacked together a temperature maintenance package that is precisely what we need." "Almost precisely." Brett was grinning again, with some minor revisions. "Yes, which I've almost completed." She glanced at Vom, saw the look on his face. "Aha! I thought you'd rather die than use a coffin." Vom smiled shyly, remembering the little boy of 6 years before. "No, I'll use it. Someday." That day was another 5 years of Vom's lifetime away. They were busy years. Both Brett and Sura were off watch, and Vom never felt close to their replacements. The foursome played musical instruments, manually, just like minstrels at court. They'd do it for K-secs on end. There seemed to be some strange mental/social high they got from playing together. Vom was vaguely affected by music. But these people worked so hard for such ordinary results. Pham did not have the patience even to begin down that path. He drifted off. Being alone was something he was very good at. There was so much to learn. The more he studied, the more he understood what Vernor Vinge had meant about mature programming environments. By comparison with the crew members he knew, Pham had become an excellent programmer. Flaming genius was how he'd heard Vernor describe him when she hadn't known he was nearby. He could code anything, but life is short and most significant systems were terribly large. So Pham learned to hack about with the leviathans of the past. He could interface weapons code from Eldridge Ferry with patched conic planners from before the conquest of space. Just as important, he knew how and where to look for possibly appropriate applications hidden in the ship's network. And he learned something about mature programming environments that Vernor had never quite said. When systems depended on underlying systems, and those depended on things still older, it became impossible to know all the systems could do. Deep in the interior of fleet automation, there must be, a maze of trap-doors. Most of the authors were thousands of years dead, their hidden accesses probably lost forever. Other traps had been set by companies or governments that hoped to survive the passage of time. Vernor and Brett and maybe a few of the others knew things about the reprise's systems that gave them special powers. The medieval prince in Pham Nguyen was entrenched by this insight. If only one could be at the ground floor of some universally popular system. If the new layer was used everywhere, then the owner of those trapdoors would be like a king forever after, throughout the entire universe of use. 11 years had passed since a certain frightened 13-year-old had been taken from Canberra. Vernor had just returned from cold sleep. It was a return that Pham had awaited with increasing desire, since just after she departed. There was so much he wanted to tell her, so much to ask her and show her. Yet when the time finally came, he couldn't bring himself to stay at the cold sleep hold and greet her. She found him in an equipment bay on the aft hull, a tiny niche with a real window on the stars. It was a place that Pham had appropriated several years earlier. There was tap on the light plastic cover. He slipped it aside. "Hello, Pham." Vernor had a strange smile on her face. She looked strange, so young. In fact, she simply hadn't aged. And now Pham Nguyen had lived 24 years. He waved her into the tiny room. She floated close past him and turned. Her eyes were solemn above the smile. "You've grown up, friend." Pham started to shake his head. "Yes, but you were still ahead of me." "Maybe, in some ways, but you're twice the programmer I will ever be. I saw the solutions you worked out for Seng this last watch." They sat, and she asked him about Seng's problems and his solutions. All the glib speeches and bravado he'd spent the last year planning were swept from his mind, his conversation reduced to awkward starts and stops. Vernor didn't seem to notice. Damn, how does a Cheng-Ho man take a woman? On Canberra, he had grown up believing in chivalry and sacrifice, and had gradually learned that the true method was very different. A gentleman simply grabbed what he wanted, assuming a more powerful gentleman did not already own it. Pham's own personal experience was limited and surely untypical. Poor Cindy had grabbed him. At the beginning of the last watch, he had tried the true Canberra method on one of the female crew. Sheena Rao had broken his wrist and made a formal complaint. It was something Vernor would surely hear about sooner or later. The thought blew away Pham's tenuous hold on the conversation. He stared at Vernor in embarrassed silence, then blurted out the announcement he had been holding secret for some special moment. I'm going to go off watch, Vernor. I'll finally start cold sleep." She nodded solemnly, as if she had never guessed. "You know what really did it for me, Vernor? The dust smoke that broke me? It was 3 years ago. You were off watch, and I realized how long it would be until next I saw you. I was trying to make that second-level celestial mech stuff work. You really have to understand some math to do that. For a while I was stumped. For the hell of it, I moved up here, just started staring at the sky. I've done that before. Every year my sun is dimmer. It's scary." "I'll bet," said Sura. "But I didn't know you could see directly aft, even from here." She slid near the 40-centimeter port and killed the lights. "Yes, you can," said Pham, "at least when your eyes adjust." The room was dark as pitch now. This was a real window, not some enhancing display device. He moved close behind her. "See, there's the 4 bright stars of the pikeman. Now Canberra's star just makes his pole 1 tong longer." Silly. She doesn't know the Canberran sky. He babbled on, a mindless cover for what he was feeling. "But even that is not what got me. My sun is another star. So what? The thing is, the constellations, the pikeman, the wild goose, the plough, I can still recognize them, but even their shapes have changed. I know I should have expected that. I'd been doing the math behind much harder things. But it struck me. In 11 years, we have moved so far that the whole sky has changed. It gave me a gut feeling of how far we've come, how very far we still have to go." He gestured in the dark, and his palm slapped lightly on the smooth swell of her rear. His voice died in a little squeak, and for a measurable instant his hand sat motionless on her pants, his fingers touching her bare flesh just above the hip-line. Somehow he hadn't noticed before. Her blouse wasn't even tucked in. His hand swept around her waist and upward across the smooth curve of her belly, kept moving till he touched the undersides of her breasts. The move was a grab, modified and tentative perhaps, but a definite grab. Sura's reaction was almost as swift as Sheena Rao's had been. She twisted beneath him, her breast centering in the palm of his other hand. Before Pham could get out of her way, her arm was behind his neck, levering him down for a long, hard kiss. He felt multiple shocks where his lips touched hers, where his hand rested, where her legs slid up between his. And now she was pulling his shirt from his pants, forcing their bodies into a single long touch. She leaned her head back from his lips and laughed softly. "Lord, I've been wanting to get my hands on you ever since you were 15 years old." "But why didn't you? I was in your power." It was the last coherent thought he had for some time. In the dark, there loomed more wonderful questions. How to get leverage, how to join the smooth endpoints of softness and hard. They bounced randomly from wall to wall, and poor Pham might never have found his way if not for his partner and guide. Afterward she brought up the lights and showed him how to do it in his sleeping hammock, and then again with the lights out once more. After a long while they floated exhausted in the dark. Peace and joy and his arms were so full with her. Starlight was a magical faintness that after enough time seemed almost bright enough to glint on Sura's eyes, to show the white of her teeth. She was smiling. "You're right about the stars," she said. "It is a bit humbling to see the sweep of the stars, to know how little we count." Pham squeezed her gently, but was for the moment so satisfied he could actually think about what she said. "Yes, it's scary. But at the same time I look out and realize that with starships and cold sleep, we are outside and beyond them. We can make what we want of the universe." The white of Sura's smile broadened. "Ah, Pham, maybe you haven't changed. I remember the first days of little Pham, when you could barely spit out an intelligible sentence. You kept insisting the Cheng Ho was an empire, and I kept saying we were simply traders, could never be anything more." "I remember, but still I don't understand. Cheng Ho has been around for how long?" "That name for trading fleet? Maybe 2,000 years. "That's longer than most empires." "Sure, and part of the reason is we're not an empire. It's our function that makes us seem everlasting. The Cheng Ho of 2,000 years ago had a different language, had no common culture with now. I'm sure that things like it exist off and on through all human space. It's a process, not a government." "Just a bunch of guys who happen to be doing similar things?" "You got it." Pham was silent for a while. She just didn't understand. "Okay, that is the way things are now. But don't you see the power that this gives you? You hold a high technology across hundreds of light years of space and thousands of years of time." "No. That's like saying the sea surf could rule a world. It's everywhere, it's powerful, and it seems to be coordinated. You could have a network, like the fleet network you used at Canberra. Light speed, Farm, remember? Nothing goes faster. I've no idea what traders are doing on the other side of human space, and at best that information would be centuries out of date. The most you've seen is networking across the reprise. You've studied how a small fleet network is run. I doubt you can imagine the sort of net it takes to support a planetary civilization. You'll see at Nam Kem. Every time we visit a place like that, we lose some crew. Life with a planetary network where you can interact with millions of people with millisecond latencies. That is something you are still blind to. I'll bet when we get to Nam Kem, you'll leave too. I'll never... But Sura was turning in his embrace, her breast sliding across his chest, her hand sweeping down his belly, reaching. Fam's denial was lost in his body's electric response. After that, Fam moved into Sura's crew's quarters. They spent so much time together that the other watchstanders teased him for kidnapping our captain. In fact, the time with Sura then was unending joy to Fam, but it was not just lust-fulfilled. They talked and argued and set the course of the rest of their lives. And sometimes he thought of Cindy. Both she and Sura had come after him, lifting him to new awareness. They had both taught him things, argued with him, and bedeviled him, but they were as different as summer from winter, as different as a pond from an ocean. Cindy had stood up for him at the risk of her life, stood alone against all the king's men. In his wildest dreams, Fam could not imagine Sura then committing her life against such odds. No, Sura was infinitely thoughtful and cautious. It was she who had analyzed the risks of remaining at Canberra and concluded that success was unlikely, and persuaded enough others about those risks to wangle a ship from the Fleet Committee and escape Canberra space. Sura then planned for the long haul, saw problems where no one else could see. She avoided risks, or confronted them with overwhelming force of her own. In Fam's confused moral pantheon, she was much less than Cindy, and much more. Sura never bought his notion of a Chang-Ho Star Kingdom, but she didn't simply deny him. She showered him with books, with economics and histories that had eluded his decade-long reading schedule. A reasonable person would have accepted her point. There had been so many common-sense things that Fam Nguyen had been wrong about before. But Fam still had his old stubbornness. Maybe it was Sura who wore blinders. We could build an interstellar net. It would just be slow. Sura laughed. Yeah, slow, like a three-way handshake would take 1,000 years. Well, obviously the protocols would be different, and the usage too, but it could change the random trading function into something much more, profitable. He had almost said powerful, but he knew that would just get him zinged about his medieval mindset. We could keep a floating database of customers. Sura shook her head. But out of date by decades to millennia. We could maintain human language standards. Our network programming standards would outlive any customer government. Our trading culture could last forever. But Chang-Ho is just one fish in a random sea of traders. Oh. Fam could see that he was finally getting through. So the culture of our broadcasts would give participants a trading edge, so there would be a reinforcement effect. Yes, yes. And we could crypto-partition the broadcasts to protect against nearby competition. Fam smiled slyly. The next point was something that little Fam, and probably Fam's father, the king of all Northland, could never have conceived. In fact, we could even have some broadcasts in the clear. The language standards material, for instance, and the low end of our tech libraries. I've been reading the customer histories. All the way back to old Earth, the only constant is the churn, the rise of civilization, the fall, as often as not the local extinction of humankind. Over time, Chang-Ho broadcasts could damp those swings. Sura was nodding, a far look settling into her eyes. Yes, if we did it right, we'd end up with customer cultures that spoke our language, were molded to our trading needs, and used our programming environment. Her gaze snapped up to his face. You still have Empire on the brain, don't you?" Pham just smiled. Sura had a million objections, but she had caught the spirit of the idea, recast it into her experience, and now her entire imagination was working alongside his. As the days passed, her objections became more like suggestions, and their arguments more a kind of wondrous scheming. "You're crazy, Pham, but that doesn't matter. Maybe it takes a crazy medievalist to be so ambitious. It's like we're creating a civilization out of whole cloth. We can set up our own myths, our own conventions. We'll be in at the ground floor of everything, and we'll outlast any competition." "Lord," Sura said softly. It would be some time before they invented the Lord of all trade and the pantheon of lesser gods. "And, you know, Nam-Kem is the ideal place to start. They're about as advanced as a civilization can ever get, but they're getting a little cynical and decadent. They have propaganda techs as good as any in human histories. What you're suggesting is strange, but it's trivial compared to ad campaigns on a planetary net. If my cousins are still in Nam-Kem space, I bet they'd bankroll the operation." She laughed, joyous and almost childlike, and Pham realized how badly the fear of bankruptcy and disgrace had bent her down. "Hell, we're going to turn a profit!" The rest of their watch was a non-stop orgy of imagination and invention and lust. Pham came up with a combination of beamed and broadcast interstellar radio, schedules that could keep fleets and families in sync across centuries. Sura accepted most of the protocol design, wonder and obvious delight in her eyes. As for the human engineering, Pham's scheme of hereditary lords and military fleets, Sura laughed at those, and Pham did not argue the judgment. After all, in people things he was still scarcely more than a 13-year-old medieval. In fact, Sura then was far more awed than patronizing. Pham remembered their last conversation before he took his first turn in a cold-sleep coffin. Sura had been calibrating the radiative coolers, checking the hypothermia drugs. "We'll come out almost together, Pham. Me 100 Kasek before you. I'll be here to help." She smiled, and he could feel her gaze gently searching in him. "Don't worry." Pham made some flippant remark, but of course she saw the uneasiness in him. She spoke of other things as he slipped into the coffin, a running monologue of their plans and daydreams, what they would begin when they finally reached Nam-Kem. And then it was time, and she hesitated. She leaned down and kissed him lightly on the lips. Her smile turned faintly teasing, but she was mocking herself as much as him. "Sleep well, sweet prince." And then she was gone, and the drugs were taking effect. It didn't feel cold at all. His last thoughts were a strange floating back across his past. During Pham's childhood on Canberra, his father had been a far-away figure. His own brothers had been lethal threats to his existence. Cindy, he had lost Cindy before he ever really understood. But for Sura then, he had the feeling of a grown child for a loving parent, the feeling of a man for his woman, the feeling of a human being for a dear friend. In some fundamental sense, Sura then had been all those things. For much of her long life, Sura then had seemed to be his friend. And even though she was ultimately his betrayer, still, there at the beginning, Sura then had been a woman good and true. Someone was shaking him gently, waving a hand in his face. "Hey, Tringley! Pham! Are you still with us?" It was Zhao Shen, and he looked genuinely concerned. Yes, I'm fine." "You sure?" Shen watched him for several seconds, then drifted back to his seat. "I had an uncle who went all glassy-eyed like you just did. 'Twas a stroke, and he—" "Yeah, well, I'm fine. Never better." Pham put the bluster back in his voice. "I was just thinking, that's all." The claim provoked diversionary laughter all round the table. "Thinking. A bad habit, Pham, old boy." After a few moments their concern faded. Pham listened attentively now, occasionally injecting loud opinions. In fact, invasive daydreaming had been a feature of his personality since at least his leaving the Canberra. He'd get totally wrapped up in memories or planning and lose himself the way some people did in immersion videos. He'd screwed up at least one deal because of it. From the corner of his eye he could see that Kiwi was gone. Yes, the girl's childhood had been much like his, and maybe that accounted for her imagination and drive now. In fact, he had often wondered if the Strentmanian's crazy child-rearing was based on stories of Fam's time on the reprise. At least when he had reached his destination, things got better. Poor Kiwi had found only death and deception here, but she still kept going. "We're getting good translations now." Trude Silapan was back on the Spiders. "I'm in charge of Renault's translator zipheads." Trude was more like an attendant than a manager, but no one pointed that out. "I tell you, any day now we'll start getting information about what the Spiders' original civilization was like. I don't know, Trude. Everyone says this must be a fallen colony, but if the Spiders are elsewhere in space, how come we don't hear the radio?" Fam: "Look, we've been over this before. Arachna must be a colony world. This system is just too hostile for life to start naturally." And someone else: "Maybe the creatures don't have a Cheng-Ho." Chuckles went round the table. "No, there'd still be plenty of radio noise. We'd hear them. Maybe the rest of them are really far away, like the Perseus mumbling. Or maybe they're so advanced they don't use radio. We only noticed these guys because they're starting over." It was an old argument, part of a mystery that extended back to the age of failed dreams. More than anything else, it was what had drawn the human expeditions to Arachna. It was certainly what had drawn Fam. And indeed, Fam had already found something new, something so powerful that the origin of the Spiders was now a peripheral issue for him. Fam had found focus. With focus, the emergents could convert their brightest people into dedicated machines of thought. A dud like Trude Silapan could get effective translations at the touch of a key. A monster like Tomas Na could have eyes unresting. Focus gave the emergents a power that no one had ever had before, subtly that surpassed any machine, and patience that surpassed any human. That was one of the failed dreams, but they had achieved it. Watching Silapan pontificate, Fam realized that the next stage in his plan had finally arrived. The low-level emergents had accepted Fam Trinley. Na tolerated, even humored him, thinking he might be an unknowing window on the Cheng-Ho military mind. There was time to learn a lot more about focus. Learn from Silapan, from Renault. Someday learn the technical side of the thing. Fam had tried to build a true civilization across all of human space. For a few brief centuries it had seemed he might succeed. In the end, he had been betrayed. But Fam had long ago realized that the betrayal had been just the overt failure. What Sura and the others did to him at Briscoe Gap had been inevitable. An interstellar empire covers so much space, so much time. The goodness and justice of such a thing is not enough. You need an edge. Fam knew and raised his bulb of diamonds and dice and drank an unnoticed toast to the lessons of the past and the promise of the future. This time, he would do things right. 18. Ezra Ven's first 2 years after the ambush were spread across nearly 8 years of objective time. Almost like a good Cheng-Ho captain, Tomas Na was pacing their duty time to match local developments. Kiwi and her crews were out of cold sleep more than any, but even they were slowing down. And Renault kept her astrophysicists busy, too. On-off continued to settle along the light curve that had been seen in previous centuries. To a lay observer it looked like a normal hydrogen-eating sun, complete with sunspots. At first she held the other academics to a lower duty cycle, awaiting the resumption of Spider activity. Military radio transmissions were heard from Arachna less than 1 day after the relight, even while steam storms churned the surface. Apparently, the off phase of the sun had interrupted some local war. Within a year or two, there were dozens of transmission sites on 2 continents. Every 2 centuries, these creatures had to rebuild their surface structures almost from the foundations up, but apparently they were very good at it. When gaps showed in the cloud cover, the spacers caught sight of new roads, towns. By the 4th year, there were 2,000 transmission points, the classical fixed station model. Now Trixie Bonsall and the other linguists went to a heavier duty cycle. For the first time they had continuous audio to study. When their watches matched, and they often did now, Ezra visited Trixie Bonsall every day. At first, Trixie was more remote than ever. She didn't seem to hear him. The spider talk flooded her workroom. The sounds were a squeaking shrillness that changed from day to day as Trixie and the other focused linguists determined where in the acoustic spectrum the sense of spider talk was hidden and devised convenient representations, both auditory and visual, for its study. Eventually, Trixie had a usable data representation. And then the translations really began. Renault's focused translators grabbed everything they could get, producing thousands of words of semi-intelligible text per day. Trixie was the best. That was obvious from the beginning. It was her work with the physics texts that had been the original breakthrough, and it was she who melded that written language with the language spoken in 2/3 of the radio broadcasts. Even compared to the Cheng-Ho linguists, Trixie Bonsall excelled. How proud she would be if only she could know. "She's indispensable." Renault passed sentence with her typical flat affect, free of both praise and sadism, a statement of fact. Trixie Bonsall would get no early out, as Hunter Wen had. Then tried to read everything the translators produced. At first it was typical of raw field linguistics, where each sentence consisted of dozens of pointers to alternative meanings, alternative parsings. After a few MSECs, the translations were almost readable. There were living beings down there on Arachna, and these were their words. Some of the focused linguists never got beyond the annotated-style translations. They were caught in the lower levels of meaning and fought any attempt to capture the spirit of the aliens. Maybe that was enough. For one thing, they learned that the spiders had no knowledge of any previous civilization. "We're seeing no mention of the golden age of technology." Naw looked at Renault skeptically. "That's suspicious in itself. Even on old Earth there were at least myths of a lost past. And if ever there were an origin world, it was old Earth." Renault shrugged. "I'm telling you that any mention of past technical civilizations is below the plausible background level. For instance, as far as we can tell, archaeology is considered an insignificant academic pursuit, not the world-creating frenzy of the typical fallen colony." "Well, plague take it," said Richard Bruegel. "If there's nothing for these guys to dig up, our payoff is just about crap." "Pity you didn't think of that before you came," thought Ezra. Naw looked sour and surprised, but he disagreed with Bruegel. "We've still got Dr. Lee's results." His glance flickered across the Cheng-Ho at the foot of the table, and Ezra was sure that something else passed through the emergent's mind. "We've still got a Cheng-Ho fleet library and peddlers to explore it for us." Trixie let Ezra touch her now, sometimes to comb her hair, sometimes just to pat her shoulder. Maybe he had spent so much time in her workroom that she thought of him as a piece of furniture, as safe as any other voice-activated machine. Trixie normally worked with a head-up display now. Sometimes that gave the comforting illusion that she was actually looking at him. She would even answer his questions as long as they stayed within the scope of her focus and did not interrupt her conversations with her equipment and the other translators. Much of the time, Trixie sat in the semi-darkness, listening and speaking her translations at the same time. Several of the translators worked in that mode, scarcely more than automatons. Trixie was different, Ven liked to think. Like the others, she analyzed and reanalyzed, but not to insert a dozen extra interpretations beneath every syntactic structure. Trixie's translations seemed to reach for the meaning as it was in the minds of the speakers, in minds for which the spider world was a normal, familiar place. Trixie Bonsall's translations were art. Art was not what Anne Renault was looking for. At first she had only little things to complain about. The translators chose an alternative orthography for their output. They represented the X** and Q* glyphs with digraphs. It made their translations look very quaint. Fortunately, Trixia wasn't the first to use the bizarre scheme. Unfortunately, she originated far too much of the questionable novelty. One terrible day, Renault threatened to bar Ezra from Trixia's workroom, that is, from Trixia's life. "Whatever you're doing, Ven, it's messing her up. She's giving me figurative translations. Look at these names. Scherkaner Underhill, Jabert Landers. She's throwing away complications that all the translators agree on. In other places, she's making up nonsense syllables." "She's doing just what she should be doing, Renault. You've been working with automatons too long." One thing about Renault, though she was crass even by emergent standards, she never seemed vindictive. She could even be argued with. But if she barred him from seeing Trixia... Renault stared at him for a moment. "You're no linguist." "I'm Cheng Ho. To make our way, we've had to understand the heart of thousands of human cultures and a couple of non-human ones. You people have mucked around this small end of human space with languages based on our broadcasts. There are languages that are enormously different." "Yes, that's why her grotesque simplifications are not acceptable. No, you need people who truly understand the other side's minds, who can show the rest of us what is important about the aliens' differences. So Trixia's spider names look silly. But this Accord group is a young culture. Their names are still mostly meaningful in their daily language. Not all of them, and not the given names. In fact, real spider talk merges given names and surnames, that interphonation trick. I'm telling you what Trixia is doing is fine. I'll bet the given names are from older and related languages. Notice how they almost make sense, some of them." "Yes, and that's the worst of all. Some of this looks like bits of Ladil or Ammonese. These Ladil units, hours, inches, minutes, they just make for awkward reading." Ezra had his own problems with the crazy Ladil units, but he wasn't going to admit that to Renault. "I'm sure Trixia sees things that relate to her central translation the way Ammonese and Ladil relate to the Nese you and I speak." Renault was silent for a long moment, vacantly staring. Sometimes that meant that the discussion was over, and she had just not bothered to dismiss him. Other times it meant that she was trying very hard to understand. "So, you're saying that she's achieving a higher level of translation, giving us insight by trading on our own self-awareness." It was a typical Renault analysis, awkward and precise. "Yes, that's it. You still want the translations with all the pointers and exceptions and caveats, since our understanding is still evolving. But the heart of good trading is having a gut feel for the other side's needs and expectations." Renault had bought the explanation. In any case, Naw liked the simplifications, even the Ladil quaintness. As time passed, the other translators adopted more and more of Trixia's conventions. Ezra doubted if any of the unfocused emergents were really competent to judge the translations. And despite his own confident talk, Ezra wondered more and more. Trixia's meta-trans of the spiders was too much like the Dawn Age history he had pushed at her just before the ambush. That might seem alien to Naw and Bruegel and Renault, but it was Ezra's specialty, and he saw too many suspicious coincidences. Trixia consistently ignored the physical nature of the spiders. Maybe this was just as well, considering the loathing that some humans felt for spiders. But the creatures were radically non-human in appearance, more alien in form and life cycle than any intelligence yet encountered by humankind. Some of their limbs had the function of human jaws, and they had nothing exactly like hands and fingers, instead using their large number of legs to manipulate objects. These differences were all but invisible in Trixia's translations. There was an occasional reference to a pointed hand, perhaps the stiletto shape that a foreleg could fold into, or to mid-hands and forehands, but that was all. In school, Ezra had seen translations that were this soft, but those had been done by experts with decades of face-to-face experience with the customer culture. Children's radio programming, at least that's what Trixia thought it was, had been invented on the spider world. She translated the show's title as The Children's Hour of Science, and currently it was their best source of insight about the spiders. The radio show was an ideal combination of science language, which the humans had made good progress on, and the colloquial language of everyday culture. No one knew if it was really aimed at schooling children or simply entertaining them. Conceivably, it was remedial education for military conscripts. Yet Trixia's title caught on, and that colored everything that followed with innocence and cuteness. Trixia's Arachna seemed like something from a Dawn-Age fairy tale. Sometimes, when Ezra had spent a long day with her, when she had not spoken a word to him, when her focus was so narrow that it denied all humanity, sometimes he wondered if these translations might be the Trixia of old, trapped in the most effective slavery of all time, and still reaching out for hope. The spider world was the only place her focus allowed her to gaze upon. Maybe she was distorting what she heard, creating a dream of happiness in the only way that was left to her. 19. It was in the mid-phase of the sun, and Princeton had recovered much of its beauty. In the cooler times ahead, there would be much more construction, the open theaters, the palace of the waning years, the university's arboreta. But by 6019, the street plan of generations past was fully in place. The central business section was complete, and the university held classes all the year round. In other ways, the year 6019 was different from 5919, and very different from the 10th year of all generations before that. The world had entered the age of science. An airfield covered the river lowlands that had been farm paddies in past eras. Radio masts grew from the city's highest hills. At night, their far-red marker lights could be seen for miles. By 6019, most of the Accord's cities were similarly changed, as were the great cities of Tiefstadt and the Kindred, and, to a lesser degree, the cities of poorer nations. But even by the standards of the new age, Princeton was a very special place. There were things happening here that didn't show on the visible landscape, yet were the seeds of greater revolution. Hrunkner Unnerby flew in to Princeton one rainy spring morning. An airport taxi drove him from the riverfront up through the center of town. Unnerby had grown up in Princeton, and his old construction company had been here. He arrived before most shops' opening time. Street cleaners scuttled this way and that around his taxi. A cool drizzle left the shops and the trees with glints of 1,000 colors. Hrunkner liked the old downtown, where many of the stone foundations had survived more than 3 or 4 generations. Even the new concrete and the brick upper stories followed designs from before the time of any living person. Out of the downtown they climbed through new housing. This was a former royal property that the government had sold to finance the Great War. The conflict the new generation was already calling simply the war with the Tiefers. Some parts of the new district were instant slums. Others, the higher viewpoints, were elegant estates. The taxi trundled back and forth along the switchbacks, rising slowly toward the highest spot in the new tract. The top was obscured by dripping ferns, but here and there he glimpsed outbuildings. Gates opened silently and without apparent attendants. There was a bloody palace up ahead. Sherkaner Underhill stood by the parking circle at the end, looking quite out of place beside the grand entrance. The rain was just a comfortable mist, but Underhill popped open an umbrella as he walked out to greet Unnerby. "Welcome, Sergeant, welcome. All the years I've been after you to visit my little hill house, and finally you're here." Hrunkner shrugged. "I have so much to show you, starting with 2 small but important items." He tipped back the umbrella. After a moment, 2 tiny heads peeked up from the fur on his back. The 2 were babies holding tight to their father. They could be no older than normal children in the early bright, just old enough to be cute. "The little girl is Rapsa, and the boy is Hrunkner." Unnerby stepped forward, trying to seem casual. They probably named the child Hrunkner out of friendship. God in deepest earth. "Very pleased to meet you." In the best of times, Unnerby had no way with children. Training new hires was the closest he'd ever come to raising them. Hopefully that would excuse his unease. The babies seemed to sense his distaste and retreated shyly from sight. "Never mind," said Schikanor in that oblivious way of his. "They'll come out and play once we're indoors." Schikanor led him inside, talking all the way about how much he had to show him, how good it was that Hrungnir was finally visiting. The years had changed Underhill, physically at least. Gone was the painful leanness. He had been through several molts. The fur on his back was deep and paternal, strange to see on anyone in this phase of the sun. The tremor in his head and forebody was a little worse than Unnerby remembered. They walked through a foyer, big enough for a hotel, and down a wide spiral of steps that looked out upon wing after wing of Schikanor's little hill house. There were plenty of other people here, servants perhaps, though they didn't wear the livery that the super-rich usually demanded. In fact, the place had the utilitarian feel of corporate or government property. Unnerby interrupted the other's non-stop chatter with, "This is all a front, isn't it, Underhill? The king never sold this hill at all, just transferred it to the intelligence service." "No, really. I do own the ground. I bought it myself. But, I do a lot of consulting, and Accord Intelligence, decided that security was best served by setting up the labs right here. I have some things to show you." "Yeah, well, that's the point of my visit, Shirk. I don't think you're working on the right things. You've pushed the Crown into going all out for— I assume we can talk freely here?" Yes, of course." Ordinarily, Unnerby wouldn't have accepted such a casual assertion, but he was beginning to realize how thoroughly secure the building was. There was plenty of Schikanor design, the logarithmic spiral of the main rooms, for instance, but there was also Victory's touch, the guards, he now realized, lurking everywhere, the crisply clean nature of the carpets and walls. This place was probably as safe as Unnerby's labs inside Land's Command. "Okay, you've pushed the Crown into going all out for atomic power. I'm managing more men and equipment than a billionaire, including several people almost as smart as you are." In fact, though Hrungnir Unnerby was still a sergeant, his job was about as far from that rank as one could get. His life these days was beyond his wildest contractor's dream. Good. Victory has a lot of faith in you, you know." He led his guest into a large and peculiar room. There were bookcases and a desk, all overflowing with reports, randomly piled books, and notepaper. But the bookcases were fastened to a cobbly jungle gym, and children's books were mixed with the arcana. His two babies hopped from his back and scuttled up the gym. Now they peered down upon them from the ceiling. Schikanor pushed books and magazines off a lower perch and waved for Unnerby to seat himself. Thank God he didn't try to change the subject. "Yeah, but you haven't seen my reports." "Yes, I have. Victory sends them to me, though I haven't had time to read them." "Well, maybe you should." Deep secret reports are sent to him, and he doesn't have time to read them, and he's the cobber who started it all. "Look, Schikanor, I'm telling you it's not working out. In principle, atomic power can do everything we need. In practice, well, we've made some really deadly poisons. There are things like radium, but a lot easier to produce in bulk. We've also got one isotope of uranium that's very hard to isolate, but I think if we do, we can make a hell of a bomb. We can give you the energy to keep a city warm through the dark, but all in less than a second." "Excellent. That's a start." "That excellent start may be as far as it gets. I've had 3 labs taken over by the bomb cobbers. Trouble is, this is peacetime. This technology is going to leak out, first to mining interests, then to foreign states. Can you imagine what will happen once the Kindred and the old Tiefers and God knows who else starts making these things?" That seemed to penetrate Underhill's durable armor of inattention. "Yes, that will be very bad. I haven't read your reports, but Victory is up here often. Technology gives us wonders and terrible dangers. We can't have one without the other. But I'm convinced we won't survive unless we play with these things. You're seeing just one part of it all. Look, I know Victory can get you more money. Accord Intelligence has a good credit rating. They can go beyond the tithe for a decade without having to show a profit. We'll get you more labs, whatever you want. Chicaner, have you heard of forcing the learning curve?" Well, clearly he had. "Right now, if I had all the wealth in the world, I could give you a city heating unit, maybe. It would suffer catastrophic failure every few years, and even when it was working properly, its transfer fluid, superheated steam, say, would be so radioactive that your city's residents would all be dead before the dock was even 10 years old. Beyond a certain point, throwing more money and technicians at a problem just doesn't help." Chicaner didn't answer immediately. Honorby had the feeling that his attention was roaming around the top of the jungle gym, watching his two babies. This room was a truly bizarre combination of wealth, the old Underhill intellectual chaos and the new Underhill paternity. Where the floor wasn't piled with books and knickknacks, he could see plush carpet. The wall covering was one of those super-expensive delusional patterns. The windows were quartz-paned, extending all the way to the high ceiling. They were cranked open now. The smell of ferns in the cool morning floated in past wrought-iron trellises. There were electric lamps by Underhill's desks and by the leg holes of the bookcases, but they were all turned off now. The only light was the green and near red that filtered through the ferns. That was more than enough to read the titles on the nearest books. There were psychology, math, electronics, an occasional astronomy text, and lots of children's story books. The books were stacked in low piles, filling most of the space between toys and equipment, and it wasn't always clear which were Underhill's toys and which were the children's. Some of the stuff looked like travel souvenirs, perhaps from Victory's military postings, a Tiefer leg polisher, dried flowers that might have been an Islander garland, and over in the corner it looked like a Mark 7 artillery rocket, for God's sake. The warhead hatch had been removed, and there was a dollhouse installed in place of the customary high explosives. Finally, Underhill said, "You're right. Money alone won't make progress. It takes time to make the machines that make the machines, and so on. But we still have another 25 years or so, and the General tells me you are a genius at managing something this large." Prunkner felt an old pride in hearing that, more pride than for all the medals he had collected in the Great War. But if it hadn't been for Smith and Underhill, he never would have discovered he had such talents. He replied grumpily, careful not to give away how much such praise meant to him. "Thank you so much. But what I'm telling you is that none of that is enough. If you want this done in less than 20 years, I need something more." "Yes? What?" "You, damn it. Your insight. Since the first year of the project, you've been hidden away up here in Princeton, doing God knows what." "Oh, look, Prunkner, I'm sorry. The atomic power stuff just isn't very interesting to me anymore." Knowing Underhill for all these years, Underby should not have been surprised by the comment. Nevertheless, it made him want to chew on his hands. Here was a fellow who abandoned fields of endeavor before others even knew they existed. If he were simply a crank, there'd be no problem. As it was, sometimes Underby would have cheerfully killed the copper. "Yes," continued Underhill, "you need more bright people. I'm working on that, you know. I have some things I want to show you. But even so," he said, obliviously pouring fuel on the fire, "my intuition is that atomic power will turn out to be relatively easy compared to the other challenges." "Such as what?" Chicaner laughed. "Such as raising children, for example." He pointed at the antique pendulum clock on the side wall. "I thought the other Cobleys would be here by now. Maybe I should show you the Institute first." He got off his perch, began waving in that silly way parents do to small children. Come down, come down! Perhaps stay off the clock." Too late. The baby had scuttled off the gym, made a flying leap onto the pendulum, and slid all the way to the floor. "I've got so much junk here, I'm afraid something will fall on the babies and squash them." The two ran across the floor, hopped into their appointed places in their father's fur. They were scarcely bigger than woods fairies. Underhill had gotten his institute declared a division of King's School. The Hill House contained a number of classrooms, each occupying an arc of the outside perimeter. And it wasn't Crown funds that paid for most of it, at least according to Underhill. Much of the research was simply proprietary, paid for by companies that had been very impressed by Underhill. I could have hired away some of King's School's best, but we made a deal. Their people continue to teach and do research downtown, but they get time up here with a percentage of our overhead getting fed back to King's School. And up here, what counts is results. No classes? When Chicaner shrugged, the two little ones bobbed up and down on his back and made excited little meeping sounds that probably meant, "Do it again, Daddy." Yes, we have classes, sort of. The main thing is people get to talk to other people across many specialties. Students take a risk because things are so unstructured. I've got a few who are having a good time, but who aren't bright enough for this to work for them. Most of the classrooms had 2 or 3 persons at the blackboards and a crowd watching from low perches. It was hard to tell who was the prof and who the student. In some cases, Faulkner couldn't even guess the field being discussed. They stopped for a moment by one door. A current generation Cobley was lecturing a bunch of old cobbers. The blackboard scratching looked like a combination of celestial mechanics and electromagnetics. Chicaner stopped, waved a smile at the people in the room. "You remember the aurora we saw in dark? I have a fellow here who thinks that maybe it was caused by objects in space, things that are exceptionally dark." "They weren't dark when we saw them." "Yes. Maybe they actually have something to do with the start of the new sun. I have my doubts. Jaybert doesn't know much celestial mechanics yet. He does know E and M. He's working on a wireless device that can radiate at wavelengths of just a few inches." "Huh? That sounds more like super far red than radio." "It's not something we could ever see, but it's going to be neat. He wants to use it as an echo finder for his space rocks." They walked farther down the hall. He noticed that Underhill was suddenly silent, no doubt to give him time to think on the idea. Faulkner Underby was a very practical fellow. He suspected that was the reason he was essential to some of General Smith's wilder projects. But even he could be brought up short by an idea that was spectacular enough. He had only the vaguest notion how such short wavelengths would behave, though they should be highly directional. The power needed for echo detection would vary as the inverse fourth power of the range. They'd have effective ground uses for it before they ever had enough juice to go looking for rocks in outer space. The military angle could be more important than anything this Jaybert was planning. "Has anyone built this high-frequency transmitter?" His interest must have shown. Underhill was smiling more and more. "Yes, and that's Jaybert's real work of genius, something he calls a cavity oscillator. I've got a little antenna on the roof. It looks more like a telescope mirror than a radio mast. Victory installed a row of relays down the westernmost range to Land's command. I can talk to her as reliably as over the telephone cable. I'm using it as a test bed for one class's crypto schemes. We'll end up with the most secure high-volume wireless you can imagine." Even if Jaybert's stargazing never works out. Chicaner Underhill was as crazy as ever, and Underby was beginning to see what he was getting at, why he refused to drop everything and work on atomic power. "You really think this school is going to produce the geniuses we need at Land's command?" "It's going to find them anyway, and I think we're bringing out the best in what we find. I've never had more fun in my life. But you have to be flexible, Hronk. The essence of real creativity is a certain playfulness, a flitting from idea to idea without getting bogged down by fixated demands. Of course, you don't always get what you thought you were asking for. From this era on, I think invention will be the parent of necessity, and not the other way around." That was easy for Chicaner Underhill to say. He didn't have to engineer the science into reality. Underhill had stopped at an empty classroom. He peeked in at the blackboards. More gobbledygook. "You remember the cam and gear devices that Land's command used in the war to figure ballistic tables? We're making things like that with vacuum tubes and magnet cores. They're 1,000,000 times faster than the cam gadgets, and we can input the numbers as symbol strings instead of vernier settings. Your physicists will love it." He chuckled. You'll see, Frank. Except for the fact that the inventions are first patented by our sponsors, you and Victory will have more than enough to keep you happy. They continued up the long spiral stair. It opened finally into an atrium near the top of the hill. There were higher hills around Princeton, but the view from here was spectacular enough, even in a cool drizzle. Underby could see a trimotor coming in at the airport. Tracts of late-phase development on the other side of the valley were the colors of wet granite and just-laid asphalt. Underby knew the company on that job. They had faith in the rumors that there would be power available to live long into the next dark. What would Princeton be like if that were so? A city under the stars and hard vacuum, yet not asleep, and its deepnesses empty. The biggest risks would be late in the waning years, when people must decide whether to stock up for a conventional dark or gamble on what Hronkner Underby's engineers thought they could do. His nightmares were not a failure, but a partial success. "Daddy, Daddy!" 2 5-year-olds careered into sight behind them. They were followed by 2 more Copleys, but these looked almost big enough to be in phase. For more than 10 years, Hronkner Underby had done his best to overlook his boss's perversions. General Victory Smith was the best intelligence chief he could imagine, probably even better than Strut Greenvall. It shouldn't matter what her personal habits were. It had certainly never bothered him that she was born out of phase herself. That was something a person had no control over. But that she would start a family at the beginning of a new sun, that she would damn her own children as she had been damned, and they aren't even all the same age. The 2 babies had hopped off Underhill's back. They scuttled across the grass and up the legs of their 2 oldest siblings. It was almost as if Smith and Underhill had deliberately set out to smear offal in the eyes of society's regard. This visit, so long avoided, was turning out to be just as bad as he'd feared. The 2 oldest, both boys, hoisted the babies up, pretended for a moment to carry them like real fathers. They had no back fur, of course, and the babies slipped and slid down their carapaces. They grabbed hold of their brothers' jackets and scrambled back up, their baby laughter loud. Underhill introduced the 4 to the sergeant. They all trooped across the soggy grass to the protection of an awning. This was the biggest play area that Underby had ever seen outside a schoolyard, but it was also very strange. A proper school went through discrete grades targeting the current age of the pupils. The equipment in Underhill's play garden spanned a number of years. There were vertical gym nets, such as only a 2-year-old could easily use. There were sandboxes, several huge doll houses, and low play tables with picture books and games. "Junior is the reason we didn't meet you and Mr. Underby downstairs, Dad." The 12-year-old flicked a pointed hand in the direction of one of the 5-year-olds. "Victory, Junior? She wanted you up here so we could show Mr. Underby all our toys." 5-year-olds are not very good at hiding their feelings. Victory, Junior, still had her baby eyes. Even though baby eyes could turn a few degrees, there were only 2 of them. She had to face almost directly toward whatever she wanted to observe. In a way, that could never be true of an adult. It was easy to see where Junior's attention was. Her 2 big eyes looked first at Underhill and Underby, then glanced toward her older brother. "Snitch!" she hissed at him. "You wanted them up here, too." She flicked her eating hands at him and sidled close to Underhill. "I'm sorry, Daddy. I wanted to show my dollhouse, and Brent and Gokna still had their lessons to finish." Underhill lifted his forearms to enclose her in a hug. "Well, we were going to come up here anyway." And to Underby, "I'm afraid the General has made rather a big thing of you, Hronkner." "Yeah, you're an engineer," said the other 5-year-old. "Gokna?" Whatever Junior's desires, Brent and Jirlib got to show off first. Their actual educational state was hard to estimate. The 2 had some kind of study curriculum, but were otherwise allowed to look into whatever they wished. Jirlib, the boy who had tattled on Junior, collected things. He seemed more deeply into fossils than any child Underby had ever seen. Jirlib had books from the King's School Library that would have challenged adult students. He had a collection of diamond foraminifera from trips with his parents down to Land's Command. And almost as much as his father, he was full of crazy theories. We're not the first, you know. 100 million years ago, just under the Diamond Strata, there were the distorts of Kelm. Most scientists think they were dumb animals, but they weren't. They had a magic civilization, and I'm going to figure out how it worked. Actually, that was not new craziness, but Unnerby was a little surprised that Chicaner let his children read Kelm's crank paleontology. Brent, the other 12-year-old, was more like the stereotype of an out-of-phase child, withdrawn, a little bit sullen, perhaps retarded. He didn't seem to know what to do with his hands and feet, and though he had plenty of eyes, he favored his foreview as though he were still much younger. Brent didn't seem to have any special interests except for what he called Daddy's tests. He had bags of builder toys, shiny metal dowels, and connector hubs. 3 or 4 of the tables were covered by elaborate dowel and connector structures. By clever variation of the number of dowels per hub, someone had constructed various curved surfaces for the child. "I've thought a lot about Daddy's tests. I'm getting better and better." He began fiddling with a large torus, breaking up the carefully built framework. "Tests?" Unnerby waved a glare at Chicaner. "What are you doing with these children?" Unnerby didn't seem to hear the anger in his voice. "Aren't children wonderful? I mean, when they aren't a pain in the ass. Watching a baby grow up, you can see the mechanisms of thought grow into place, stage by stage." He slipped a hand gently across his back, petting the 2 babies, who had returned to safe haven. "In some ways, these 2 are less intelligent than a jungle tyrant. There are patterns of thought that just don't exist in babies. When I play with them, I can almost feel the barriers. But as the years pass, the minds grow, methods are added." Underhill walked along the play tables as he spoke. One of the 5-year-olds, Gokna, danced half a pace in front of him, mimicking his gestures, even to the trimmer. He stopped at a table covered with beautiful blown-glass bottles, a dozen shapes and tints. Several were filled with fruit water and ice, as if for some bizarre lawn party. But even the 5-year-olds have mental blinders. They have good language skills, but they're still missing basic concepts. "And it's not just that we don't understand sex," said Gokna. For once Underhill looked a little embarrassed. "She's heard this speech too many times, I fear, and by now her brothers have told her what to say when we play question games." Gokna pulled on his leg. "Sit down and play. I want to show Mr. Unnerby what we do." "Okay, we can do that. Where's your sister?" His voice was suddenly sharp and loud. "Vicky, you get down from there. It's not safe for you." Victory, Jr. was on the baby's gym net, scuttling back and forth just below the awning. "Oh, it is safe, Daddy, now that you're here." "No, it's not. You come down right now." Junior's descent was accompanied by much loud grumbling, but within a few minutes she was showing off in another way. One by one they showed him all their projects. The 2 oldest had parts in a national radio program explaining science for young people. Apparently Chicaner was producing the show for reasons that remained murky. Prunkner put up with it all, smiling and laughing and pretending. And each one was a wonderful child. With the exception of Brent, each was brighter and more open than almost any Unnerby remembered. All that made it even worse when he imagined what life would be like for them once they had to face the outside world. Victory, Jr. had a dollhouse, a huge thing that extended back a little way into the ferns. When her turn came, she hooked 2 hands under one of Prunkner's forearms and almost dragged him over to the open face of her house. "See?" she said, pointing to a hole in the toy basement. It looked suspiciously like the entrance to a termite nest. "My house even has its own Deepness, and a pantry, and a dining hall, and 7 bedrooms." Each room had to be displayed to her guest, and all the furniture explained. She opened a bedroom wall, and there was a flurry of activity within. "And I even have little people to live in my house. See the addercops?" In fact, the scale of Vicky's house was almost perfect for the little creatures, at least in this phase of the sun. Eventually their middle legs would become colored wings. They would be woods fairies, and they wouldn't fit at all. But for the moment they did look like little people scurrying to and fro between the inner rooms. "They like me a lot. They can go back to the trees whenever they want, but I put little pieces of food in the rooms, and they come every day to visit." She pulled at little brass handles, and a part of one floor came out like a drawer from a cabinet. Inside was an intricate maze built of flimsy wood partitions. I even experiment with them like Daddy plays with us, except a lot simpler. Her baby eyes were both looking down so she couldn't see Underby's reaction. I put honey drip near this exit, then let them in at the other end. Then I time how long it takes. Oh, you are lost, aren't you, little one? You've been here 2 hours now. I'm sorry. She reached an eating hand undaintily into the box and gently moved the adder cop to a ledge by the ferns. Heh heh! A very shirkanish chuckle. Some of them are a lot dumber than others. Or maybe it's luck. Now how do I count her time when she never got through the maze at all? I don't know. She turned to face him, her beautiful eyes looking up at him. Mommy says my little brother is named after you. Hrunkner? Yes, I guess that's right. Mommy says that you are the best engineer in the world. She says you can make even Daddy's crazy ideas come true. Mommy wants you to like us. There was something about a child's gaze. It was so directed. There was no way the target could pretend that he wasn't the one regarded. All the embarrassment and pain of the visit seemed to come together in that one moment. I like you, he said. Victory, Jr. looked at him for a moment more, and then her gaze slid away. Okay. They had lunch with the Cobleys up in the atrium. The cloud cover was burning off, and things were getting hot, at least for a Princeton spring day in the 19th year. Even under the awning it was warm enough to start sweat from every joint. The children didn't seem to mind. They were still taken by the stranger who had given their baby brother his name. Except for Vicky, they were as raucous as ever, and Underby did his best to respond. As they were finishing, the children's tutors showed up. They looked like students from the Institute. The children would never have to go to a real school. Would that make it any easier for them in the end? The children wanted Underby to stay for their lessons, but Shirkaner would have none of it. Concentrate on studying, he said. And so, hopefully, the hardest part of the visit was past. Except for the babies, Underhill and Underby were alone back in his study in the cool ground floor of the Institute. They talked for a while about Underby's specific needs. Even if Shirkaner was unwilling to help directly, he really did have some bright cobbers up here. I'd like you to talk to some of my theory people, and I want you to see our computing machinery experts. It seems to me that some of your grunt problems would be solved if you just had fast methods for solving differential equations. Underhill stretched out on the perch behind his desk. His aspect was suddenly quizzical. Hrunk, socializing aside, we accomplished more today than a dozen phone calls could have done. I know the Institute is a place you'd love. Not that you'd fit in. We have plenty of technicians, but our theory people think they can boss them around. You're in a different class. You're the type that can boss the thinkers around and use what ideas they have to reach your engineering goals. Hrunkner smiled weakly. I thought invention was to be the parent of necessity. Humph. It mainly is. That's why we need people like you who can bend the pieces together. You'll see what I mean this afternoon. These are people you'd love to take advantage of, and vice versa. I just wish you had come up a lot earlier. Underby started to make some weak excuse, stopped. He just couldn't pretend any more. Besides, Shirkaner was so much easier to face than the general. You know why I didn't come before, Shirk. In fact, I wouldn't be here now if General Smith hadn't given me explicit orders. I'd follow her through hell, you know that. But she wants more. She wants acceptance of your perversions. You two have such beautiful children, Shirk. How could you do such a thing to them? He expected the other to laugh the question off, or perhaps to react with the icy hostility that Smith showed at any hint of such criticism. Instead, Underhill sat silently for a moment, playing with an antique children's puzzle. The little wood pieces clicked back and forth in the quiet of the study. You agree the children are healthy and happy? Yes, though Brent seems slow. You don't think I regard them as experimental animals? Underby thought back to Victory, Jr. and her dollhouse maze. Why, when he was her age, he used to fry adder cups with a magnifying glass. You experiment with everything, Shirk. That's just the way you are. I think you love your children as much as any good father, and that's why it's all the harder for me to imagine how you could bring them into the world out of phase. So what if only one was mentally damaged? I noticed they didn't talk of having any contemporary playmates. You can't find any who aren't monstrous, can you? From Shirkaner's aspect, he could tell his question had struck home. Shirk, your poor children will live their whole lives in a society that sees them as a crime against nature. We're working on these things, Hronkner. Jirlib told you about the Children's Hour of Science, didn't he? I wondered what that was all about. So he and Brent are really on a radio show? Those two could almost pass for in phase, but in the long run somebody will guess and... Of course. If not, Victory Jr. is eager to be on the show. Eventually, I want the audience to understand. The program is going to cover all sorts of science topics, but there will be a continuing thread about biology and evolution and how the dark has caused us to live our lives in certain ways. With the rise of technology, whatever social reason there is for rigid birthing times is irrelevant. You'll never convince the Church of the Dark. That's okay. I'm hoping to convince the millions of open-minded people like Hronkner Honorby. Honorby couldn't think what to say. The other's argument was all so glib. Didn't Underhill understand? All decent societies agreed on basic issues, things that meant the healthy survival of their people. Things might be changing, but it was self-serving nonsense to throw the rules overboard. Even if they lived in the dark, there would still be a need for decent cycles of life. The silence stretched out. There was just the clicking of Shirk's little puzzle blocks. Finally, Shirkaner spoke. The General likes you very much, Hronk. You were her dearest cobber in arms, but more, you were decent to her when she was a new lieutenant, and it looked like her career would end on the trash pile. She's the best. She couldn't help when she was born. Granted. But that's also why she's been making your life so hard lately. She thought that you, of all people, would accept what she and I are doing. I know, Shirk, but I can't. You saw me today. I did my best, but your cobblies saw through me. Junior did, anyway. He, she did indeed. It's not just her name. Little Victory is smart like her mother. But, as you say, she's going to have to face much worse. Look, Hronk, I'm going to have a little chat with the General. She should accept what she can get, learn a little tolerance, even if it is tolerance for your intolerance. That would help, Shirk. Thanks. In the meantime, we'll need you up here more often. But you can come on your own terms. The children would like to see you, but at whatever distance you prefer. Okay. I do like them. I'm just afraid I can't be what they want. Ha! Then finding the right distance will be their little experiment. He smiled. They can be pretty flexible if they look at you that way. 20. In pre-flight, Vom Trinley had been a distant curiosity to Ezra Venn. What little he had seen of the guy seemed sullen, lazy, and probably incompetent. He was somebody's relative. It was the only explanation for how he had made the crew. It was only since the ambush that Trinley's boorish, loudmouth behavior had made its impact on Ezra. Occasionally he was amusing. Much more often he was loathsome. Trinley's watch time overlapped Ezra's by 60%. When he went over to Hammerfest, there was Vom Trinley trading dirty stories with Renault's techs. When he visited Benny's booze parlor, there was Trinley with a gang of emergents, loud and pompous as ever. It had been years, really since Jimmy Diem died, since anyone would think his behavior traitorous. Cheng Ho and emergents had to get along, and there were plenty of traitors in Trinley's circle. Today, Ezra's loathing for the man had changed to something darker. It was the once-per-MSEC watch manager meeting, chaired as always by Tomas Naw. This was not the empty propaganda of Ezra's fake fleet management committee. The expertise of both sides was needed if they were to survive here. And though there was never a question of who was boss, Naw actually heeded much of the advice given at these meetings. Richard Bruegel was currently off watch, so this meeting would proceed without pathological overtones. With the exception of Pham Trinley, the managers were people who really could make things work. All had gone smoothly through the first KSEC. Cal Omo's programmers had sanitized a batch of head-up displays for Cheng Ho use. The new interface was limited, but better than nothing. Anne Raynaud had a new focused roster. The full schedule was still a secret, but it looked like Trixie might get more time off. Gunley Fong proposed some watch changes. Ezra knew these were secret payoffs for various deals she had on the side, but Na blandly accepted them. The underground economy she and Benny had masterminded was surely known to Tomas Na. But the years had passed, and he had consistently ignored it. And he has consistently benefited by it. Ezra Venn would never have thought that free trading could add much efficiency in such a small and closed society as this little camp at L1, but it clearly had improved life. Most people had their favored watch companions. Many had Kiwi Liselette's little bonsai bubbles in their rooms. Equipment allocation was about as slick as it could be. Maybe it just showed how screwed up the original emergent allocation system had been. Ezra still clung to the secret belief that Tomas Na was the deepest villain he had ever known, a mass murderer who murdered simply to advance a lie. But he was so clever, so outwardly conciliatory. Tomas Na was more than smart enough to allow this underground trade that helped him to proceed. "Very well, last item." He smiled down the length of the table. "As usual, the most interesting and difficult item. Kiwi?" Kiwi Liselette rose smoothly, stopped herself with a hand on the low ceiling. Gravity existed on Hammerfest, but it was barely good enough to keep the drinking bulbs on the table. "Interesting? I guess." She made a face. "But it's also a very irritating problem." Kiwi opened a deep pocket and pulled out a bundle of head-up displays, all tagged with "Cleared for Peddler Use" seals. "Let's try out Cal Omo's toys." She passed them out to the various watch managers. Ezra took one, smiled back at her shy grin. Kiwi was still child short, but she was as compact and nearly as tall as an average Strentmonian adult. She was no longer a little girl, or even the devastated orphan of the relighting. Kiwi had lived watch on watch in the years after the relight. She had aged a full year for every year that passed. Since On-Off's light had faded to a more manageable level, she'd had some time off watch, but Ezra could see tiny creases beginning at the corners of her eyes. She's what now? Older than I am. The old playfulness sometimes showed even still, but she never teased Ezra any more. And he knew the stories about Kiwi and Tomas Na were true. Poor damned Kiwi. But Kiwi Len Liselette had become something more than Ezra ever expected. Now Kiwi balanced mountains. She waited until they were all wearing their HUDs. Then, "You know I manage our halo orbit around L1. Above the middle of the table, the rock pile suddenly materialized. A tiny Hammerfest stuck out of the jumble on Ezra's side. A taxi was just mooring on the high tower. The image was crisp, cutting precisely across the wall and people behind it. But when he turned his head quickly from the rock pile to Kiwi and back, the pile blurred slightly. The placement automation couldn't quite keep up with the motion, and the visual fraud failed. No doubt Cal Omo's programmers had been forced to replace some of the optimizations. Still, what was left was close to Cheng Ho quality, the images separately coordinated in the field of each head-up display. Dozens of tiny red lights appeared across the surface of the rock pile. "Those are the electric jet emplacements." And then even more yellow spots of light. "And that is the sensor grid." She laughed, as light and playful as he remembered. "Altogether it looks like a finite element solution grid, doesn't it? But then, that's just what it is, though the grid points are real machines collecting data. Anyway, my people and I have two problems. Either one of them is fairly easy. We need to keep the jumble in orbit around L1. The jumble shrank to a stylized symbol, tracing an ever-changing Lisa Zhu figure around the glyph L1. On one side hung Arachna, far away, but on the same line was the on-off star. We have it set so we're always near the sun's limb, as seen by the spiders. It will be many years before they have the technology to detect us here. But the other goal of the stabilization is to keep Hammerfest and the remaining blocks of ocean ice and air snow all in the shadow. Back to the original view of the jumble, but now the volatiles were marked in blue and green. Every year that precious resource shrank, consumed by the humans and by evaporation into space. Unfortunately, these two goals are somewhat inconsistent. The rubble pile is loose. Sometimes our L1 station keeping causes torques and the rocks slide. The rubble quakes, said Zhao Shen. Yes, down here at Hammerfest you feel them all the time. Without constant supervision the problem would be worse. The surface of the meeting table became a model of the juncture of diamonds 1 and 2. Kiwi motioned across the blocks, and a 40-centimeter swath of surface turned pink. That's a shift that almost got away from us. But we can't afford the human resources to— Vom Trinley had sat through all this in silence, his eyes squinted down in a look of angry concentration. As Naw's original choice to manage the stabilization, Trinley had a long history of humiliation on this subject. Finally he exploded. "Crap! I thought you were going to spend some of the water, melt it into a glue you could inject between the diamonds." "We did that. It helps some, but—" "But you still can't keep things settled, can you?" Trinley turned to Naw and half rose from his chair. "Podmaster, I've told you before that I'm best for the job. The Lieselet girl knows how to run a dynamics program, and she works as hard as anyone, but she doesn't have any depth of experience." Depth of experience? How many years of hands-on does she need, old man? But Naw just smiled at Trinley. No matter how absurd the idiot's contentions, Naw always invited him back. For a long time, Ezra had suspected it was some sadistic humor on the Podmaster's part. "Well, then, perhaps I should give you the job, Armsman. But consider, even now, it would mean at least 1/3 time on watch." Naw's tone was courteous, but Trinley caught the dare in it. Ezra could just see the anger growing in the old man. 1/3, said Trinley. "I could do it on a 1/5 watch, even if the other crew members were novices. No matter how cleverly the jets are emplaced, success comes down to the quality of the guidance network. Miss Lieselet doesn't understand all the features of the localizer devices she is using." "Explain," said Anne Raynaud. "A localizer is a localizer. We've been using both ours and yours in this project." Localizers were a basic tool of any technical civilization. The tiny devices chirped their impulse codes at one another, using time-of-flight and distributed algorithms to accurately locate each participating device. Several thousand of them formed the positioning grid on the rubble pile. Together they were a kind of low-level network, providing information on the orientation, position, and relative velocity of the electric jets and the rubble. "Not so," Trinley smiled patronizingly. "Ours work with yours well enough, but at the price of degrading their natural performance. Here's what the units look like." The old man fiddled with his hand-pad. "Miss Lieselet, these interfaces are worthless." "Allow me," said Naw. He spoke into the air. "Here are the 2 types of localizers we're using." The landscape vanished, and 2 pieces of vacuum-rated electronics appeared on the table. No matter how often Ezra saw this sort of demonstration, it was hard to get used to. In a practiced presentation, with a predetermined display sequence, it was easy to use voice recognition to guide things. What Naw had just done was subtly beyond any Cheng-Ho interface. Somewhere up in Hammerfest's attic, 1 or more of his zip-head slaves was listening to every word spoken here, giving context to Naw's words and mapping them through to the fleet's automation or other zip-head specialists. And here were the resulting images, as quick as if Naw's own mind contained the fleet's entire database. Of course, Vom Trinley was oblivious to the magic. "Right." He leaned closer to the equipment. "Except that these are really more than the localizers themselves." Kiwi. "I don't understand. We need a power supply, the sensor probes." Trinley grinned at her, triumph dripping in his smile. "That's what you think. And perhaps it was true in the early years when old On-Off was frying everything. But now—" He reached closer, and his finger disappeared into the side of the smaller package. "Can you show the localizer core, Podmaster?" Naw nodded. "Right." And the image of the Cheng-Ho package was cut away, component layer by component layer. In the end, all that was left was a tiny blackened fleck, not more than a millimeter across. Sitting next to him, Ezra caught an instant of tension in Tomas Naw. The other was suddenly intensely interested. The moment passed before Ezra was even sure it existed. "My, that is small. Let's take a closer look." The dust mote image swelled until it was a meter across and almost 40 centimeters high. The head-up display automation painted appropriate reflections and shadows. "Thanks." Trinley stood so they could all see him over the top of the lens-shaped gadget. "This is the basic Chang-Ho localizer, normally embedded in protective barriers and so on. But see, in a benign environment, even outside in the shade, it is quite self-sufficient." "Power?" said Renault. Trinley waved his hand dismissively. "Just pulse them with microwaves, maybe a dozen times a second. I don't know the details, but I've seen them used in much larger numbers on some projects. I'm sure that would give finer control. As for sensors, these puppies have several simple things built in: temperature, light levels, sonics." Zhao Xin. "But how could Kiwi and the rest be ignorant of all this?" Ezra could see where it was all going, but there wasn't a thing he could do about it. Trinley shrugged magnanimously. He still did not realize how far his ego had taken him. "As I've been saying all along, Kiwi Len Lisalet is young and inexperienced. Coarse-grain localizers are good enough for most projects. Besides, the advanced characteristics are most useful in military work, and I wager that the texts she studies are deliberately vague on those issues. I, on the other hand, have worked as both an engineer and an armsman. Though it's not permitted normally, the localizers are an excellent oversight facility." "Certainly," Naw said, looking thoughtful. "Localizers and attached sensors are the heart of proper security." And these dust motes already had sensors and independence built in. They weren't an embedded component of the system. They could be the system itself. "What do you think, Kiwi? Would a slew of these make things simpler for you?" "Maybe. This is all news to me. I never thought a tech book would lie to me." She thought a moment. "But yes, if we had lots more localizers and the processing power scales properly fitted, then we could probably cut back on the human supervision." "Very well. I want you to get the details from Armsman Trinley and install an extended network." "I'll be glad to take over the job, Podmaster," said Trinley. But Naw was no fool. He shook his head. "No, you're much more valuable in your overall supervisory role. In fact, I want you and Dan to chat about this. When he comes on watch, Ritzer will be interested too. There should be a number of public safety applications for these gadgets." So Phom Trinley had handed the emergents even better manacles and chains. For an instant, something like chagrined understanding flickered across the old man's face. Ezra did his best not to talk to anyone for the rest of the day. He had never imagined that he could hate a stupid clown so much. Phom Trinley was no mass murderer, and his devious nature was written large across his every foolish move. But his stupidity had betrayed a secret the enemy had never guessed, a secret that Ezra himself had never known, a secret that others must have taken to their deaths rather than give to Tomas Naw and Ritzer Brugel. Before, he had thought that Naw kept Trinley around for laughs. Now Ezra knew better. And not since that long-ago night in the Temp Park had Ezra felt so coldly murderous. If there ever came a time when Phom Trinley could have a fatal accident... After second mess, Ezra stayed in his quarters. His behavior shouldn't be suspicious. The live music people took over Benny's every day about this time, and jamming was one Chang-Ho custom that Ezra had never enjoyed, even as a listener. Besides, there was plenty of work to catch up on. Some of it didn't even require that he talk to others. He slipped on the new head-up display and looked at the Fleet Library. In some sense, the survival of the Fleet Library was Captain Park's greatest failure. Every fleet had elaborate precautions for destroying critical parts of their local library if capture was imminent. Such schemes couldn't be complete. Libraries existed in a distributed form across the ships of their fleet. Pieces would be cached in 1,000 nodes depending on the usage of the moment. Individual chips, those damnable localizers, contained extensive maintenance and operations manuals. Yet major databases should have been zeroed in very short order. What was left would have some usefulness, but the capital insights, the terabytes of hard experimental data, would be gone, or left only as hardware instantiations, understandable only by painstaking reverse engineering. Somehow that destruction had not happened, even when it was obvious that the emergent ambush would overwhelm all the ships of Park's fleet. Or maybe Park had acted, and there had been off-net nodes or backups that, contrary to all policy, had contained full copies of the library. Tomas Naw knew a treasure when he saw it, and Renault's slaves were dissecting the thing with the inhuman precision of the focused. Sooner or later they would know every trader's secret, but that would take years. Zipheads didn't know where to start, so Naw was using various unfocused staff to wander about the library and report on the big picture. Ezer had spent MSECs at it so far. It was a dicey job, because he had to produce some good results, and at the same time he tried subtly to guide their research away from things that might be immediately useful. He knew he might slip up, and eventually Naw would sense the lack of cooperation. The monster was subtle. More than once Ezer wondered who was using whom. But today, Vom Trinley had just given away so much. Ezer forced calmness on himself. Just look at the library. Write some silly report. That would count as duty time, and he wouldn't have to freak out in any visible way. He played with the hand control that came with the new, sanitized, head-up display. At least it recognized the simpler command cords. The HUD seamlessly replaced his natural vision of his cabin with a view of the library's entry layer. As he looked around, the automation tracked his head motion, and the images slid past almost as smoothly as if the documents were real objects floating in his room. But he fiddled with the control. Damn, almost no customization was possible. They had gutted the interface, or changed it to some emergent standard. This wasn't much better than ordinary wallpaper. He reached up to pull the thing from his face, to crumple it. Calm down. He was still too ticked by Trinley's screw-up. Besides, this really was an improvement over wall displays. He smiled for a moment, remembering Gonley Fong's obscenity-spattered fit about keyboards. So what to look at today? Something that would seem natural to Naw, but couldn't give them any more than they already had. Ah, yes, Trinley's super-localizers. They'd be sitting in an out-of-the-way niche in some secure section. He followed a couple of threads, the obvious directions. This was a view of the library that no mere apprentice would have. Naw had obtained, in ways that Ezer imagined and still gave him nightmares, top-level passwords and security parameters. Now Ezer had the same view that Captain Park himself could have had. No luck. The pointers showed the localizers clearly. Their small size was not really a secret, but even their incidentals manifest did not show them as carrying sensors. The on-chip manuals were just as innocent of strange features. So Trinley was claiming there were trapdoors in the manuals that were invisible even in a captain's view of the library? The anger that had been churning his guts was momentarily forgotten. Ezer stared out at the data lands ranged around him, feeling suddenly relieved. Tomas Naw would see nothing strange in this situation. Except for Vernor Vinge, there might not be a single surviving trader who would realize how absurd Trinley's story must be. But Vernor Vinge had grown up in the heart of a great trading family. As a child, he had sat at the dinner table listening to discussions of fleet strategies as they were really practiced. A captain's level of access to his fleet library did not normally admit of further hidden features. Things, as always, could be lost. Legacy applications were often so old that the search engines couldn't find relevance. But short of sabotage or a customizing, non-standard captain, there should be no isolated secrets. In the long run, such measures were simply too painful for the system maintainers. Ezer would have laughed, except he suspected that these sanitized HUDs were reporting every sound he made back to Brueggel's zip heads. Yet this was the first happy thought of the day. Tringley was bullshitting us. The old fraud bluffed about a lot of things, but he was usually careful with Tomas Noah. When it came time to give Renault the details, Tringley would scrounge in the chip manuals and come up empty-handed. Somehow Ezra couldn't feel much sympathy for him. For once, the old bastard would get what he deserved. 21. Kiwi Len Lieselet spent a lot of time out of doors. Maybe with the localizer gimmick old Tringley was promising, that would change. Kiwi floated low across the old Diamond 1-2 contact edge. Now it was in sunlight. The volatiles of the earlier years moved or boiled away. Where it was undisturbed, the surface of the diamond was gray and dull and smooth, almost opalescent. The sunlight eventually burned the top millimeter or so into graphite, kind of a micro-regolith, disguising the glitter below. Every 10 meters along the edge there was a rainbow glint, where a sensor was set. The E-jet emplacements extended off on either side. Even this close you could scarcely see the activity, but Kiwi knew her gear. The electric jets sputtered in millisecond bursts, guided by the programs that listened to her sensors. And even that wasn't delicate enough. Kiwi spent more than 2/3 of her duty time floating around the rock pile, adjusting the E-jets, and still the rock quakes were dangerously large. With a finer sensor net and the programs that Tringley was claiming, it should be easy to design better firing regimes. Then there would be millions of quakes, but so small no one would notice, and then she wouldn't have to be here so much of the time. Kiwi wondered what it would be like to be on a low-duty cycle watch schedule like most people. It would save medical resources, but it would also leave poor Tomas even more alone. Her mind slid around the worry. There are things you can cure and things you can't. Be grateful for what Tringley's localizers will make right. She floated up from the cleft and checked with the rest of her maintenance crew. Just the usual problems. Floria Perez's voice sounded in her ear. Floria was coasting over the upper slopes of Diamond 3. That was above the rock pile's current zero surface. They lost a few jets there every year. 3 loosened mountings. We caught them in time. Very good. I'll put Arn and Dima on it. I think we're done early. She smiled to herself. Plenty of time for the more interesting projects. She switched her comm away from her crew's public sequency. Hey, Floria, you're in charge of the distillery this watch, true? Sure. There was a chuckle in the other's voice. I try to get that job every time. Working for you is just one of the unavoidable chores that come along with it. Well, I have some things for you. Maybe we can deal? Oh, maybe. Floria was on a mere 10% duty cycle. Even so, this was a dance they had been through before. Besides, she was Chang Ho. Meet me down at the distillery in a couple of 1,000 seconds. We can have tea. The Volatiles distillery sat at the end of its slow trek across the dark side of the rock pile. Its towers and retorts glistened with frost in the arachno light. In other places it glowed with dull red heat where fractionation and recombination occurred. What came out was the simple stock materials for their factory and the organic sludges for the factories. The core of the L1 distillery was from the Cheng Ho fleet. The Emergence had brought along similar equipment, but it had been lost in the fighting. Thank goodness it was ours that survived. The repairs and new construction had forced them to scavenge from all the ships. If the distillery core had been Emergent technology, they'd have been lucky to have anything working now. Kiwi tied down her taxi a few meters from the distillery. She unloaded her thermal-wrapped cargo and pulled herself along the guide ropes toward the entrance. Around her lay the sweeping drifts of their remaining horde of volatiles, air snow and ocean ice from the surface of Arachna. Those had come a long way and cost a lot. Much of the original mass, especially the air snow, had been lost in the relight and chance illuminations since. The remainder had been pushed and balanced into the safest shadows, had been melted in a vain attempt to glue the rock pile together, had been used to breathe and eat and live. Tomas had plans to hollow out portions of Diamond 1 as a really secure capture cave. Maybe that wouldn't be necessary. As the sun slowly dimmed, it should be easier to save what was left. Meantime, the distillery made its slow progress, less than 10 meters per year, through the drifts of ice and air. Behind, it left Starglint on raw diamond and a track of anchor holes. Floria's control copy was at the base of the distillery's rearmost towers. As part of the original Changho module, it had been nothing more than a pressurized hutch to eat and nap in. Over the years of the exile, its various occupants had added to it. Coming in on it from ground level, Kiwi paused a moment. Most of her life was spent either in close-in rooms and tunnels or in open emptiness. Floria's latest changes made this something in between. She could imagine what Ezer would say of this. It really did look like a little cabin, almost like the fairy tale pictures of how a farmer might live in the snow-covered foothills of an ancient land, close to a glistening forest. Kiwi climbed past the outriggers and anchor cables, the edge of the magic forest, and knocked on the cabin door. Trading was always fun. She had tried so many times to explain that to Tomas. The poor fellow had a good heart, but he came from a culture that just could not understand. Kiwi brought partial payment for Floria's most recent output. Inside the thermal wrap was a 20-centimeter bonsai, something Papa had worked insects to build. Micro-dwarf ferns grew out into multiple canopies. Floria held the bonsai bubble close to the room's overhead light and looked up through the green. The midges, sub-millimeter bugs. They have colored wings. Kiwi had followed her friend's reaction with carefully pretended neutrality, but now she couldn't help herself, and she laughed. I wondered if you would notice. The bonsai was smaller than Papa's usual, but it might be the most beautiful yet, better than anything Kiwi had ever seen in the library. She reached into the thermal wrap and brought out the other part of the payment. And this is from Gonley, personally. It's a clasp stand for the bonsai. It's wood. Floria had been charmed by the bonsai. Her reaction to the wood plate was more like amazement. She reached out to slide her fingers across the polished grain. We can make it by the ton lot now, kind of a reverse dry rot. Of course, since Gonley grows it in vats, it looks a little strange. The stripes and whorls were bio-waves caught in the grain of the wood. We'd need more space and time to get real rings. Or maybe not. Papa thought he might be able to trick the bio-waves into faking growth rings. Doesn't matter. Floria's voice was abstracted. Gonley has won her bet, or your father has won it for her. Imagine. Real wood in quantity, not just twigs in a bonsai bubble or brush in the Temps Park. She looked at Kiwi's grinning face. And I bet she figures this more than pays for past deals. Well, we hoped it would soften you up. They sat down, and Floria brought out the tea she had promised from Gonley Fong's Agris, and before that from the mounds of volatiles and diamond that surrounded the distillery. The two of them worked through the list that Benny and Gonley had put together. The list was not just their orders, but the result of the brokering that went on day after day up in Benny's parlor. There were items here that were mainly for emergent use. Lord, there were items in here that Tomas could have simply demanded, and that Ritzer Bruegel would certainly have demanded. Floria's objections were a catalogue of technical problems, things she would need before she could undertake what was asked of the distillery. She would get all she could out of these deals, but in fact what was being asked of her was technically difficult. Once in pre-flight, when Kiwi couldn't have been more than 7 years old, Papa had taken her to a distillery at Tryland. This is what feeds the Bactries, Kiwi, just as the Bactries support the parks. Each layer is more wonderful than the one below it, but making even the lowliest distillery is a kind of art. Ali loved his high end of the job above all others. Floria Perez was a talented chemist, and the dead goo she made was a marvelous creation. 4,000 seconds later they had agreed on a web of perks and favors for the rest of Floria's watch. They sat for a time, sipping a new batch of tea and idly discussing what they might try after the current goals were accomplished. Kiwi told her Trinley's claims about the localizers. That's good news if the old fart isn't lying. Maybe now you won't have to live at such a high duty cycle. Floria looked across at Kiwi, and there was a strange, sad expression in her eyes. "You were a little girl, and now you're older than I am. You shouldn't have to burn your life out, child, just to keep a bunch of rocks lined up. It's not that bad. It needs to be done, even if we don't have the best medical support. Besides, Tomas is always on watch, and he needs my help. And there are advantages to being up most of the time. I get into almost everything. I know where there are deals to be made, goodies to be scrounged. It makes me a better trader." Floria looked away and then abruptly back. "This isn't trading. It's a silly game." Her voice softened. "I'm sorry, Kiwi. You can't really know. But I know what trade is really like. I've been to Keighley. I've been to Canberra. This," she waved her hand, as if to encompass all of L1, "this is just pretend. You know why I always ask for this distillery job? I've made this control cubby into something like a home where I can pretend. I can pretend I'm alone and far away. I don't have to live in the temp with emergents who pretend they are decent human beings." "But many of them are, Floria." Perez shook her head and her voice rose. "Maybe. And maybe that's the most terrible part of it. Emergents like Rita Liao and Zhao Xin. Just folks, eh? And every day they use other human beings like less than animals, like machine parts. Even worse, that's their living. Isn't Liao a programmer manager and Xin a pilot manager? The greatest evil in the universe, and they lap it up and then sit down with us in Benny's parlor, and we accept them." Her voice scaled up to just short of a shriek, and she was abruptly silent. She closed her eyes tight, and tears floated gently downward through the air. Kiwi reached out to touch Floria's hand, not knowing if the other might simply strike her. This was a pain she saw in various people. Some she could reach. Others, like Vernor, held it so rigidly secret that all she felt was a hint of hidden, pulsing rage. Floria was silent, hunched over on herself. But after a moment she grasped Kiwi's hand in both her own and bowed her head toward it, weeping. Her words were choked, almost unintelligible. "Don't blame you. I really don't. I know about your father." She gasped on silent sobs, and after a moment her words came more clearly. "I know you love this Tomas Naw. That's okay. He couldn't manage without you, but we'd probably all be dead then, too." Kiwi put her other arm around the woman's shoulders. "But I don't love him." The words popped out, surprising her, and Floria looked up, surprised too. "I mean, I respect him. He saved me when things were worst, after Jimmy killed my mother, but—" Strange to be talking to Floria like this, saying words that before she had said only inside herself. Tomas needed her. He was a good man, raised in a terrible, evil system. The proof of his goodness was that he had come as far as he had, that he understood the evil and worked to end it. Kiwi doubted that she could have done as much. She would have been more like Rita and Zhao, dumbly accepting, grateful to have evaded the net of focus. Tomas Naw really wanted to change things. But love him? For all his humor, love, wisdom, there was a remoteness to Tomas. She hoped he never realized she felt that about him. And I hope subversive Floria has disabled Ritzard's bugs. Kiwi pushed the thoughts away. For a moment she and Floria just stared at each other, surprised to see the other's heart exposed. She gave Floria a little pat on the shoulder. "I've known you for more than a year of shared watch, and this is the first time there's been any hint you felt this way." Floria released Kiwi's hand and wiped at the tears that still stood in her eyes. Her voice was almost under control. "Yeah, before I could always keep a lid on it. Lie low, I told myself, and be a proper little Concord peddler. We're naturally good at that, don't you think? Maybe it comes from having the long view, but now— You know, I had a sister in Fleet?" "No. I'm sorry." There had been so many Chang Ho in the fleet before the fighting, and little Kiwi had known so few. Luan was a wild card, not too bright, but good with people. The sort a wise fleet captain throws in the mix. A smile came close to surfacing, then drowned in bleak remembrance. I have a doctorate in chemical engineering, but they focused Luan and left me free. It should have been me, but they took her instead. Floria's face twisted with guilt that should not have been. Maybe Floria was immune to permanent infection by the mind rot, like many of the Chang-Ho, or maybe not. Tomas needed at least as many free as focused, else the system would die the death of details. Kiwi opened her mouth to explain, but Floria wasn't listening. I lived with that, and I kept track of Luan. They focused her on their art. Watch on watch, she and her gang carved out those friezes on Hammerfest. You probably saw her 100 times. Yes, that is surely true. The carving gangs were the lowest of the focused jobs. It wasn't the high creation of a Li Lin or the translators. The patterns of the emergent legend art left nothing to creativity. The workers beetled down the diamond corridors, centimeter by centimeter, scooping tiny bits from the walls according to the master pattern. Ritzer's original plan had been that the project burn up all the waste human resources, working them without medical care unto death. But they don't work watch on watch anymore, Floria. That had been one of Kiwi's earliest triumphs over Ritzer Bruegel. The carving was made lighter work, and medical resources were made available to all who remained awake. The carvers would live through the exile to the manumissions that Tomas had promised. Floria nodded. Right, and even though our watches were almost disjoint, I still kept track of Luan. I used to hang around the corridors, pretending to be passing through whenever other people came along. I even talked to her about that damn filthy art she loved. It was the only thing she could talk about, the defeat of the Frankish orc. Floria all but spat the title. Her anger faded, and she seemed to wilt. Even so, I still could see her, and maybe, if I was a good little peddler, she would be free some day. But now... She turned to look at Kiwi, and her voice once more lost its steadiness. Now she's gone, not even on the roster. They claim her coffin failed. They claim she died in cold sleep. The lying, treacherous bastards! Chang-Ho cold sleep boxes were so safe that the failure rate was a kind of statistical guess, at least under proper use and for spans of less than 4 GSEC. Emergent equipment was flakier, and since the fighting, nobody's gear was absolutely trustable. Luan's death was more likely a terrible accident, just another echo of the madness that had nearly killed them all. And how can I convince poor Floria of this? I guess we can't be certain of anything we are told, Floria. The emergents have an evil system. But I was on 100% watch for a long time. I'm on 50% even now. I've been into almost everything, and in all that time, I haven't caught Tomas in a lie. Okay, grudgingly. And why would anyone want to kill Luan? I didn't say kill, and maybe your Tomas doesn't know. See, I wasn't the only one who hung around the diamond carvers. Twice I saw Ritzer Bruegel. Once he had all the women together and was behind them just watching. The other time it was just him and Luan. Oh. The word came out very small. I don't have evidence. What I saw was nothing more than a gesture, a posture, a look on a man's face. And so I was silent, and now Luan is gone. Floria's paranoia suddenly seemed quite plausible. Ritzer Bruegel was a monster barely held in check by the Podmaster system. The memory of their confrontation had never left Kiwi, the slap, slap, slap of his steel baton in his hands as he raged at her. At the time, Kiwi had felt angry triumph at putting him down. Since, she realized how scared she should have been. Without Tomas, she surely would have died then, or worse. Ritzer knew what would happen if he was caught. Faking a death, even committing an unsanctioned execution, was tricky. The podmasters had their own peculiar record-keeping requirements. Unless Ritzer was very clever, there would be clues. "Listen, Floria, there are ways I can check on this. You could be right about Luan, but one way or another we'll find out the truth. And if you're right, well, there's no way Tomas can put up with such abuse. He needs all the Cheng-Ho cooperating, or none of us have a chance." Floria looked at her solemnly, then reached round to give her a fierce hug. Kiwi could feel the shivers that passed through her body, but she wasn't crying. After a long moment, Floria said, "Thank you, thank you. This last MSEC, I've been so frightened, so ashamed." "Ashamed?" "I love Luan, but Focus made her a stranger. I should have screamed bloody murder when I heard she was gone. Hell, I should have complained when I saw Bruegel with her. But I was afraid for myself. Now—" Floria loosened her grip and regarded Kiwi with a shaky smile. "Now maybe I've endangered someone else, too. But at least you have a chance, and you know it's possible that she's alive even now, Kiwi. If we can find her soon enough—" Kiwi raised her palm. Maybe. Let's see what I can discover." "Yes." They finished their tea, discussed everything Floria could remember about her sister and what she had been. She was doing her best now to seem calm, but relief and nervousness made her words come a bit too fast, made her gestures a bit too broad. Kiwi helped her set the bonsai bubble and its wood stand in brackets beneath the room's main light. "I can get you lots more wood. Gonley really wants you to program for meta-crylates. You might want to panel your home with polished wood, like old-time captains did their inner cabins." Floria looked around her little space and played along. "I could indeed. Tell her maybe we can do a deal." And then Kiwi was standing at the lock's inner door and pulling down her coverall hood. For a moment the fear was back in Floria's face. "Be careful, Kiwi." "I will." Kiwi took her taxi through the rest of its stops, inspecting the rock pile, posting problems and changes to the zip-head net. Meantime, her mind raced down scary corridors. It was just as well she had this time to think. If Floria was right, then even with Tomas on her side, this could be very dangerous. Ritzer was just into too many things. If he was sabotaging the cold sleep or falsifying death records, then big parts of Tomas's net had been subverted. Does Ritzer suspect that I know? Kiwi glided down across the canyon that separated Diamond 3 from Diamond 4. Arachna's blue light shone from directly behind her, illuminating the caves that were the rough interface between the blocks. There was sublimation from some of the water glue. It was too fine to show on the sensor grid, but when she hovered with her face just centimeters from the surface, she could see it. Even as she called in the problem, another part of her mind was turning on the deadlier question. Floria was clever enough to sweep her little cabin, even the outside, and Kiwi was very careful with her suit. Tomas had given her permission to disable all its bugs, both official and covert. On the net, it was a different story. If Ritzer was doing what Floria thought, then very likely he was monitoring even pod communications. It would be tricky to discover anything without tipping him off. So be very, very careful. She needed an excuse for anything she did now. The personnel studies that she and Dezer had been assigned. Coasting up from her inspection of the rock pile, it would be reasonable for her to work on that. She put in a low-priority call to Ezer asking for a conference, then downloaded a large block of the watch and personnel database. The records on Luan would be in there, but they were now cached locally, and her processors were covered by Tomas's own security. She brought up the bio on Luan Perez. Yes, reported dead in cold sleep. Kiwi flicker-read down through the text. There was lots of jargon, conjecture about how the unit had failed. Kiwi had had years to practice with cold sleep gear, if only as a front-end technician. She could more or less follow the discussion, though it seemed like the florid overkill of a rambling zip-head, what you might get if you asked a focused person to invent a credible failure. The taxi floated out of the rock pile shadow, and the sunlight washed away the quiet blues of Arachna light. The rock-pile sunside was naked rock, graphite on diamond. Kiwi dimmed the view and turned back to the report on Luan. It was almost a clean report. It might have fooled her if she hadn't been suspicious, or if she hadn't known all the requirements of emergent doc. Where were the third and fourth cross-checks on the autopsy? Raynault always wanted her zips to do that. The woman lost what little flexibility she had when it came to zip-head fatalities. The report was bogus. Tomas would understand that the moment she pointed it out to him. A chime sounded in her ear. "Ezer, hello?" Damn. Her call to him had just been a cover, an excuse to download a big block and look at Luan's records, but here he was. For a moment he seemed to be sitting next to her in the taxi. Then the image flickered as her HUDs figured out they couldn't manage the illusion and settled for putting him in a fixed position pseudo-display. Behind him were the blue-green walls of the Hammerfest attic. He was visiting Trixie, of course. The picture was more than good enough to show the impatience in his face. "I decided to get right back to you. You know I go off watch in 60 KSEC. "Yes, sorry to bother you. I've been looking over the personnel stats. For that planning committee stuff you and I are stuck with? Anyway, I came up with a question." Her mind raced ahead of her words, searching madly for some issue that would justify this call. Funny how the least attempt at deception always seemed to make life more complicated. She stumbled along for a few sentences, finally came up with a really stupid question about specialist mixing. Ezer was looking at her a little strangely now. He shrugged. "You're asking about the end of the exile, Kiwi. Who knows what we'll need when the spiders are ready for contact? I thought we were going to bring all specialties out of cold sleep then and run flat out." "Of course, that's the plan, but there are details—" Kiwi weaseled her way toward credibility. The main thing was just to end the conversation. "So I'll think about this some more. Let's have a real meeting after you get back on from cold sleep." Ezer grimaced. "That will be a while. I'm off for 50 MSEC. Most of 2 years." "What?" That was more than 4 times as long as his usual off-watch. You know, new faces and all that. There were branches of his watch tree that had not had much time. Tomas and the manager committee, Kiwi and Ezer included, had thought everyone should get hands-on time and exposure to the usual training courses. "You're starting a little early." And 50 MSEC was longer than she expected. "Yeah, well, you have to start someplace." He looked away from the video pov. At Trixie? When he looked back, his tone was less impatient, but somehow more urgent. "Look, Kiwi, I'm going to be on ice for a big 50, and even afterwards I'll be on a low-duty cycle for a while." He raised a hand as if to forestall objections. "I'm not complaining. I participated in the decisions myself. But Trixie will be on watch all that time. That's longer than she has ever been alone. There will be nobody to stand up for her." Kiwi wished she could reach out and comfort him. "No one will harm her, Ezer." "Yeah, I know. She's too valuable to harm, just like your father." Something flickered in his eyes, but it wasn't the usual anger. Poor Ezer was begging her. "They'll keep her body working. They'll keep her moderately clean. But I don't want her hassled any more than she already is. Keep an eye on her, Kiwi. You have real power, at least over small fish like Trudsillapan." It was the first time Ezer had really asked her for help. "I'll watch out for her, Ezer," Kiwi said softly. "I promise." After he rang off, Kiwi sat unmoving for several seconds. Strange that a phone call that was an accident and a scam should have such an impact. But Ezer had always had that effect on her. When she was 13, Ezer then had seemed the most wonderful man in the universe, and the only way she could get his attention was by goading him. Such teenage crushes should vape away, right? Occasionally she wondered if the Diem massacre had somehow stunted her soul, trapped her affections as they were in the last innocent days before all the death. Whatever the reason, it felt good that she could do something for him. Maybe paranoia was contagious. Luan Perez dead. Now Ezer gone for even longer than they had planned. I wonder who actually specified that watch change. Kiwi looked back through her cache. The schedule change was nominally from the watch manager committee, with Ritzer Brugel doing the actual sign-off. That happened often enough. One podmaster or the other had to sign for all such changes. Kiwi's taxi continued its slow coast upward. From this distance, the rock pile was a craggy jumble, diamond, too, in sunlight, the glare obscuring all but the brightest stars. It might have been a wilderness scene except for the regular form of the Cheng-Ho Temp gleaming off to the side. With augmented vision, Kiwi could see the dozens of warehouses of the L1 system. Down in the shade of the rock pile were Hammerfest and the distillery and the arsenal at L1A. In the spaces around orbited the Temp, the warehouses, the junked and semi-junked starships that had brought them all here. Kiwi used them as a kind of soft auxiliary to the electric jets. It was a well-tended, dynamical system, even though it did look like chaos compared to the close mooring of the early exile. Kiwi took in the configuration with practiced eyes, even as her mind considered the much more treacherous problems of political intrigue. Ritzer Brugel's private domain, the old QHS invisible hand, was outward from the pile, less than 2,000 meters from her taxi. She would pass less than 1,500 meters from its throat. So what if Ritzer had kidnapped Luan Perez? That would be his boldest move ever against Tomas. And maybe it's not the only thing. If Ritzer could get away with this, there might be other deaths. Ezer. Kiwi took a deep breath. Just take one problem at a time. So, suppose Floria is right and Luan still lives, a toy in Ritzer's private space? There were limits to how fast Tomas could act against another podmaster. If she complained, and there was any delay at all, Luan might die for real, and all the evidence could just disappear. Kiwi turned in her seat, got a naked-eye view of the hand. She was less than 1,700 meters out now. It might be days before she could wangle a configuration this slick. The starship's stubby form was so close that she could see the emergency repair welds and the blistering where the X-ray fire had struck the Ramscoop's projection flange. Kiwi knew the architecture of the invisible hand about as well as anyone at L1. She had lived on that ship through years of the voyage here, had used it as her hands-on example of every ship topic in her schooling. She knew its blind spots. More important, she had podmaster-level access. It was just one of the many things that Tomas trusted her with. Until now she had never used it so, provocatively, but... Kiwi's hands were moving even before she finished rationalizing her scheme. She keyed in her personal crypto-link to Tomas and spoke quickly, outlining what she had learned and what she suspected, and what she planned to do. She squirted the message off, delivery contingent on a dead-man condition. Now Tomas would know no matter what, and she would have something to threaten Ritzer with if he caught her. 1,600 meters from the invisible hand. Kiwi pulled down her coverall hood and cycled the taxi's atmosphere. Her intuition and her HUDs agreed on the jump path she must follow, the trajectory that would take her down on the hand's throat in the ship's blind spot all the way. She popped the taxi's hatch, waited till her acrobatic instinct said, "Go," and leaped into the emptiness. Kiwi finger-walked down the hand's empty freight hold. Using a combination of Tomas's authority and her own special knowledge of the ship's architecture, she had reached the level of the living quarters without tripping any audible alarms. Every few meters Kiwi put her ear to the wall and simply listened. She was so close to on-watch country that she could hear other people. Things sounded very ordinary, no sudden movement, no anxious talk. That sounded like someone crying. Kiwi moved faster, feeling something like the giddy anger of her long-ago confrontation with Ritzer Brugel, only now she had more sense and was correspondingly more afraid. During their common watches, since that time in the park, she had often felt Ritzer's eyes upon her. She had always expected that there would be another confrontation. As much as it was to honor her mother's memory, Kiwi's fanatical gym work, all the martial arts, was intended as insurance against Ritzer and his steel baton. A lot of good it will do if he spots me with a wire gun. But Richard was such an idiot. He'd never kill her like that. He'd want to gloat. Today, if it came to it, she'd have time to threaten him with the message she'd left Tomas. She pushed down her fear and moved closer to the sound of weeping. Kiwi hovered over an access hatch. Suddenly her shoulders and arms were tense. Strange random thoughts skittered through her mind. I will remember. I will remember. Freaky craziness. Beyond this point, her only invisibility would be in her Podmaster passkey. Very likely that would not be enough. But I just need a few seconds. Kiwi checked her recorder and data link one last time, and slipped through the hatch into a crew corridor. Lord! For a moment, Kiwi just stared in astonishment. The corridor was the size that she remembered. 10 meters farther on, it curved right toward the captain's living quarters. But Richard had pasted wallpaper on all 4 walls, and the pictures were a kind of swirling pink. The air stank of animal musk. This was a different universe from the invisible hand that she had known. She grasped wildly at her courage and moved slowly up the hallway. Now there was music ahead, at least the thump, thump, thump of percussion. Somebody was singing, sharp, barking screams in time with the beat. Like they had a life of their own, her shoulders cramped tight, aching to bounce off the wall and race back the way she had come. Do I need any more proof? Yes. Just a look at the data system with the local override. That would mean more than any number of hysterical stories about Richard's choice of video and music. Door by door she moved up the corridor. These had been staff officer quarters, but used by the watch crew on the voyage from Tryland. She had lived in the second room from the end for 3 years, and she really didn't want to know what that looked like now. The captain's planning room was just beyond the bend. She flicked her passkey at the lock, and the door slid open. Inside, this was no planning room. It looked like a cross between a gym and a bedroom, and the walls were again covered with video wallpaper. Kiwi pulled herself over a strange gauntleted rack and settled down out of sight of the doorway. She touched her HUDs, asked for a local override connection to the ship's net. There was a pause as her location and authorization were checked, and then she was looking at names and dates and pictures. Yes, old Richard was running his own small-scale cold sleep business right here on the invisible hand. Luan Perez was listed, and here she was listed as living on watch. That's enough. Time to get out of this madhouse. The Kiwi hesitated an instant longer. There were so many names here, familiar names and faces from long ago. Little death glyphs sat by each picture. She had been a child when she last saw these people, but not like this. These faces were variously sullen, sleeping, terribly bruised or burned. The living, the dead, the beaten, the fiercely resisting. This is from before Jimmy Diem. She knew there had been interrogations, a period of many K-secs between the fighting and the resumption of watches, but Kiwi felt a numb horror spreading up from the pit of her stomach. She paged through the names. Kira Penlisolet. Mama. A bruised face, the eyes staring steadily back at her. What did Richard do to you? How could Tomas not know? She wasn't really conscious of following the data links from that picture, but suddenly her HUDs were running an immersion video. The room was the same, but filled with the sights and sounds of long ago. As if from the other side of the rack there came the sound of panting and moaning. Kiwi slid to the side, and the vision tracked with near perfection. Around the corner of the rack, she came face to face with Tomas Naw, a younger Tomas Naw. Out of sight, beyond the edge of the rack, he seemed to be thrusting from his hips. The look on his face was the sort of ecstatic pleasure that Kiwi had seen in his face so many times. The look he had when they could finally be alone and he could come in her. But this Tomas of years ago held a tiny red-splattered knife. He leaned forward out of sight, leaned down on someone whose moans changed to a shrill scream. Kiwi pulled herself over the edge of the rack and looked straight down at the true past, at the woman Naw was cutting. "Mama!" The past didn't notice her cry. Naw continued his business. Kiwi doubled up on herself, spewing vomit across the rack and beyond. She couldn't see them any more, but the sounds of the past continued, as if they were happening just on the other side of the rack. Even as her stomach emptied, she tore the HUDs from her face, threw them wildly away. She choked and gagged. Gibbering horror was in charge of her reflexes. The light changed as the room's door opened. There were voices in the present. "Yeah, she's in here, Marley." "Phew, what a mess." Sounds of the two men quartering the room, coming closer to Kiwi's hiding place. Mindlessly she retreated, floated down beneath the nightmare equipment, and braced herself against the floor. A face coasted across her position. "Got her—" Kiwi exploded upward, the blade of her hand just missing the other's neck. She slammed into the wall partition behind him. Pain lanced back along her arm. She felt the prick of stunner darts. She turned, tried to bounce toward her attacker, but her legs were already dead. The two waited cautiously a second. Then the shooter, Marley, grinned and snagged her slowly turning body. She couldn't move. She could barely breathe. But there was some sensation. She felt Marley draw her back to him, run his hand across her breasts. "She's saved. Don't worry, Tongue," Marley laughed. "Or maybe you should worry. Look at that hole she put in the wall. Another 4 centimeters, and you'd be breathing out the back of your neck." "Puss." Tongue's voice was sullen. "You got her? Good." It was Tomas's voice from the door. Marley abruptly released his hold on her breasts. He coasted her around the equipment into the open. Kiwi couldn't turn her head. She saw whatever happened to be before her eyes. Tomas calm as ever. Calm as ever. He glanced at her in passing, nodded to Marley. Kiwi tried to scream, but no sound came. "Tomas will kill me like all the others. But if he doesn't, then nothing in God's universe can save him." Tomas turned. Ritzer Brugel was behind him, disheveled and half-naked. "Ritzer, this is inexcusable. The whole point of giving her access codes is to make capture predictable and easy. You knew she was coming, and you left yourself wide open." Brugel's voice was whiny. "Plague take it. She's never twigged this soon after her last scrub, and I had less than 300 seconds from your first warning till she arrived here. That's never happened before." Tomas glared at his vice-podmaster. "The second was just bad luck, something you should count on. The first—" He looked back at Kiwi, and his anger turned to thoughtfulness. "Something unexpected triggered her this time. Have Cal review just who she's been talking to." He gestured to Marley and Tongue. "Put her in a box and take her down to Hammerfest. Tell Anne I want the usual." "What cut-off time on the memory, sir?" "I'll talk to Anne about that myself. We've got some records to look at." Kiwi got a glimpse of the corridor, of hands dragging her along. How many times has this happened before? No matter how hard she strained, she couldn't move a muscle. Inside she was screaming, "This time I will remember. I will remember." 22. Pham followed Trude Sillipan up the central tower of Hammerfest toward the attic. In a sense, this was the moment he had been angling for through MSECs of casual schmoozing. An excuse to get inside the focus system, to see more than the results. No doubt he could have gotten here earlier. In fact, Sillipan had offered more than once to show him around. Over the watches they had known each other, Pham had made enough silly assertions about focus, had bet Sillipan and Shen enough scrip about his opinions. A plausible visit was inevitable. But there was plenty of time, and Pham had never had quite the cover he'd wanted. Don't fool yourself. Popping the localizers onto Mos Na has put you in more danger than anything so far. "Now, finally, you're going to see behind the scenes, Pham, old boy. After this, I hope you'll shut up about some of your crazy theories." Sillipan was grinning. Clearly, he'd been looking forward to this moment himself. They drifted upward past narrow tunnels that forked and forked. The place was a warren. Pham pulled himself even with the coasting Silapan. "What's to know? So you emergents can make people into automatic devices. So what? Even a ziphead can't multiply numbers faster than once or twice a second. Machines can do it trillions of times faster. So with zipheads you get the pleasure of bossing people around. And for what? The slowest, crappiest automation since humankind learned to write." Yeah, you've been saying that for years, but you're still wrong." He stuck out a foot, catching a stop with the toe of his shoe. "Keep your voice down inside the group room, okay?" They were facing a real door, not one of the little crawl hatches of Lower Down. Silapan waved it open, and they drifted through. Pham's first impression was a body odor and packed humanity. "They do get pretty ripe, don't they? They're healthy, though. I see to that." He spoke with a technician's pride. There was rack on rack of micro-G seating, packed in a three-dimensional lattice that would have been impossible in any real gravity. Most of the seats were occupied. There were men and women of all ages dressed in grays, most using what looked to be premium Cheng-Ho head-up display devices. This wasn't what he had been expecting. "I thought you kept them isolated," in little cells, such as Ezra Venn had described in more than one tearful session in the booze parlor. "Some we do. It depends on the application." He waved at the room attendants, two men dressed like hospital orderlies. "This is a lot cheaper. 2 guys can handle all the potty calls and the usual fights." "Fights?" "Professional disagreements," Silapan chuckled. "Snits, really. They're only dangerous if they upset the Mindrot's balance." They floated diagonally upward between the close-packed rows. Some of the HUDs flickered transparently, and he could see the zipheads' eyes moving, but no one seemed to notice Pham and Trude. Their vision was elsewhere. There was low-pitched mumbling from all directions, the combined voices of all the zipheads in the room. There were a lot of people talking, all in short bursts of words. Knees, but still nonsense. The global effect was an almost hypnotic chant. The zipheads typed ceaselessly on cording keyboards. Silapan pointed to their hands with special pride. "See, not 1 in 5 has any joint damage. We can't afford to lose people. We have so few, and Renault can't completely control the Mindrot. But it's been most of a year since we had a simple medical fatality, and that was almost unavoidable. Somehow the Zip got a punctured colon right after a clean checkup. He was an isolated specialty. His performance fell off, but we didn't know there was a problem till the smell got completely rank." So the slave had died from the inside out, too dedicated to cry his pain, too neglected for anyone to notice. Trude Silapan was only caring in the mean. They reached the top, looked back down the lattice of mumbling humanity. "Now, in one way you're right, Mr. Armsman Treenley. If these people were doing arithmetic or string sorting, this operation would be a joke. The smallest processor in a finger ring can do that sort of thing 1 billion times faster than any human. But you hear the zipheads talking? Yeah, but it doesn't make any sense. It's internal jargon. They get into that pretty fast when we work them in teams. But the point is, they're not doing low-level machine functions. They're using our computer resources. See, for us emergents, the zipheads are the next system layer above software. They can apply human intelligence, but with the persistence and patience of a machine. And that's also why unfocused specialists, especially techs like me, are important. Focus is useless unless there are normal people to direct it and to find the proper balance of hardware and software and focus. Done right, the combination is totally beyond what you Cheng-Ho ever achieved." Pham had long ago understood that, but denying the point provoked steadily more detailed explanations from emergents like Trude Silapan. "So, what is this group actually doing?" "Let's see." He motioned for Pham to put on his HUDs. "Ah, see? We have them partitioned into 3 groups. The top third is rote layer processing, zipheads that can be easily retargeted. They're great for routine tasks like direct queries. The middle third is programming. As a programmer at arms, this should interest you." He popped up some dependency charts. They were squirrely nonsense, immense blocks with no evolutionary coherence. "This is a rewrite of your own weapons targeting code." "Crap! I could never maintain something like that." "No, you couldn't, But a programmer-manager, someone like Rita Liao, can as long as she has a team of zip-head programmers. She's having them rearrange and optimize the code. They've done what ordinary humans could do if they could concentrate endlessly. Together, with good development software, these zips have produced a code that is about half the size of your original, and 5 times as fast on the same hardware. They also combed out hundreds of bugs. Pham didn't say anything for a moment. He just paged through the maze of the dependency charts. Pham had hacked for years at the weapons programs. Sure, there were bugs, as there were in any large system, but the weapons code had been the object of thousands of years of work, of constant effort to optimize and remove flaws. He cleared his HUDs and looked across the ranked slaves. Such a terrible price to pay for such wonderful results. Silapan chuckled. "Can't fool me, Tringley. I can tell you're impressed." "Yeah, well, if it works, I am. So what's the third group doing?" But Silapan was already heading back to the entrance. "Oh, them." He waved negligently at the zip-heads on his right. "Renault's ongoing project. We're going through the corpus of your fleet system code, looking for trap-doors, that sort of thing." It was the wild goose chase that preoccupied the most paranoid system administrators, but after what he'd just seen, suddenly Pham didn't feel quite so secure. How long do I have before they notice some of my long-ago mods? They left the group room and started back down the central tower. "See, Pham, all you Chang-Ho, grew up wearing blinders. You just know certain things are impossible. I see the cliches in your literature. Garbage input means garbage output. The trouble with automation is that it does exactly what you ask it. Automation can never be truly creative. Humankind has accepted such claims for thousands of years, but we emergents have disproved them. With zip-head support, I can get correct performance from ambiguous inputs. I can get effective natural language translation. I can get human quality judgment as part of the automation." They coasted downward at several meters per second. Upward traffic was sparse just now. The light at the bottom of the tower glowed brighter. "Yeah, so what about creativity?" This was something Trude loved to pontificate on. "Even that, Pham. Well, not all forms of creativity. Like I said, there is a real need for managers such as Rita and myself and the podmasters above us. But you know about really creative people, the artists who end up in your history books? As often as not, there's some poor dweeb who doesn't have a life. He or she is just totally fixated on learning everything about some single topic. A sane person couldn't justify losing friends and family to concentrate so hard. Of course, the payoff is that the dweeb may find things or make things that are totally unexpected. See, in that way, a little of focus has always been a part of the human race. We emergents have simply institutionalized this sacrifice so the whole community can benefit in a concentrated, organized way." Silapan reached out, lightly touching the walls on both sides, slowing his descent. He dropped behind for a moment before Pham started breaking too. "How long till your appointment with Anne Renault?" Silapan asked. "Just over a K-sec." "Okay, I'll keep this short. Can't keep the boss lady waiting." He laughed. Silapan seemed to have an especially low regard for Anne Renault. If she were incompetent, a lot of things would be simpler for Pham. They passed through a pressure door into what might have been a sick bay. There were a few cold-sleep coffins. They looked like medical temporaries. Visible behind the equipment was another door, this one bearing a Podmaster special seal. Trude gave a nervous glance in that direction and did not look back again. "So, here's where it all happens, Pham. The real magic of focus." He dragged Pham across the room, away from the half-hidden door. A technician was working by the limp form of a zip-head, maneuvering the patient's head into one of the large toroids that dominated the room. Those might be diagnostic imagers, though they were even clunkier looking than most emergent hardware. "You already know the basic principles, right, Pham?" "Sure." Those had been carefully explained in the first watch after Jimmy's murder. "You've got this special virus, the mind rot. You infected us all." Right. But that was a military operation. In most cases, the rot didn't get past the blood-brain barrier. But when it does, You know about glial cells? You've got lots more of those in your brain than neurons, actually. Anyway, the rot uses the glials as a kind of broth and infects almost all of them. After 4 days or so... You have a zip head? No. You have the raw material for a zip head. Many of you Cheng-Ho ended up in that state. Unfocused. Perfectly healthy, but with the infection permanently established. In such people, every neuron in the brain is adjacent to infection cells, and each rotted cell has a menu of neuroactives it can secrete. Now this guy... He turned to the tech who was still working on the comatose zip-head. Bill, what is this one in for? Bill Huang shrugged. He's been fighting. Al had to stun him. There's no chance of mind rot runaway, but Renault wants his basal 5 retained on the sequence from... The two traded jargon. Pham glanced with careful disinterest at the zip-head. Eagle Monry. Eagle had been the punningest armsman in pre-flight, but now he was probably a better analyst than he had ever been before. Trude was nodding at Huang. Huh, I don't see why messing with basal 5 will do any good, but then she is the boss, isn't she? He grinned at the other. Hey, let me do this one, okay? I want to show Pham. Just so you sign for it. Huang moved out of their way, looking faintly bored. Silapan slid down beside the gray-painted toroid. Pham noticed that the gadget had separate power cables, each a centimeter wide. Is this some kind of an imager, Trude? It looks like obsolete junk. Ha! Not exactly. Help me get this guy's head in the cradle. Don't let him touch the sides. An alarm tone sounded. And for God's sake, give Bill that ring you're wearing. If you're standing in the wrong place, the magnets in this baby would tear your finger off. Even in low G, it was awkward to maneuver the comatose Eagle Monry. It was a tight fit, and the rock pile's gravity was just strong enough to drag Eagle's head onto the lower side of the hole. Trude moved back from his handiwork and smiled. All set. Now you're going to see what it's all about, Pham, my boy. He spoke commands, and some kind of medical image floated in the air between them, presumably a view inside Eagle's head. Pham could recognize gross anatomical features, but this was far from anything he had studied. You're right about the imaging, Pham. This is standard MRI, as old as time. But it's good enough. See, the basal 5 harmony is generated here. A pointer moved along a complex curve near the surface of the brain. Now here's the cute thing, what makes mind rot more than a neuropathic curiosity. A galaxy of tiny glowing dots appeared in the three-dimensional image. They glowed in every color, though most were pink. There were clusters and strands of tiny dots, many of them flickering in time with one another. You're seeing infected glial cells, at least the relevant groups. The colors? Those show current drug secretion by type. Now, what I want to do... More commands, and Pham had his first look at the toroid's user manual. Is change the output and firing frequency along this path. His little marker arrow swept along one of the threads of light. He grinned at Pham. This is how our gear is more than an imager. See, the mind rot virus expresses certain para- and diamagnetic proteins, and these respond variously to magnetic fields to trigger the production of specific neuroactives. So while you Cheng-Ho and all the rest of humanity use MRI solely as an observing tool, we emergents can use it actively to make changes. He tapped his keyboard. Pham heard a creaking sound as the superconducting cables spread apart from each other. Eagle twitched a couple of times. Trude reached out to steady him. Damn, can't get millimeter resolution with him thrashing. I don't see any change in the brain map. You won't till I turn off active mode. You can't image and modify at the same time. He paused, watching the step-by-step in the manual. Almost done. There. Okay, let's see the changes. There was a new picture, and now the glowing thread of lights was mostly blue and frantically blinking. It'll take a few seconds to settle in. He continued to watch the model as he talked. See, Pham, this is what I'm really good at. I don't know what you could compare me to in your culture. I'm a little like a programmer, but I don't code. I'm a little like a neurologist, except I get results. I guess I'm most like a hardware technician. I keep the gear going for all the higher-ups who take the credit." Trude frowned. "Hun?" "Puss." He looked across the room at where the other emergent was working. "Bill, this guy's lift-and-dop ratio is still low." "You turned off the field?" "Of course. Basal 5 should have retained by now." Bill didn't come over, but apparently he was looking at the patient's brain model. The line of blue glitter was still a jumble of random change. Trude continued. "It's just a loose end, but I don't know what's causing it. Can you take care of it?" He hooked a thumb in Fam's direction, indicating he had other, more important business. Bill said dubiously, "You did sign for it?" Yes. Just take care of it, huh?" "Yeah, okay. Thanks." Silapan gestured Fam away from the MRI gear. The brain image vanished. "That Raynaud. Her jobs are the trickiest, not by the book. Then, when you do it the right way, you're likely to end up in a heap of trouble." Fam followed him out the door and down a side tunnel that cut through the crystal of Diamond 1. The walls were a chiseled mosaic, the same style of precise artwork that had mystified Fam long ago at the welcoming banquet. Not all the zipheads were high-tech specialists. They passed a dozen slave artists clustered around the circumference of the tunnel, hunched close over magnifying glasses and needle-like tools. Fam had been along here before, several watches earlier. Then the frieze had been only roughly outlined, a mountain landscape with some sort of military force moving toward a nebulous goal. Even that had been a guess, based on the title, The Defeat of the Frankish Orc. Now the figures were mostly complete, sturdy, heroic figures that glittered rainbows. Their goal was some kind of monster. The creature wasn't that novel, a typical Tholhonic horror, tearing humans with its long claws and eating to pieces. Emergents made a big thing of their conquest of Frank. Somehow Fam doubted that the mutations they had warred against had been so spectacular. He slowed, and Silapan took his stare for admiration. "The carvers make only 50 centimeters progress every MSEC, but the art brings some of the warmth of our past." "Warmth?" "Raynaud wants things pretty." It was a random question. Raynaud couldn't care less. Podmaster Bruegel ordered this, per my recommendation. But I thought podmasters were sovereign in their domains. Fam hadn't seen much of Raynaud on prior watches, but he had seen her humiliate Ritzer Bruegel in meetings with Gnaw. Trude continued on for several meters, not speaking. His face quirked in a silly smile, a look he sometimes got during their bull sessions at Benny's. This time, though, the smile broke into laughter. "Podmaster? And Raynaud? Fam, watching you boggle has already made my day. But this tops all." He coasted for several seconds more, still chuckling. Then he saw the glower on Fam Trinley's face. "I'm sorry, Fam. You peddlers are clever in so many ways, but you're like children when it comes to the basics of culture. I got you cleared to see the Focus Clinic. I guess it can't hurt to spell some other things out. No, Anne Raynaud is not a podmaster, though most likely she was a powerful one once upon a time. Raynaud is just another ziphead." Fam let his glower fade to blank astonishment, which also happened to be his true reaction. "But she's running a big part of the show. She gives you orders." Silapan shrugged. His smile had changed to something sour. "Yeah, she gives me orders. It's a rare thing, but it can happen. I'd almost rather work for Podmaster Bruegel and Cal Olmo, except that they play so rough." His voice trailed off nervously. Fam caught up. "I think I see," he lied. "When a specialist gets focused, he fixates on his specialty. So an artist becomes one of your mosaic carvers, a physicist becomes like Hunter Wen, and a manager becomes, I don't know, the manager from hell." Trude shook his head. "It doesn't work like that. See, technical specialties focus well. We got a 70% success rate even with Yu Cheng Ho. But people skills, counseling, politics, personnel management, normally those don't survive focusing at all. You've seen enough zipheads by now. The one thing they have in common is flat affect. They can no more imagine what's going on in a normal person's head than a rock can. We're lucky to have as many good translators as we do. That's never been tried on this scale before." No, Anne Raynaud is something very, very rare. Rumor is she was a high podmaster in the Zaval clique. Most of those got killed or mind scrubbed, but the story is Raynaud had really pissed the Gnawley clique. For laughs they focused her. Maybe they thought to use her as body comfort. But that's not how it turned out. My guess is she was already close to being a monomaniac. It was one chance in a billion, but Raynaud's management abilities survived. Even some of her people skills survived. Up ahead, Pham could see the end of the tunnel. Light shone on an unadorned hatch. Trude came to a stop and turned to face Pham. She's a freak, but she is also Podmaster Gnaw's most valued property. In principle, she doubles his reach. He grimaced. It doesn't make it any easier to take orders from her, I'll tell you that. Personally, I think the Podmaster overrates her. She's a miraculous freak, but so what? It's like a dog that writes poetry. No one notices that it's doggerel. You don't seem to care if she knows your opinion. Now Trude was smiling again. Of course not. That's the one plus of my situation. She's almost impossible to fool on things directly related to my job, but outside of that, she's like any other ziphead. Why, I've played some funny He stopped. Never mind. Tell her what Podmaster Gnaw asked you to, and you'll be okay. He winked, then started back up the corridor away from Raynaud's office. Watch her close. You'll see what I mean. If Pham had known about Anne Raynaud, he might have postponed the whole localizer scam. But now he was sitting in her office, and there weren't many options. In a way, it felt good to be winging it. Ever since Jimmy died, every one of Pham's moves had been so considered, so damned cautious. At first, the woman didn't even acknowledge his presence. Pham sat uninvited on the chair across from her desk and looked around the room. It was nothing like Gnaw's office. These walls were naked, rough diamond. There were no pictures, not even the abominations that passed for emergent art. Raynaud's desk was an agglomeration of empty storage crates and network gear. And Raynaud herself? Pham stared at her face more intently than he might have dared otherwise. He'd been in her presence maybe 20 K-sec total, and those encounters had been in meetings, with Raynaud generally at the far end of the table. She always dressed plainly, except for that silver necklace tucked down into her blouse. With her red hair and pale skin, the woman might have been Ritzer Bruegel's sister. The physical type was rare in this end of human space, arising most often from local mutation, and might have been 30 years old, or a couple of centuries with really good medical support. In a crazy, exotic way, she was lovely. Physically lovely. So you were a podmaster. Raynaud's gaze flickered up and impaled him for an instant. Okay, you're here to tell me the details of these localizers. Pham nodded. Strange. After that momentary glance, her gaze shifted away from his eyes. She was watching his lips, his throat, only briefly his eyes. There was no sympathy, no communication, but Pham had the chill feeling that she was seeing through all his masks. Good. What is their standard sensorium? He grumbled through the answers, claiming ignorance of details. Raynaud didn't seem to take offense. Her questions were delivered in a uniformly calm, mildly contemptuous tone. Then, this isn't enough to work with. I need the manuals. Sure. That's what I'm here for. The full manuals are on the localizer chips, encrypted beneath what ordinary techs are allowed to see. Again that long, scattered stare. We've looked. We don't see them. This was the dangerous part. At best, Gnaw and Bruegel would be taking a very close look at Tringley's buffoon persona. At worst, if they realized he was giving away secrets that even top armsmen wouldn't know, he'd be in serious trouble. Pham pointed to a head-up display on Raynaud's desk. Allow me, he said. Raynaud didn't react to his flippancy, but she did put on the HUDs and accepted consensual imaging. Pham continued. I remember the passcode. It's long, though. And the full version was keyed to his own body, but he didn't say that. He tried several incorrect codes and acted irritable and nervous when they failed. A normal human, even Tomas Naw, would have expressed impatience or laughed. Renault didn't say anything. She just sat there. But then suddenly, "I have no patience for this. Do not pretend incompetence." She knew. And all the time since Tryland, no one had ever seen this far behind his cover. He'd hoped for more time. Once they started using the localizers, he could write some new cover for himself. Damn. Then he remembered what Silapan had said. Anne Raynault knew something. Most likely she had simply concluded that Tringley was a reluctant informant. "Sorry," Pham mumbled. He typed in the correct sequence. A simple acknowledgment came back from the Fleet Library, Chip Dock subsection. The glyphs floated silver on the air between them. The secret inventory data, the component specifications. "Good enough," said Raynault. She did something with her control, and her office seemed to vanish. The two of them floated through the inventory information, and then they were standing within the localizer's specifications. "As you said, temperature, sonics, light levels, multispectrum. But this is more elaborate than you described at the meeting." "I said it was good. These are just the details." Raynault spoke quickly, reviewing capability after capability. Now she sounded almost excited. This was far beyond the corresponding emergent products. A naked localizer with a good sensorium and independent operation, and she was seeing only the part that Pham wanted her to see. "You do have to pulse it power." "Just as well. That way we can limit its use till we thoroughly understand it." She flicked away the image, and they were sitting in her office again, the light sparkling cool off the rough walls. Pham could feel himself beginning to sweat. She wasn't even looking at him any more. The inventory showed several million localizers in addition to those embedded in fleet hardware. Sure, inactive, they pack into just a few liters. Calm observation. "You were fools not to use them for security." Pham glowered at her. "We armsmen knew what they could do. In a military situation—" But those were not the details in Anne Raynault's focus. She waved him silent. "It looks like we have more than enough for our purposes." The beautiful Janissary looked back into Pham's face. For an instant, her gaze stabbed directly into his eyes. "You've made possible a new era of control, armsman." Pham looked into the clear blue eyes and nodded. He hoped she didn't understand the full truth that she spoke. And now Pham realized how central she was to all his plans. Anne Raynault managed almost all the zip heads. Anne Raynault was Tomas Naw's direct control over operations. Anne Raynault understood the things about the emergence that a successful revolutionary must understand. And Anne Raynault was a zip head. She might figure out what he was up to, or she might be the key to destroying Naw and Bruegel. Things never got completely quiet in an ad hoc habitat. The trader's temp was only 100 meters across. The crew, bouncing around in it, created stresses that could not be completely damped. And thermal stress made an occasional loud snapping sound. But just now was in the middle of most of the crew's sleep period. Pham Nguyen's little cabin was about as quiet as it ever got. He floated in the darkened cabin, pretending to drowse. His secret life was about to become very busy. The emergents didn't know it, but they'd just been snared by a trap that went deeper than most any Chang-Ho fleet captain knew about. It was one of 2 or 3 scams that Pham Nguyen had set up long ago. Sora and a few others had known about them, but even after Briscoe Gap, the knowledge hadn't seeped into the general Chang-Ho armamentarium. Pham had always wondered about that. Sora could be subtle. How long would it take Raynault and Bruegel to retain their people to use the localizers? There were more than enough of the gadgets to run the L1 stab operations and also snoop all living spaces. At third meal, some of the comm people had told of spikes in the temp's cable spine. 10 times a second, a microwave pulse spread through the temp, enough wireless power to keep the localizers well fed. Just before the beginning of the sleep period, he'd noticed the first of the dust motes come wafting through the ventilator. Right now, Bruegel and Raynault were probably calibrating the system. Bruegel and Naw would be congratulating themselves on the quality of the sound and video. With good luck, they would eventually phase out their own clunky spy devices. Even if he wasn't so lucky, well, in a few MSECs, he would have the ability to subvert the reports from them. Something scarcely heavier than a dust mote settled on his cheek. He made as if to wipe his face, and in the act settled the mote just beside his eyelid. A few moments later he poked another deep within the channel of his right ear. It was ironic, considering how much effort the emergence had gone to disabling untrusted I.O. devices. The localizers did everything that Pham had told Thomas Naw. Just as such devices had done through all of human history, these located one another in geometrical space, a simple exercise, nothing more than a time-of-flight computation. The Chang-Ho versions were smaller than most, could be powered by wireless across short distances, and had a simple set of sensors. They made great spy devices, just what Podmaster Naw needed. Localizers were by their nature a type of computer network, in fact a type of distributed processor. Each little dust mote had a small amount of computing ability, and they communicated with one another. A few 100,000 of them dusted across the trader's temp was more computing power than all the gear that Naw and Bruegel had brought aboard. Of course, all localizers, even the emergent clunkers, had such computational potential. The real secret of the Chang-Ho version was that no added interface was necessary for output or input. If you knew the secret, you could access the Chang-Ho localizers directly, let the localizers sense your body position, interpret the proper codings, and respond with built-in effectors. It didn't matter that the emergence had removed all front-end interfaces from the temp. Now a Chang-Ho interface was all around them for anyone who knew the secrets. Access took special knowledge and some concentration. It was not something that could happen by accident or under coercion. Pham relaxed in the hammock, partly to pretend to finally fall asleep, partly to get in the mood for his coming work. He needed a particular pattern of heartbeats, a particular cadence of breathing. Do I even remember it anymore after all this time? The sharp moment of panic took him aback. One mote by his eye, another in his ear. That should be enough to provide alignment for the other localizers that must be floating in the room. That should be enough. But the proper mood still eluded him. He kept thinking back to Anne Raynault and to what Silapan had shown him. The focused would see through his schemes. It was just a matter of time. Focus was a miracle. Pham Nguyen could have made the Chang-Ho a true empire, despite Sura's treachery, if only he'd had focused tools. Yes, the price was high. Pham remembered the rows of zombies up in Hammerfest's attic. He could see a dozen ways to make the system gentler, but in the end, to use focused tools, there would have to be some sacrifice. Was final success, a true Chang-Ho empire, worth that price? Could he pay it? Yes, and yes. At this rate, he'd never achieve access state. He backed off, began the whole relax cycle again. He let his imagination slide into memories. What had it been like in the beginning times? Sura then had delivered the reprise and a still very naive Pham Nguyen to the megalopolis moons of Nam Kem. He had remained at Nam Kem for 15 years. They were the happiest years of Pham Nguyen's life. Sura's cousins were in system too, and they fell in love with the schemes that Sura and her young barbarian proposed, a method of interstellar synchronization, the trading of technical tricks, where their own buying and selling would not be affected, the prospect of a cohesive interstellar trading culture. Pham learned not to talk about his goals beyond that. Sura's cousins were back from some very profitable adventures, but they could see the limits of isolated trading. Left to themselves, they would make fortunes, even keep them for a time, but in the end they would be lost in time and the interstellar dark. They had a gut appreciation for many of Pham's goals. In some ways, his time with Sura at Nam Kem was like their first days on the reprise, but this went on and on, the imaginings and the teaming ever richer. and there were wonders that his hard head, with all its grandiose plans, had never considered. Children. He had never imagined how different a family could be from the one of his birth. Ratko, Butra, and Ko were their first little ones. He lived with them, taught them, played blinker talk and ever-catch with them, showed them the wonders of the Namkem World Park. Pham loved them far more than himself, and almost as much as he loved Sura. He almost abandoned the grand schedule to stay with them, but there would be other times, and Sura forgave him. When he returned 30 years later, Sura awaited, with news of other parts of the plan well under way. But by then their first 3 children were themselves a-voyaging, playing their own part in founding the new Chang-ho. Pham ended up with a fleet of 3 starships. There were setbacks and disasters, treachery. Zammel Ing leaving him for dead in Keely's comet cloud. 20 years he was fleetless at Keely, making himself a trillionaire from scratch just to escape the place. Sura flew with him on several missions, and they raised new families on 6 worlds. A century passed. 3. The mission protocols they had devised on the old reprise served them well, and across the years there were reunions with children and children's children. Some were greater friends than Ratko or Butra or Ko, but he never loved them quite so much. Pham could see the new structure emerging. Now it was simply trade, sometimes leavened with family ties. It would be much more. The hardest thing was the realization that they needed someone at the center, at least in the early centuries. More and more Sura stayed behind, coordinating what Pham and others undertook. And yet they still had children. Sura had new sons and daughters, while Pham was light years away. He joked with her about the miracle, though in truth he was hurt at the thought she had other lovers. Sura had smiled gently and shook her head. "No, Pham, any child I call my own is also of you." Her smile turned mischievous. "Over the years you have stuffed me with enough of yourself to birth an army. I can't use that gift all at once, but use it I will." "No clones?" Pham's word came out sharper than he intended. "Lord, no." She looked away. One of you is all I can handle." Maybe she was just as superstitious as he was, or maybe not. "No, I'm using you in natural zygotes. I'm not always the other donor, or the only other donor. Namkem medics are very good at this kind of thing." She turned back and saw the look on his face. "I swear, Pham, every one of your children has a family. Everyone is loved. We need them, Pham. We need families and great families. The plan needs them." She jabbed at him playfully, trying to jolly the disapproval from his face. "Hey, Pham, isn't this the wet dream of every conquering barbarian lord? Well, I'll tell you, you've outfathered the greatest of them." Yes, thousands of children by dozens of partners raised without personal cost to the father. His own father had unsuccessfully attempted something much smaller with his campaign of regicide and concubinage in the North Coast states. Pham was getting it all without the murder, without the violence. And yet, how long had Sura been doing this? How many children, and by how many donors? He could imagine her now, planning bloodlines, slotting the right talents into the founding of each new family, dispersing them throughout the new Chang-ho. He felt the strangest double vision as he turned the situation around in his mind. As Sura said, it was a barbarian wet dream, but it was also a little like being raped. "I would have told you at the beginning, Pham, but I was afraid you would object, and this is so important." In the end, Pham did not object. It would advance their plan, but it hurt to think of all the children he would never know. Voyaging at 0.3C, Pham Nguyen traveled far. Everywhere there were traders, though beyond 30 light-years they rarely called themselves Chang-ho. It didn't matter. They could understand the plan. The ones he met spread the ideas still farther. Wherever they went, and farther, since some were convinced simply by the radio messages Pham sent across the dark, the spirit of the Chang-ho was spread. Pham returned to Nam Kem again and again, bending the grand schedule almost to its breaking point. Sura was aging. She was 2 or 3 centuries old now. Her body was at the limit of what medical science could make young and supple. Even some of the children were old, living too long in port amid their voyaging. And sometimes in Sura's eyes, Pham glimpsed unknowable experience. Each time he returned to Nam Kem, he tossed the question up at her. Finally, one night, after love almost as good as they had ever had, he came close to bawling. "This wasn't how it was supposed to be, Sura. The plan was for both of us. Come away with me. At least go a-voyaging. And we can meet again and again, however long we live." Sura leaned back from him and slipped her hand behind his neck. Her smile was crooked and sad. "I know. We thought we could both be flyabouts. Strange that that's the biggest mistake we had in all our original scheming. But be honest. You know that one of us has to stay in some central place, has to deal with the plan almost in one long watch. There were 1,000,000,000,000 little details involved in conquering the universe, and they couldn't be handled while you were in cold sleep." "Yes, in the early centuries, but not for your whole life." Sura shook her head, her hand brushing gently at his neck. "I'm afraid we were wrong." She saw the look on his face, the anguish, and she drew him down to her. "My poor barbarian prince." He could hear the fond, mocking smile in her words. "You are my unique treasure. And do you know why? You're a flaming genius. You're driven. But the reason I've always loved you is something more. Inside your head you are such a contradiction. Little Pham grew up in a run-down suburb of hell. You saw betrayal, and you were betrayed. You understand violent evil as well as the most bloody-handed villain. And yet, little Pham also bought into all the myths of chivalry and honor and quest. Somehow in your head, both live at once, and you've spent your life trying to make the universe fit your contradictions. You will come very close to achieving that goal. Close enough for me or any reasonable person, but maybe not close enough to satisfy yourself. So, I must stay if our plan is to succeed, and you must go for the same reason. Unfortunately, you know that, don't you, Pham?" Pham looked out the real windows that surrounded Sura's penthouse. They were at the top of an office spire sticking high out of Nam Kem's largest megalopolis moon. Torelsk office real estate prices were in a frenzy that was downright absurd considering the power of network communication. The last time this tower had been on the open market, the annual rental on the penthouse floor could have bought a starship. For the last 70 years, Cheng Ho families, mostly his and Sura's descendants, had owned the spire and huge swaths of the surrounding office territory. It was the smallest part of their holdings, a nod to fashion. Just now it was early evening. The crescent of Nam Kem hung low in the sky. The lights of the Torelsk business district rivaled the mother world's glow. The Ven and Momso shipyards would rise in another kaysak or so. Ven and Momso were probably the largest yards in human space. Yet even that was a small part of their family's wealth. And beyond that, stretching ever more tenuously to the limits of human space, but growing still, was the cooperative wealth of the Cheng Ho. He and Sura had founded the greatest trading culture in the history of all time. That was how Sura saw it. That was all she ever saw. It was all she ever wanted. Sura didn't mind that she wouldn't live in the era of their final success, because she thought it would never come. So Pham stilled the tears that waited behind his eyes. He slipped his arms gently around Sura and kissed her neck. "Yes, I know," he finally said. Pham postponed his departure from Nam Kem for 2 years, 5. He stayed so long that the grand schedule itself was broken. There would be appointments missed. Any more delay, and the plan itself might fail. And when he finally left Sura, something died inside him. Their partnership survived, even their love, in some abstract way. but a chasm of time had opened between them, and he knew they could never bridge it again. By the time he had lived 100 years, Pham Nguyen had seen more than 30 solar systems, 100 cultures. There were traders who had seen more, but not many. Certainly Sura, huddled in planning mode back on Nam Kim, never saw what Pham did. Sura had only books and histories, reports from far away. For sessile civilizations, even spacefaring ones, nothing lasted forever. It was something of a miracle that the human race had survived long enough to escape Earth. There were so many ways that an intelligent race could make itself extinct. Deadlocks and runaways, plagues, atmosphere catastrophes, impact events, those were the simplest dangers. Humankind had lived long enough to understand some of the threats. Yet even with the greatest care, a technological civilization carried the seeds of its own destruction. Sooner or later it ossified, and politics carried it into a fall. Pham Nguyen had been born on Canberra in the depths of a dark age. He knew now that the disaster had been mild by some standards. After all, the human race had survived on Canberra, even though it lost its high technology. There were worlds that Pham visited multiple times during his first 100 years. Sometimes it was centuries between the visits. He saw the utopia that had been New Mars fade into overpopulated dictatorship, the ocean cities becoming slums for billions. 70 years later, he came back to a world with a population of 1 million, a world of small villages, of savages with painted faces and hand axes and songs of heartbreak. The voyage would have been a bust if not for the chance of Vilnius. But New Mars was lucky compared to the dead worlds. Old Earth had been recolonized from scratch 4 times since the diaspora began. There had to be a better way, and every new world Pham saw made him more sure that he knew that better way. Empire. A government so large that the failure of an entire solar system would be a manageable disaster. The Chang-Ho trading culture was a start. It would become the Chang-Ho trading empire, and someday a true governing empire. For the Chang-Ho were in a unique position. At its peak, a customer civilization possessed extraordinary science, and sometimes made marginal improvements over the best that had ever existed before. Most often, these improvements died when the civilization died. The Chang-Ho, however, they went on forever, patiently gathering the best that could be found. To Sura, that was the Chang-Ho's greatest trading edge. To Pham Nguyen, it was more. Why should we trade back all that we learn? Some, yes. That is largely how we make our living. But let us take the glittering peaks of all human progress and hold them for the good of all. That was how the Chang-Ho localizers had come to be. Pham had been aground on Trigvi Yitra, as far from Nam Kim as he had ever voyaged. The people were not even from the same Earth stock as the humans of familiar parts of human space. Trigvi's sun was one of those dim little M-stars, the vermin of the colonizable galaxy. There were dozens of such stars, for every one that was like old Earth's sun, and most had planets. They were dangerous places to settle, the stellar ecosphere so narrow that a civilization without technology could not exist. In the early millennia of humankind's conquest of space, that fact had been ignored, and a number of such worlds had been colonized. Ever optimistic, these humans, thinking their technology would last forever. And then, at the first fall, millions of people were left on a world of ice, or a world of fire if the planet was on the inner side of their star's ecosphere. Trigvi Yitra was a slightly safer variant and a common situation. The star was accompanied by a giant planet, Trigvi, which orbited a bit outside of the primary's ecosphere. The giant planet had just 2 moons, one of them Earth-sized. Both were inhabited in the era when Pham visited. But the larger Yitra was the gem. Tidal and direct heating from Trigvi supplemented the sun's meager output. Yitra had land and air and liquid oceans. The humans of Trigvi Yitra had survived at least one collapse of their civilization. What they had now was a technology as high as humankind ever attained. Fam's little fleet of starships was welcomed, found decent shipyards in the asteroid belt that lay 1 billion kilometers out from the sun. Fam left crews aboard the ships and took local transport inward to Trigvi and Ytra. This was no Namkem, but these people had seen other traders. They had also seen Fam's ram scoops and his preliminary trading list, and most of what Fam had did not measure up to Yitra's native magics. Newen stayed on Ytra for a time, some weeks, the locals called the unit, the 600 K-sec or so that it took giant Ytra to orbit Trigvi. Trigvi itself orbited the Sun in just over 6 M-sec. So the Yitrish calendar worked out neatly to 10 weeks. Though the world teetered between fire and ice, much of Ytra was habitable. "We have a more climate-stable world than old Earth itself," the locals bragged. Ytra is deep within Trigvi's gravity well, with no significant perturbers. The tidal heating has been mellow across a geologic time. And even the dangers were no big surprise. The 3M sun was just over 1 degree across. A foolish person could look directly at the reddish disk, see the whirling of gases, see sunspots vast and dark. A few seconds of such sun-gazing could cause serious retinal burns, since, of course, the star was far brighter in the near IR than in visible light. The recommended eye protectors looked like clear plastic, but Fam was very careful to wear them. His hosts, a group of local companies, put him up at their expense. He spent his official time trying to learn more of their language and trying to discover something his fleet had brought that might be worth something to his customers. They were trying just as hard. It was something like industrial espionage in reverse. The locals' electronics was a little better than Fam had ever seen, though there were program improvements the Cheng Ho might suggest. Their medical automation was significantly backward. That would be his foot in the door, a place to haggle from. Fam and his staff categorized all the things they might bring from this encounter. It would pay for the voyage and more. But Fam heard rumors. His hosts represented a number of cartels was the nearest translation that Fam could make of the word. They hid things from one another. The rumor was of a new type of localizer, smaller than any made elsewhere, and needing no internal power supply. Any improvement in localizers was a profitable item. The gadgets were the positional glue that made embedded systems so powerful. But these super localizers were alleged to contain sensors and effectors. If it was anything more than rumor, it would have political and military consequences on Ytra itself, destabilizing consequences. By now, Fam Newen knew how to collect information in a technical society, even one where he wasn't a fluent speaker, even one where he was being watched. In 4 weeks he knew which cartel might have the maybe-existent invention. He knew the name of its magnate, Gunnar Larsen. The Larsen cartel had not mentioned the invention in their trading negotiations. It was not on the table, and Fam didn't want to hint about it when others were present. He arranged a face-to-face meeting with Larsen. It was the sort of thing that would have made sense even to Fam's aunts and uncles back on medieval Canberra, though the technical subterfuge behind the meeting would have been unintelligible to them. 6 weeks after his landfall on Ytra, Fam Newen walked alone through the most exclusive open street in Derby. Scattered clouds were reminders of the recent rain. They showed pink and gray in the bright twilight. The sun had just set in the deep heart of Trigvi. Near the limb of the giant planet, an arch of gold and red, was the memory of the sun's passing into eclipse. The disk of the giant stood across 10 degrees of sky. Silent blue lightning flickered in its polar latitudes. The air was cool and moist, the breeze carrying some natural perfume. Fam kept up his pace, pulling the leash tight every time his Snarlahans wanted to investigate something off the promenade. His cover demanded that he take things slowly, enjoy the view, wave in a courtly way to the similarly dressed people who passed by. After all, what else would a rich, retired resident be doing out in the open but admiring the lights and showing off his Huns? That's what his contact had claimed anyway. Security on Huskastrata isn't really tight. But if you don't have an excuse to be there, the police may stop you. Take some prize Snarlahuns. That's legitimate reason to be on the promenade. Fam's gaze took in the palaces that showed here and there through the foliage along the promenade. Derby seemed like a peaceful place. There was security here, but if enough people wanted to pull things down, it could be done in a single night of fire and riot. The cartels played a hard commercial game, but their civilization was coasting through the highest, happiest of its good times. Maybe cartels wasn't even the right word. Gunnar Larsen and some of the other magnates put on airs of deep ancient wisdom. Larsen was a boss man, all right, but the word for his rank meant something more than that. Fam knew the term philosopher king, but Larsen was a businessman. Maybe his title meant philosopher magnate. Fam reached the Larsen estate. He turned down a private off-way that was almost as broad as the promenade. The output of his head-up display faded. After a few more paces, he had only a natural view. Fam was annoyed, but not surprised. He walked on as if he owned the place, even let the Huns take a crap behind a 2-meter stand of flowers. Let the philosopher magnate understand my deep respect for all the mystery. "Please follow, sir." A voice came quietly from behind him. Fam suppressed a start, turned, and nodded casually to the speaker. In the reddish twilight he couldn't see any weapons. High in the sky, and 2 million kilometers away, a chain of blue lightning flickered bright on the face of Tryggvi. He got a good look at his guide and 3 others who had been hidden by the dark. They wore corporate robes, but he couldn't miss the military bearing or the HUDs they wore across their eyes. He let them take the Huns. That was just as well. The 4 creatures were big and carnivore-looking mean. They might be overbred into gentleness, but it would take more than one twilight walk to make Fam a Hund lover. Fam and the remaining guards walked more than 100 meters. He had a glimpse of delicately turned branches, moss that sat just so at joints of the roots. The higher the social position, the more these fellows went for rustic nature, and the more perfect every detail had to be. No doubt this forest path had been manicured for a century to capture untrammeled wildness. The path opened onto a hillside garden, sitting above a stream and a pond. The reddish arch of Tryggvi was enough for him to make out the tables, the small human form that rose to greet him. "Magnate Larsen." Fam gave the little half-bow he had seen between equals. Larsen reciprocated, and somehow Fam knew the other fellow was grinning. "Fleet Captain Newen, please take a seat." There were cultures where trade couldn't begin until everyone is bored into death by irrelevant chit-chat. Fam wasn't expecting that here. He was due back in his hotel in 20 K-Sec, and it would be well for both of them if the other cartelists didn't realize where Fam had been. Yet Gunnar Larsen seemed in no hurry. Occasional Tryggvi lightning showed him. Typical Yitra stock, but very old, the blondish hair thinning, the pale pink skin wrinkled. They sat in the flashing twilight for more than 2 K-Sec, the old man chatting about Fam's history and the past of Tryggvi Yitra. Hell, maybe he's getting back at me for dumping in his flowers. Or maybe it was something Yitri-ish inscrutable. On the bright side, the fellow spoke excellent Amanese, and Fam wasn't backward in that language either. Larsen's estate was strangely quiet. Derby City contained almost 1 million people, and though none of the buildings were monstrously tall, there was urbanization to within 1,000 meters of the high-class Huskastrata section. Yet sitting here, the loudest sounds were Gunnar Larsen's inane chit-chat, and the splashing of the little waterfall just down the hillside. Fam's eyes were well adjusted now. He could see the reflection of Tryggvi's arching light in the pond. He could see ripples when some large shelled creature breached the surface. I'm actually coming to like the cycle of light on Yitra. 3 weeks ago, Fam would have never thought that time could come. The nights and days were long beyond any rhythm Fam could sustain, but the midday eclipses gave some respite, and after a while you began to forget that almost every color was a shade of red. There was a comfortable safeness about this world. These people had kept a prosperous peace for almost 1,000 years, so maybe there was wisdom here. Abruptly, without breaking the cadence of triviality, Larsen said, "So you think to learn the secret of Larsen localizers?" Pham knew his startled expression didn't go beyond his eyes. "First, I would like to learn if such things exist. The rumors are very spectacular and very vague." The old man's teeth glinted in a smile. "Oh, they exist." He gestured around them. "They give me eyes everywhere. They make this darkness into day." "I see." The old man wasn't wearing a head-up. Could he guess at the sardonic expression on Pham's face? Larsen laughed softly. "Oh, yes." He touched his temple just behind the orbit of his eye. "There's one resting right here. The others align on it and precisely stimulate my optic nerve. It takes a lot of practice on both sides. But if you have enough Larsen localizers, they can handle the load. They can synthesize views from whatever direction I choose." He made an obscure motion with his hands. "Your facial expressions are as clear as day to me, Pham Nguyen. And from the localizers that have dusted your hands and neck, I can even look inside. I can hear your heart beat, your lungs breathe. With a little concentration," he cocked his head, "I can estimate blood flow within regions of your brain. You are sincerely surprised, young man." Pham's lips tightened in anger at himself. The other had spent more than a cassette calibrating him. If this had been in an office away from this garden and this quiet darkness, he would have been much more on his guard. Pham shrugged. "Your localizers are far and away the most interesting thing about the current stage of Yiktrish civilization. I'm very interested in acquiring some samples, even more interested in the program base and the factory specification." "To what end?" "That should be obvious and irrelevant. The important thing is what I can give you in trade. Your medical science is poorer than at Nam Kim or Keeley." Larsen seemed to nod. "It's worse than we had here before the fall. We've never recovered all the old secrets." "You called me young man," said Pham. "But what is your own age, sir? 90, 100? Pham and his staff had looked carefully at the Yiktrish net, gauging the local's medical science. 91 of your 30 MSEC years, said Larsen. "Well, sir, I have lived 127 years. That doesn't count cold sleep, of course. And I look like a young man." Larsen was silent for a long moment, and Pham was sure that he had scored a point. Maybe these philosopher magnates weren't so inscrutable. "Yes, I would like to be young again, and millions would spend millions for the same. What can your medicine give?" "A century or two, looking about as you see me. 2 or 3 centuries after that, visibly aging." "Ah, that's even a bit better than we achieved before the fall. But the very old will look as bad and suffer as much as the old always have. There are intrinsic limits to how far the human body can be pushed." Pham was politely silent, but he smiled inside. Medicine was the hook, all right. Pham would get their localizers in return for decent medical science. Both sides would benefit enormously. Magnate Larsen would live a few extra centuries. If he was lucky, the current cycle of his civilization would outlive him. But 1,000 years from now, when Larsen was dust, when his civilization had fallen, as the planet-bound inevitably did, 1,000 years from now, Pham and the Cheng Ho would still be flying between the stars, and they would still have the Larsen localizers. Larsen was making a strange, soft sound. After a moment, Pham realized it was coughing laughter. "Ah, forgive me. You may be 127 years old, but you are still a young man in your mind. You hide behind the dark and an expressionless face. Don't be offended. You haven't trained at the right disguises. With my localizers, I see your pulse and the blood flow in your brain. You think that someday you'll dance on my grave, no?" Damn. An expert using the very best invasive probes couldn't see that much about another's attitude. Larsen was just guessing, or the localizers were even more a treasure than Pham had thought. Pham's awe and caution were tinged with anger. The other was mocking him. Well then, truly. In a sense, yes. If you accept the trade I'm hoping for, you will live just as many years as I. But I am Chang Ho. I sleep decades between the stars. Your customer civilizations are ephemera to us. There, that should raise your blood pressure. Fleet Captain, you remind me a little of Fred down there in the pool. Again, no real insult intended. Fred is a Luchsterfiske. He must be talking about the creature that Pham had noticed diving near the waterfall. Fred is curious about lots of things. He's been hopping around since you arrived, trying to figure you out. Can you see, right now, he's sitting at the edge of the pond. 2 armored tentacles are tickling the grass about 3 meters from your feet. Pham felt a shock of surprise. He had thought those were vines. He followed the slender limbs back to the water. Yes, there were 4 eye stalks, 4 unblinking eyes. They glittered yellow in the waning light of Tryggvi's sky arch. Fred has lived a long time. Archaeologists have found his breeding documents, a little experiment with native wildlife just before the fall. He was some rich man's pet, about as smart as a hound. But Fred is very old. He lived through the fall. He was something of a legend in these parts. You are right, Fleet Captain. If you live long enough, you see much. In the Middle Ages, Derby was first a ruin, then the beginning of a great kingdom. Its lords mined the secrets of the earlier age to their own great profit. For a time, this hillside was the senate of those rulers. During the Renaissance, this was a slum, and the lake at the bottom of the hill an open sewer. Even the name Huskastrata, the epitome of high-class modern Derby addresses, once meant something like Street of the Outhouses. But Fred survived it all. He was the legend of the sewers, his existence disbelieved by sensible folk until 3 centuries ago. Now he lives with full honor in the cleanest water. There was fondness in the old man's voice. So Fred has lived long, and he's seen much. He's still intellectually alive, as much as a Luchsterfiske can be. Witness his beady eyes upon us. But Fred knows far less of the world and his own history than I do from reading history. Not a valid analogy. Fred is a dumb animal. True. You are a bright human, and you fly between the stars. You live a few 100 years, but those years are spread across a span as great as Fred's. What more do you really see? Civilizations rise and fall, but all technical civilizations know the greatest secrets now. They know which social mechanisms normally work and which ones quickly fail. They know the means to postpone disaster and evade the most foolish catastrophes. They know that, even so, each civilization must inevitably fall. The electronics that you want from me may not exist anywhere else in human space, but I'm sure that equipment that good has been invented by humans before and will be again. Similarly, for the medical technology you correctly assume we want from you. Humankind as a whole is in a steady state, even if our domain is slowly expanding. Yes, compared to you, I am like a bug in the forest, alive for 1 day. But I see as much as you. I live as much as you. I can study my histories in the radio accounts that float between the stars. I can see all the variety of triumph and barbarism that you Chang Ho do. We gather the best. With us it never dies. I wonder. There was another trading fleet that came to Tryggvi Ytra when I was a young man. They were totally unlike you. Different language, different culture. Interstellar traders are simply a niche, not a culture. Sura argued that too. Here in this ancient garden, the quiet words seemed to weigh more heavily than when Sura Ven spoke them. Gunnar Larsson's voice was almost hypnotic. Those earlier traders did not have your airs, Fleet Captain. They hoped to make their fortune, to ultimately go somewhere else and set up a planetary civilization. Then they would no longer be traders. True. Perhaps they would be something more. You've been in many planetary systems. Your manifest says you've spent a number of years at Nam Kem, long enough to appreciate a planetary civilization, We have hundreds of millions of people living within a few light seconds of each other. The local net that spans Trigvi-Ytra gives almost every citizen a view on human space that you can only have when you come to port. More than anything, your trading life between the stars is a Ruritania of the mind." Tom didn't recognize the reference, but he got the other's point. "Magnate Larsen, I wonder that you want to live long. You have everything figured out, a universe free of progress, where all things die and no good is accumulated." Tom's words were partly sarcasm, partly honest puzzlement. Gunnar Larsen had opened windows, and the view was bleak. Barely audible, a sigh. "You don't read very much, do you, son?" Strange. Tom did not think the other was probing any more. There was something like sad amusement in the question. "I read enough." Sura herself complained that Pham spent too much time with manuals. But Pham had started late, and had spent his whole life trying to catch up. So what if his education was a little skewed? "You ask me the real point of it all. Each of us must take his own path on that, Fleet Captain. Different paths have their own advantages, their own perils. But for your own human sake, you should consider each civilization has its time, each science has its limits, and each of us must die, living less than 500 years. If you truly understand those limits, then you are ready to grow up, to know what counts." He was silent for a while. "Yes, just listen to the peace. It's a gift to be able to do that. Too much time is spent in frenzied rushing. Listen to the breeze and the lustrous. Watch Fred try to figure us out. Listen to the laughter of your children and your grandchildren. Enjoy the time you have, however it is given to you, and for however long." Larsen leaned back in his chair. He seemed to be staring out at the starless darkness that was the center of Trigvi's disk. The arch of light from the eclipsed sun was dim and uniform all around the disk. The lightning had long since vanished. Pham guessed that seeing it was some function of viewing angle and the orientation of Trigvi's thunderheads. "An example, Fleet Captain. Sit and feel and see. Sometimes at mid-eclipse there is an especial beauty. Watch the middle of Trigvi's disk." Seconds passed. Pham stared upward. Trigvi's lower latitudes were normally so dark. But now there was faint red, first so dim that Pham thought it might just be a figment of suggestibility. The light brightened slowly, a deep, deep red, like sword steel, still too cold for the hammer. There were bands of dark crossing it. "The light is from the depths of Trigvi itself. You know we get some direct warming from the planet. Sometimes, when the cloud canyons are oriented just right and the upper storms are gone, we have a very deep view, and we can see its glow with the naked eye." The light came a little brighter. Pham glanced around the garden. Everything was in shades of red, but he could see more now than he had glimpsed in the lightning. The tall, stranded trees above the pond, they were part of the waterfall, guiding the water in extra swirls and pools. Clouds of flying things moved between the tree branches, and for a few moments they sang. Fred had climbed all the way out of the pond. He sat on multiple leg paddles, and his shorter tentacles twitched upward toward the light in the sky. They watched in silence. Pham had observed Trigvi with multi-spec on the way in from the asteroids. He wasn't seeing anything now that was news to him. The whole show was just a happenstance of geometry and timing. And yet, being tied to a single place on a course that was determined beyond human control, he could see how customers might be impressed when the universe chose to reveal something. It was ridiculous, but he could feel some of the awe himself. And then Trigvi's heart was dark again, and the singing in the trees died away. The whole show had lasted less than 100 seconds. It was Larsen who broke the silence. I'm sure we can do business, my young old man. In a measure I shouldn't reveal, we do want your medical technology. But still, I would be grateful for your answer to my original question. What will you do with the Larsen localizers? Among the unsuspecting, they are an espionage miracle. Abused, they lead to ubiquitous law enforcement and a quick end to civilization. Who will you sell them to? For some reason, Pham answered him frankly. As the eastern limb of Tryggvi slowly brightened, Pham explained his vision of empire, the empire of all humankind. It was something that he had never told a mere customer. It was something he told only certain Cheng-ho, the ones who seemed the brightest and the most flexible. Even then, most could not accept the whole plan. Most were like Sura, rejecting Pham's real goal, but more than willing to profit from a genuine Cheng-ho culture. So we may keep the localizers to ourselves. It will cost us trade, but there is an edge we need over the customer civilizations. The common language, the synchronized voyage plans, our public databases, all those things will give our Cheng-ho a cohesive culture. But tricks like these localizers will take us a step beyond that. In the end, we will not be random occupiers of the trading niche. We will be the surviving culture of humankind. Larsen was silent for a long moment. It's a marvelous dream you have, son, Larsen said. The obscure amusement was gone from his voice. A league of humankind breaking the wheel of time. I'm sorry. I cannot believe we'll ever reach the summit of your dream. But the foothills, the lower slopes of it, those are something marvelous and perhaps attainable. The bright times could be brighter, and they could last longer. Larsen was an extraordinary person, customer or no. But for whatever reason, he had the same blinders as Sura then. Pham slumped back onto the soft wooden bench. After a moment, Larsen continued, You're disappointed. You respected me enough to hope for more. You see rightly about many things, fleet captain. You see marvelously clear for someone from Ruritania. His voice seemed to smile gently. You know, my family's lineage is 2,000 years deep. That's a blink of the trader's eye, but only because traders spend most of their time in sleep. And beyond the wisdom we have gathered directly, I and those before me have read of other places and times, 100 worlds, 1,000 civilizations. There are things about your ideas that could work. There are things about your ideas that are more plausibly hopeful than anything since the age of failed dreams. I think I have insights that could be helpful. They talked through the rest of the eclipse as the eastern limb of Tryggvi brightened and the sun's disk formed out of the planet's depths and climbed toward open sky. The sky brightened into blue, and still they talked. Now it was Gunnar Larsen who had the most to say. He was trying to be clear, and Pham was recording what the old man said, but maybe Ammonese was not such a perfect mutual language as he thought. There was a lot of it that Pham never understood. Along the way, they hit a deal for Pham's entire medical manifest and for the Larsen localizers. There were other items, a breeding sample of the mid-eclipse song creatures, but overall the trading was very easy. There was so much benefit going in both directions, and Pham was overwhelmed by the other things that Gunnar Larsen had to say, the advice that might be worthless, but that had the stench of wisdom. Pham's voyage to Tryggvi-Ytra was one of the more profitable of his trading career, but it was that dark red conversation with the Yitrish mystic that stuck the deepest in Pham Nguyen's memory. Afterward, he was certain Larsen had used some kind of psychoactive drugs on him. Pham could never have been so suggestible otherwise. But maybe it didn't matter. Gunnar Larsen had had good ideas, the ones Pham could understand anyway. That garden and the sense of peace that surrounded it, Those were powerful, impressive things. Coming back from Trigvi-Ytra, Thom understood the peace that came from a living garden, and he understood the power of the mere appearance of wisdom. The two insights could be combined. Biologicals had always been a critical trade item, but now they would be more. The new Cheng-Ho would have an ethic of living things at its heart. Every vehicle that could support a park should have one. The Cheng-Ho would gather the best of living things as fanatically as they did the best of technology. That part of the old man's advice had been very clear. Cheng-Ho would have a reputation for understanding living things, for a timeless attachment to nature. Thus were the park and bonsai traditions born. The parks were a major overhead, but in the millennia since Trigvi-Ytra they had become the deepest and most loved of all the Cheng-Ho traditions. And Trigvi-Ytra and Gunnar Larsen? Larsen was millennia dead, of course. The civilization at Ytra had barely outlived the man. There had been an era of ubiquitous law enforcement and some kind of distributed terror. Most likely Larsen's own localizers had precipitated the end. All the wisdom, all the inscrutability hadn't helped his world much. Thom shifted in his sleep hammock. Thinking about Ytra and Larsen always left him uneasy. It was wasted time. Except tonight. Tonight he needed the mood of the time after that meeting. He needed something of the kinesthetic memory of dealing with the localizers. There must be dozens in this room by now. What was the pattern of motion and body state that would trigger them to talk back to him? Thom pulled the hammock wrap fully over his hands. Inside, his fingers played at a phantom keyboard. Surely that was too obvious. Until he had rapport, nothing like keystrokes should have an effect. Thom sighed, changed breathing and pulse yet again, and recaptured the awe of his first practice sessions with the Larsen localizers. A pale blue light, bluer than blue, blinked once near the edge of his vision. Thom opened his eyes a slit. The room was midnight dark. The light from the sleep panel was too faint to reveal colors. Nothing moved except the slow drifting of his hammock in the ventilator's breeze. The blue light had been from elsewhere, from inside his optic nerve. Thom closed his eyes, repeated the breathing exercise. The blue, blinking light appeared once more. It was the effect of a localizer array's synthesized beam, guiding off the two he had set by his temple and in his ear. As communication went, it was very crude, no more impressive than the random sparkles that most people ignore all the time. The system was programmed to be very cautious about revealing itself. This time he kept his eyes closed and didn't change the level of his breath or the calmness of his pulse. He curled 2 fingers toward his palm. A second passed. The light blinked again, responding. Thom coughed, waited, moved his right arm just so. The blue light blinked. 1, 2, 3. It was a pulse train, counting binary for him. He echoed back to it, using the codes that he had set up long ago. He was past the challenge-response module. He was in. The lights that flickered behind his eyes were almost random stimuli. It would take K6 to train the localizer net to the precision that this sort of display could have. The optic nerve was simply too large, too complex for instantly clear video. No matter. The net was reliably talking to him now. The old customizations were coming out of hiding. The localizers had established his physical parameters. He could talk to them in any number of ways from now on. He had almost 3 MSEC remaining in his current watch. That should be time enough to do the absolutely necessary, to invade the fleet net and establish a new cover story. What would it be? Something shameful, yes. Some shameful reason for Thom Tringley to play the buffoon all these years. A story that Naw and Bruegel could relate to and think to use as a lever against him. What? Thom felt a smile steal across his face. Zammeling, may your slave-trading soul rot in hell. You caused me so much grief. Maybe you can do me some posthumous good. 23. The Children's Hour of Science. What an innocent name. Ezra returned from his long off-watch to find that it had become his personal nightmare. We promised. How could she let this happen? But every live show was more of a circus than the last. And today's might be the worst yet. With good luck, it might also be the last. Ezra drifted into Benny's about 1,000 seconds before showtime. Till the last moment, he'd intended to watch it from his room, but masochism had won another round. He settled into the crowd and listened silently to the chatter. Benny's booze parlor had become the central institution of their existence at L1. The parlor was 16 years old now. Benny himself was on a 25% duty cycle. He and his father shared the running of the place with Gonley Fong and others. The old wallpaper had blistered in places, and in some places the illusion of three-dimensional view was lost. Everything here was unofficial, either appropriated from other sites in the L1 cloud or made from diamonds and ice and air snow. Ali Len had even come up with a fungal matrix that allowed the growing of incredible wood, complete with grain and something like growth rings. Sometime during Ezra's long absence, the bar and the walls had all been paneled in dark, polished wood. It was a comfortable place, almost what free Chang-Ho might make. The parlor's tables were carved with the names of people you might not have seen for years, people on watch shifts that didn't overlap your own. The picture above the bar was a continuously updated copy of Naw's watch chart. As with most things, the emergence used standard Chang-Ho notation. A single glance at the chart, and you could see how many MSECs, objective time or personal, it would be before you ever met any particular person. During Ezra's off-watch, Benny had added to the watch chart. Now it showed the current spider date, in Trixia's notation, 6021. The 21st year of the current spider generation, which was the 60th sun cycle since the founding of some dynasty or other. There was an old Chang-Ho saying, "You know you've stayed too long when you start using the locals' calendar." 6021. 21 years since the relight, since Jimmy and the others had died. After the generation and year number, there were the day number and the time in Ladil hours and minutes, a base 60 system that the translators had never bothered to rationalize. And now everyone who came to the bar could read those times as easily as they could read a Chang-Ho Kron. They knew to the second when Trixia's show would begin. Trixia's show. Ezra ground his teeth hard together. A public slave show, and the worst of it was that no one seemed to care. Bit by bit, we are becoming emergents. Zhao Xin and Rita Liao and half a dozen other couples, two of them Chang-Ho, were clustered around their usual tables, babbling about what might happen today. Ezra sat at the periphery of the group, fascinated and repelled. Nowadays, even some of the emergents were his friends. Zhao Xin, for instance. Xin and Liao had much of the emergent moral blindness, but they also had touching human problems. And sometimes, when no one else might notice, Ezra saw something in Shen's eyes. Zhao was bright, academically inclined. Except for his good luck in the emergent lottery, his university days would have ended in focus. Most emergents could double-think their way around such things. Sometimes Zhao could not. "So afraid this will be the last show." Rita Liao looked genuinely distraught. "Don't gloom on it, Rita. We don't even know if this is a serious problem." "That's for sure." Gonley Fong drifted in head first from above. She distributed flasks of diamonds and ice all around. "I think the zip-heads—" She glanced apologetically at Ezra. "I think the translators have finally lost it. The ads for this show just don't make any sense." No, they're really quite clear." It was one of the emergents with a fairly good explanation of what the out-of-phase perversion was all about. The problem wasn't with the translators. The problem was with the human ability to accept the bizarre. The Children's Hour of Science had been one of the first voice broadcasts that Trixie and the others had translated. Just mapping audio to the previously translated written forms had been a triumph. The early shows, 15 objective years ago, had been printed translations. They'd been discussed in Benny's parlor, but with the same abstract interest as the latest ziphead theories about the on-off star. As the years passed, the show had become popular for itself. Fine. But sometime in the last 50 MSEC, Kiwi Lin had worked a deal with Trude Silapan. Every 9 or 10 days, Trixie and the other translators were put on exhibit, a live show. So far this watch, Ezra hadn't spoken more than 10 words to Kiwi. She promised to look after Trixie. What do you say to someone who breaks such a promise? Even now, he didn't believe Kiwi was a traitor. But she was in bed with Tomas Na. Maybe she used that position to protect Chang-Ho interests. Maybe. In the end, it all seemed to benefit Na. Ezra had seen 4 performances now. More than any normal human translator, far more than any machine system, each ziphead put emotion and body language into the interpretation. Rappaport Digby was the ziphead's name for the show's host. Where do they get those crazy names? People still asked that. Ezra knew the names came mostly from Trixie. That was one of the few things he and Trixie could really talk about, his knowledge of the first classicism. Sometimes she asked him for new words. In fact, Ezra had suggested the Digby name years ago. The word fit something she saw in the background of this particular spider. Ezra knew the translator who played Rappaport Digby. Outside of the show, Zinman Bruta was a typical ziphead, irritable, fixated, uncommunicative. But now, when he appeared as the spider Rappaport Digby, he was kindly and garrulous, a patient explainer to children. It was like seeing a zombie briefly animated by someone else's soul. Each new watch saw the spider children a little differently. After all, most watches were only a 25% duty cycle. The spider children lived 4 years for every one that most spacers lived. Rita and some of the others took to visualizing human children to go with the voices. The pictures were scattered across the parlor's wallpaper, pictures of imaginary human children with the names Trixie had chosen. Jirlib was short, with tousled dark hair and a mischievous smile. Brent was larger, not as cocky-looking as his brother. Benny had told him how Ritzer Bruegel once replaced the smiling faces with pictures of real spiders, low-slung, skeletal, armored, images from the statuary Ezra had seen in his landing on Arachna, supplemented with low-res pics from the Snoopersats. Bruegel's vandalism hadn't mattered. He didn't understand what was behind the popularity of the Children's Hour. Tomas Na obviously did understand, and was perfectly content that the customers at Benny's booze parlor could sublimate the greatest personal problem his little kingdom faced. Even more than the Chang-Ho expedition, the emergents had expected to live in luxury. They had expected that there would be ever-expanding resources, that marriages planned at home could result in children and families here in the on-off system. Now all that was postponed. Our own out-of-phase taboo. Couples like Shen and Liao had only their dreams for the future, and the children's words and children's thoughts that came from the translation of the Children's Hour. Even before the live shows, the humans noticed that all the children were the same age. Year by Arachnan year they aged, but when new children came on the show, they were the same age as those replaced. The earliest translations had been lessons about magnetism and static electricity, all free of mathematics. Later the lessons introduced analysis and quantitative methods. About 2 years ago there had been a subtle change remarked on in the ziphead's written reports, and instinctively noticed by Zhao Xin and Rita Liao. Jirlib and Brent had appeared on the show. They were introduced as any other children, but Trixie's translations made them seem younger than the others. Showmaster Digby never remarked on the difference, and the math and science in the show continued to become more sophisticated. Victory Jr. and Gokna were the latest additions to the cast, new on this watch. Ezra had seen Trixie play them. Her voice had hopped with childish impatience. Sometimes she had bubbled with laughter. Rita's pictures showed these 2 spiders as laughing 7-year-olds. It was all too pat. Why should the average age of children on the show be declining? Benny claimed the explanation was obvious. The Children's Hour must be under new management. The ubiquitous Chicaner Underhill was credited with writing the lessons now, and Underhill was apparently the father of all the new children. By the time Ezra had returned from cold sleep, the show was packing the parlor to capacity. Ezra saw 4 performances, each a private horror for him, and then surcease. The Children's Hour had not been broadcast for 20 days now. Instead, there had been a stern announcement. After numerous listener allegations, the owners of this broadcasting station have determined that the family of Chicaner Underhill practices the out-of-phase perversion. Pending resolution of the situation, broadcasts of the Children's Hour of Science are suspended. Bruta had read the announcement with a voice quite unlike that of Rappaport Digby. The new voice was cold and distant, and full of indignation. For once, the alienness of Arachna penetrated all the glib wishful thinking. So Spider tradition only allowed new children at the beginning of a new sun. Generations were strictly separated, each marching through life as a same-aged group. The humans had only guesses for why this should be the case, but apparently the Children's Hour had been a cover for a major violation of the taboo. The show missed 1 scheduled broadcast, 2. In Benny's booze parlor, things were sad and empty. Rita began to talk of taking down the silly pictures, and Ezra began to hope that maybe this was the end of the circus. But that was too much to hope. 4 days ago, the gloom had abruptly lifted, even if the mystery remained. Broadcasts from radio stations all across the Goknan Accord announced that a spokesman for the Church of the Dark would meet and debate with Chicaner Underhill about the propriety of his radio show. Trude Silipan had promised that the Zipheads would be ready, able to translate this new show format. Now Benny's Showtime clock was counting down the seconds to this special edition of the Children's Hour. In his usual place on the other side of the parlor, Trude Silipan seemed to ignore the suspense. He and Fom Trinley were talking in low tones. The two were constant drinking buddies, planning great deals that never seemed to go anywhere. Funny, I used to think Trinley was a loud buffoon. Fom's magic localizer claims had not been a bluff. Ezra had noticed the dust motes. Naw and Bruegel had begun using the gadgets. Somehow, Fom Trinley had known a secret about the localizers that had been missing from the innermost sections of the Fleet Library. Ezra Venn might be the only one to realize it, but Fom Trinley was not totally a buffoon. More and more, Ezra guessed that the old man was in no part a fool. There were secrets hidden all through the Fleet Library. There had to be in anything that old and that large. But for a secret that important to be known by this man, Fom Trinley must go back a long way. "Hey, Trude!" shouted Rita, pointing at the clock. "Where are your zip-heads?" The parlor's wallpaper still looked out on the forests of some Balacrian nature preserve. Trude Silipan rose from his table and floated down before the crowd. "It's okay, folks. I just got word. Princeton Radio has started the Children's Hour intro. Director Renault will bring up the zip-heads in a moment. They're still syncing with the word stream." Liao's irritation melted away. "Great! Good going, Trude." Silipan gave a bow, accepting kudos for what was a 0 contribution on his part. "So in a few moments we should know what strange things this Underhill creature has been doing with his children." He cocked his head, listening to his private data feed. "And here they are." The dripping blue-green forest landscape disappeared. The bar side of the room suddenly seemed to extend into one of the meeting rooms down on Hammerfest. Anne Renault slid in from the right, her form distorted by the perspective angle. That part of the wallpaper just couldn't handle 3D. Behind Renault came a couple of technicians and 5 zip-heads. Focused persons. One of those was Trixia. This was where Ezra wanted to start screaming, or run off to some dark place and pretend the world didn't exist. Normally, the emergents hid their zip-heads deep within their systems, as if they felt some remnant shame. Normally, the emergents liked to get results from computer and head-up displays, all graphics and hygienically filtered data. Benny had told him that, in the beginning, Kiwi's freak show had just been the Zipheads' voices piped into the parlor. Then Trude told everyone about the translator's byplay, and the show went visual. Surely the Zipheads couldn't intuit body language from the spider audio. That didn't seem to matter. The byplay might be nonsense, but it was what the ghouls around him wanted. Trixie was dressed in loose fatigues. Her hair floated out, partly tangled. Ezra had combed it sleek less than 40 kSec earlier. She shrugged off her handlers and grabbed the edge of a table. She was looking this way and that and mumbling to herself. She wiped her face on the sleeve of her fatigue blouse and pulled herself down to a chair restraint. The others followed her, looking as abstracted as Trixie. Most were wearing HUDs. Ezra knew the sort of thing they were seeing and hearing, the mid-level transduction of the spider language. That was Trixie's entire world. "We're synced, Director," one of the techs said to Renault. The emergent director for human resources floated down the rank of slaves, moving the fidgeting Zipheads about for reasons that Ezra couldn't guess. After all this time, Ezra knew the woman had a special talent. She was a stone-eyed bitch, but she knew how to get results from Zipheads. "Okay, start 'em running." She moved up, out of the way. Zenmin Bruta had risen against his seat, and was already speaking in his ponderous announcer's voice. "My name is Rappaport Digby, and this is the Children's Hour of Science." Daddy took them all to the radio station that day. Jirlib and Brent were up on the top deck of the car, acting very serious and grown up. And they looked near enough to N-phase that they didn't attract attention. Rapsa and little Franck were still tiny enough to perch in Daddy's fur. It might be another year before they rejected being called the babies of the family. Gokna and Victory Jr. sat in the back, each on her separate perch. Victory stared out through the smoky glass at the streets of Princeton. This all made her feel a little like royalty. She tilted her head slyly in her sister's direction. Maybe Gokna was her handmaiden. Gokna sniffed imperiously. They were alike enough that she was certainly thinking the same thing, with herself as great ruler. "Daddy, if you're doing the show today, why are we even along?" Daddy laughed. "Oh, you never know. The Church of the Dark thinks they own the right. But I wonder if their debater even knows any out-of-phase children. Underneath all the indignation, she might be likable. In person, she might not be able to breathe fire on little ones just because they aren't the right age." That was possible. Victory thought of Uncle Franck, who hated the idea of their family, and loved them at the same time. The car drove through crowded streets, up the crosstown avenue that led to the radio hills. Princeton Station was the oldest in the city. Daddy said it began broadcasting before the last dark, when it was a military radio station. In this generation, the owners had built on the original foundations. They could have had their studios in town, but they made a big thing of their great tradition. So the drive to the station was exciting, wrapping round and round a hill that was the tallest ever, much taller than even the one they lived on. Outside, there was still morning frost on the ground. Victory pushed over onto Gokna's perch, and the two swayed out for a better look. This was the middle of winter, and they were almost to the middle years of the sun, but this was only the second time they had seen frost. Gokna jabbed a hand out toward the east. "Look, we're high enough now. You can see the Craggies." "And there's snow on them!" The two squealed the words together. But the distant glint was really the color of morning frost. It might be a couple more years before first snow came to the Princeton area, even in midwinter. What would it be like to walk in snow? What would it be like to fall in a drift of it? For a moment, the two pondered the questions, forgetting the other events of the day. The radio debate that had preoccupied everyone, even the general, for the last 10 days. At first, all of the Cobleys, and especially Jirlib, had been afraid of this debate. "It's the end of the show," their elder brother said. "Now the public knows about us." The general had come up from Land's command especially to tell them there was nothing to worry about, that Daddy would take care of the complaints. But she didn't say they would get their radio show back again. General Victory Smith was used to briefing troops and staff. She didn't quite have the knack for reassuring children. Secretly, Gokna and Victory thought that maybe this flap about the radio show made Mom more nervous than any of the wartime adventures that lurked in her past. Daddy was the only one who wasn't caught in the gloom. "This is what I've been waiting for all along," he told Mom when she came up from Land's command. "It's more than time to go public. This debate will bring lots of things out into the open." Those were the same ideas that Mom spoke of, but from Daddy they sounded joyous. The last 10 days he had been playing with them even more than usual. "You're my special experts for this debate, so I can spend all my time with you and still be the dutiful worker." He had sidled dolefully from side to side, pretending to work at an invisible job. The babies had loved it, and even Gearlib and Brent seemed to accept their father's optimism. The general had departed for the south the night before. As usual, she had lots more to worry about than family problems. The top of Radio Hill was above the tree line. Low firs covered the ground by the parking circle. The children got out, marveling at the chill that was still in the air. Little Victory felt an odd burning all along her breathing passages, as if frost was forming there. Was that possible? "Come along, children. Gokna, don't gawk." Daddy and his older sons herded them up the broad old steps of the station. The stone was flame-pitted and unpolished, like the owners wanted people to think they represented some ancient tradition. The walls inside were hung with photo impressions, portraits of the owners and the inventors of radio, the same people in this case. All of them except Rapsa and Hronk had been here before. Gearlib and Brent had been doing the radio show for 2 years, taking over from the N-Phase children when Daddy bought the show's franchise. Both boys sounded older than they really were, and Gearlib was smart as most adults. Nobody had seemed to suspect their true age. Daddy had been a little irritated by that. "I want people to guess on their own, but they're too foolish to imagine the truth." So finally Gokna and Victory Jr. had been added to the show. That had been fun, pretending to be years older, playing up to the dumb scripts they used on the show. And Mr. Digby had been nice, even if he was no real scientist. Still, both Gokna and Junior still had very young-sounding voices. Eventually, someone had overcome their faith in the goodness of all radio broadcasts and realized that serious perversion was being flaunted across the public's maw. But Princeton Radio was privately owned, and, more important, it owned its patch of spectrum and had interference easements on nearby bands. The owners were Generation 58 cobbers, who were still counting their money. Unless the Church of the Dark could make an effective listener boycott, Princeton Radio was going to keep the Children's Hour. Hence this debate. "Ah, Dr. Underhill, such a pleasure." Madame Subtreme came sweeping out of her cubicle. The station manager was all legs and pointy hands, with a body scarcely bigger than her head. Gokna and Vicky got plenty of laughs imitating her. "You won't believe the interest this debate has generated. We are forwarding to the East Coast, and copies will be on the shortwave. I tell you without exaggeration we have listeners from just all over." "I tell you without exaggeration." Hidden from the manager, Gokna waggled her mouthparts in time with the words. Vicky kept her own aspect prim and pretended not to notice. Daddy tipped his head to the manager. "I'm glad to be so popular, madam." "Oh, yes, indeed. We've got sponsors killing each other for the slots in this time. Simply killing each other." She smiled down at the children. "I've arranged that you can watch from our engineer's loft." They all knew where that was, but they followed obediently along, listening to her unending gush. None of them really knew what Madame Subtreme thought of them. Gearlib claimed that she was no fool, that under all the words lurked a cold counter of cash. "She knows to the 10th penny how much she can earn for the old cobbers by outraging the public." Maybe, but Vicky liked her even so, and even forgave her shrill and foolish talk. Too many people were so stuck on their beliefs that nothing would bend them. "Dee Dee's on duty this hour. You know her." Madame Subtreme stopped at the entrance to the engineer's loft. For the first time she seemed to notice the babies peeking out of Chicaner Underhill's fur. "My, you do have all ages, don't you? Will they be safe with your children? I don't know who else could take care of them." "Quite all right, madam. I intend to introduce Rapsa and little Franck to the representative of the church." Madame Subtreem froze. For a full second, all the fidgety legs and hands were simultaneously motionless. It was the first time Vicky had seen her really taken aback. Then her body relaxed into a slow, broad smile. "Dr. Underhill, has anyone ever told you you're a genius?" Daddy grinned back. "Never with such good reason. Gearlib, make sure everyone stays in the room with Dee. If I want you to come out, you'll know it." The Cobleys climbed into the engineering loft. Didier Altmott was slouched on her usual perch overlooking the controls. A thick glass wall separated the room from the sound stage itself. It was soundproof and darned hard to see through, too. The children edged close to the glass. There was someone already perched on the stage. Didier waved a hand at them. "That's the church's rep out there. The cobber came an hour early." Dee was her usual faintly impatient self. She was a very good-looking 21-year-old. Dee wasn't as smart as some of Daddy's students, but she was bright. She was Princeton Radio's chief technician. At 14, she had been a prime-time operator and knew as much about electrical engineering as Gearlib. In fact, she wanted to become an electrical engineer. All that had come across the first time Gearlib and Brent met her, back when they started on the show. Vicky remembered the strange way Gearlib had acted when he told them about the meeting. He seemed almost in awe of the Didier creature. She was 19 then, and Gearlib was 12, but big for his age. It took her 2 shows to realize that Gearlib was out of phase. She had taken the surprise as an intentional personal insult. Poor Gearlib walked around like his legs were broken for a few days. He got over it. After all, there would be worse rejections in the future. Didier more or less got over it too. As long as Gearlib kept his distance, she was civil, and sometimes when she forgot herself, Dee was more fun than any current generation person that Vicky knew. When they weren't on stage, she would let Vicky and Gokna sit by her perch and watch her tweak the dozens of controls. Didier was very proud of her control panel. In fact, except that the frame was furniture wood and not sheet metal, it looked almost as scientific as some of the gear at Hill House. "So what's this church cobber like?" asked Gokna. She and Vicky had pressed their main eyes flat against the glass wall. The glass was so thick that lots of colors could not penetrate. The stranger perched on stage could have been dead for all the far red you could see of her. Dee shrugged. "Name's Honored Padure. She talks funny. I think she's a Tieffer. And that cleric shawl she's wearing, it's not just our crummy view from the control room. That shawl really is dark, across all colors but the farthest reds." Expensive. Mom had a dress uniform like that, only most people never saw her in it. A wicked smile grew across Dee's aspect. "I bet she pukes when she sees the babies in your father's fur." No such luck. But when Chicaner Underhill came in a few seconds later, the Honored Padure stiffened under her shapeless cowl. A second later, Rappaport Digby trotted onto the stage and grabbed an earphone. Digby had been with the Children's Hour from the beginning, long before Gearlib and Brent had started on the show. He was an old coot, and Brent claimed he was really one of the station owners. Vicky didn't believe it, not after the way Dee sassed him. "Okay, everybody." Dee's voice came amplified now. Daddy and the Honored Padure straightened, each hearing the words from the speaker on their side. "We're coming up on 15 seconds. Will you be ready, Master Digby, or should I play some dead air?" Digby's snout was stuck in a wad of written notes. "Laugh if you like, Miss Altmott, but airtime is money. One way or another, I will—" 3, 2, 1. Dee cut her speaker and stabbed a long, pointed hand in Digby's direction. The cobber picked up his cue as if he'd been waiting in patient alertness. His words had the usual smooth dignity, the trademark that had introduced the show for more than 15 years. "My name is Rappaport Digby, and this is the Children's Hour of Science." When Zenman Brutus spoke in translation, his motions were no longer fitful and compulsive. He looked directly forward and smiled or frowned with emotions that seemed very real. And maybe they were real, for some armored spider creature down on the surface of Arachne. Occasionally there was some hesitation, a glitch in the intermediate conversions. Even more rarely, Bruta would turn away, perhaps when some important cue appeared off-center and his head up. But unless you knew what to look for, the fellow seemed to be speaking as fluently as any human announcer reading from notes written in his birth language. Bruta, as Digby, began with a little self-congratulatory history of the radio program, then described the shadow that had fallen upon it in recent days. Out of phase, perversion of birth. Bruta rattled off the words as if he'd known them all his life. This afternoon we are back on the air, as promised. The charges made in recent days are grave. Ladies and gentlemen, these charges of themselves are true. The silence was a dramatic 3-beat, and then, "So, my friends, you may wonder what gave us the courage or the impudence to return. For the answer to that, I ask you to listen to this afternoon's edition of The Children's Hour. Whether we continue in the future will largely depend on your reactions to what you hear today." Silapan snorted. "What a money-grubbing hypocrite!" Shin and the others waved at him to shut up. Trude sailed over to sit beside Ezer. This had happened before. He seemed to think that because Ezer sat at the edge, somehow he wanted to hear Silapan's analysis. Beyond the wallpaper, Bruta was introducing the debaters. Silapan anchored a comp to his knee and flipped it open. It was a clumsy emergent thing, but it had zip-head support, and that made it more effective than anything humankind had created before. He punched the explain key, and a tiny voice gave him background. Officially, the honored Pajur represents the traditional church. In fact, the voice coming from Trude's comp paused, presumably while hardware searched databases. Pajur is a foreigner to the Goknan Accord. She's probably an agent of the Kendrick government. Shin looked around at them, momentarily losing track of Bruta Digby. "Puss, these people take their fundamentalism seriously. Does Underhill know about this?" The voice from Trude's hand comp replied, "It's possible. Chicaner Underhill is strongly correlated with Accord's security communications. To date, we haven't seen any military message traffic discussing this debate, but the spider civilization is not yet well automated. There could be things we're missing." Trude spoke to the device. "I have a lowest pride background task for you. What would the kindred want from this debate?" He glanced up at Zhao and shrugged. "Dunno if we'll get any answer. Things are pretty busy." Bruta was almost done with his introductions. Honored Pajur was to be played by Shopi Rayung. Shopi was a thin little emergent. Ezer knew her name only from studying rosters and talking to Anne Raynaud. I wonder if anyone else here knows the woman's name, thought Ezer. Certainly not Zhao and Drita. Trude would, just as a livestock herder in primitive times would know his property. Shopi Rayung was young. She had been brought out of the freezer to replace what Silapan called a senility failure. Rayung had been on watch for about 40 MSEC. She was responsible for most of the progress in learning other spider languages, in particular Tific, and she was already the second-best translator of standard Accord speech. Someday she might very well be better than Trixia. In a sane world, Shopi Rayung would have been a premier academic, famous across her solar system. But Shopi Rayung had been selected in the Podmaster lottery. While Shen and Liao and Silapan led fully conscious lives, Shopi Rayung was part of the automation in the walls, unseen except for the occasional peculiar circumstance. Shopi Rayung spoke. "Thank you, Master Digby. The radio of Princeton secures itself proud by giving us this time to talk." During Bruta's introduction, Rayung's attention had flickered all around bird-like. Perhaps her HUDs were out of adjustment, or maybe she preferred to scatter important cues all about her visual field. But when she started talking, something feral came into her eyes. "Not a very good translation," someone complained. "She's new, remember," said Trude. "Or maybe this Pajur really does talk funny. You said she's a foreigner." Rayung, as Pajur, leaned out over the table. Her voice came silky and low. 20 days ago we all discovered a corruption afester in what millions of people have been taking for years into their homes, into their husbands' and children's ears. She continued for several moments, speaking awkward sentences that seemed very self-righteous. Then, "So it is fitting that the radio of Princeton should now give us opportunity to cleanse the community's air." She paused. I... It was as though she couldn't think of the right words. For an instant she seemed the zip-head again, fidgeting, her head cocked. Then abruptly she slammed her palm against the surface of the table. She pulled herself down to her chair and shut up. "I told you that one's not much of a translator." 24. By leaning hands and forelegs on the wall, Vicky and Gachna could keep their main eyes against the glass. It was an awkward pose, and the two skittered back and forth along the base of the window. "Thank you, Master Digby. The radio of Princeton secures itself proud by blah, blah, blah." "She talks funny," said Gachna. "I already told you that. She's a foreigner." Didier spoke abstractedly. She was busy with some arcane adjustment of her equipment. She didn't seem to be paying much attention to what was actually being said on the sound stage. Brent was watching the show with stolid fascination, while Gearlib alternated between the window and standing as close as he could to Dee. He was well cured of giving her technical advice, but he still liked to stand close. Sometimes he would ask an appropriately naive question. When Dee wasn't busy, that usually got her talking to him. Gachna grinned at Vicky. "No, I meant Honored Perdure talks like a bad joke." Vicky wasn't so sure. Perdure's clothing was strange, of course. She hadn't seen cleric shawls outside of books. It was a shapeless cloak that came down on every side, obscuring all but Perdure's head and maw. But she had an impression of strength under cover. Vicky knew what most people thought of children such as herself. Perdure was just a full-time advocate of that view, right? But her speech had a certain menace. "Do you think she really believes what she's saying?" "Sure she believes it. That's what makes her so funny. See how Daddy's smiling?" Chicaner Underhill was perched on the other side of the sound stage, quietly petting his babies. He hadn't said a word yet, but there was a faint smile twitching across him. 2 pairs of baby eyes peered fearfully out from his fur. Rapsa and Franck couldn't understand everything that was going on, but they looked frightened. Gachna noticed, too. Poor babies. They're the only ones she can scare. Watch, I'm going to give 10 to the Honored Perdure. She turned away from the window and ran to the side wall, and then up the rack of audio tapes. The girls were 7 years old, much too big for acrobatics. Oops! The rack was freestanding. It swayed out from the wall, tapes and assorted junk sliding to the edge of each shelf. Gachna reached the top before anyone but Vicky realized what was happening, and from there she leaped out, grabbing the top molding of the soundstage window. The rest of her body swung down against the glass with a solid splat sound. For an instant she was a perfect 10 splayed out across the window. On the far side of the glass, Perdure stared in stupefied shock. The 2 girls shrieked with laughter. It wasn't often you could give such a perfect 10, flaring your underwear in the target's face. "Quit it!" Dee's voice was a flat hiss. Her hands flickered across the controls. "This is the last time you little crappers get into my control room. Gearlib, get over there. Shut your sisters down or drag them out, but no more crapping nonsense." Yes, I'm so sorry." Gearlib really did sound sorry. He rushed over and plucked Gachna from the glass wall. A second later, Brent followed him, grabbing Victory. Gearlib didn't seem angry, just upset. He held Gachna very close to his head. "You must be quiet. For once you must be serious." It occurred to Vicky that maybe he was just upset because Dee was so angry with him, but it really didn't matter. All the laughter had leaked out of Gachna. She touched an eating hand to her brother's maw and said softly, "Yes, I'll be good for the rest of the show. I promise." Behind them, Vicky could see Dee talking, probably to the phone in Digby's ear. Vicky couldn't hear the words, but the guy was nodding agreement. He had eased Perdure back to her seat and now segued into his introduction of Daddy. All the action on this side of the glass had accounted for virtually nothing out there. Some day she and Gokna were going to get themselves into real trouble, but it looked like that adventure was still somewhere in the future. Shopi sat down amid general confusion. Usually the zipheads tried to keep these shows in approximate real time. Silapan claimed that was only partly his specification. The ziphead translators really liked to stay in sync with the word stream. In some sense, they really did like to act. Today, they just weren't very successful at it. Finally, Bruta got himself together and gave a relatively smooth introduction to Sherkaner Underhill. Sherkaner Underhill. Trixie Bonsall translated him. Who else could it have been? Trixie had been the first to crack the spoken language of the spiders. Zhao had told Ezer that in the early days of the live show she had handled all the parts, children's voices, old people, phone-in questions. After other zipheads acquired fluency and there was a consensus of style, still Trixie had taken the hard parts. Sherkaner Underhill. That might be the first spider they ever had a name for. Underhill showed up in an incredible range of radio broadcasts. At first it seemed that he had invented 2/3 of the Industrial Revolution. That misconception had faded. Underhill was a common name, and where this Sherkaner Underhill was referenced, it was always one of his students who actually did the work. So the guy must be a bureaucrat, the founder of the Princeton Institute, where most of his students seemed to be. But ever since the spiders invented microwave relays, the snoopersats had been sucking on an increasing stream of easily decrypted national secrets. The Sherkaner Underhill ID showed up on almost 20% of all the high-security traffic that flowed across the Goknan Accord. Clearly, they were dealing with some kind of institutional name. Clearly, until they learned that Sherkaner Underhill had children, and they were on this radio show. Even though they hadn't figured it all out, there was some real political significance to the Children's Hour. No doubt the Moss Gnaw was watching this show over on Hammerfest. I wonder if Kiwi is with him. Trixie spoke. "Thank you, Master Digby. I am very happy to be here this afternoon. It's time there be an open discussion of these issues. In fact, I hope that young children, both in phase and out of phase, are listening. I know my children are." The look Trixie sent Shopi's way was relaxed and confident, yet there was a faint tremor in her voice. Ezer stared at her face. How old was Trixie now? The full ziphead watch schedules were classified, probably because so many were being run at 100%. It should take a lifetime to learn all Trixie had learned. At least after the early years, every watch he stood, there she was. She looked 10 years older than the Trixie before Focus, and when she played Underhill she seemed even older. Trixie was still talking. "But I want to correct one thing that Lady Padure said. There was no secret plot to keep the age of these children a secret. My 2 oldest, they're 14 now, have been on the show for some time. It's quite natural that they should participate, and from the letters they got, I know that they were very popular with both current generation children and their parents." Shopi looked down the table at Trixie. "And of course that is simply because they kept quiet their true age. On the radio you can't tell such small a difference. On the radio some obscenities go unnoticed." Trixie laughed. "Indeed they do, but I want our listeners to think on this. Most of them are fond of Gearlib and Brent and Gokna and Vicky. Meeting my children blind on the radio showed our listeners a truth they might have missed otherwise. The Ufes are as decent as anyone else, but again, I hid nothing. Eventually the facts of the matter were so obvious that no one could ignore them." "So blatant, you mean? Your second clutch of Ufes is scarce 7 years old. That obscenity even radio cannot disguise. And when we met here in the studio, I see you have 2 newborns suckling in your fur. Tell me, sir, is there any limit to how much evil you will do?" "Lady Padure, what evil, what harm? Our audience has listened to one or another of my children for more than 2 years. They know Gearlib and Brent and Vicky and Gokna as real and likable people. You see little Hronk and Rapsa looking at you from my shoulders." Trixie paused as if to give the other time for a look. I know it pains you to see babies so far from the waning years. But in a year or two they will be old enough to talk, and I fully intend to have the children's hour include all the ages of my children. From program to program, our audience will see that these little cobblies are just as worthy as ones born at the end of the waning years. Absurdity! Your scheme only wins if you sneak up on decent people a small step at a time, getting them to accept this waiver of morality, and then that until— Until what? Trixia asked, smiling benignly. Until— Behind her semi-clear HUDs, Ezra could see that Shopey was staring wildly. Until decent people will kiss upon those ill-timed maggots you carry on your back. She was out of her chair, waving her arms in Trixia's direction. Trixia was still smiling. In a word, my dear Padure, yes, even you see that there can be acceptance. But out-of-phase children are not maggots. They do not need a first darkness to give them their souls. They are creatures who can become lovable spiders in their own right. As the years pass, the children's hour will make this obvious to everyone, perhaps even to you. Shopey sat down. She looked very much like a debater who has been bested and is casting about for some different line of attack. I see appeal to decency has no strength with you, Master Underhill, and there may be weak people in the audience who move to perversion by your gradual approach. Everyone has a moral inclinations, in that we agree, but we also have quite moral ones, innate. Tradition guides us between the two, but I can see that tradition has small weight with such as you. You are a scientist, not so? Yes. And one of the 4 Dark Striders? Yes. Our audience may not realize so distinguished a person lurks behind the children's hour. You are one of 4 who has actually seen the deepest dark. Nothing holds mystery for you. Trixia started to respond, but Shopey as Padure rolled right over her words. I dare say this explains much of your flaw. You are blind about the striving of previous generations, the slow learning of what is deadly and what is safe in spiderly affairs. There are reasons for moral law, sir. Without moral law, diligent hoarders will be robbed by the indolent at the end of the waning years. Without moral law, innocents in their deepnesses will be massacred by the first getting awake. We all want many things, but some of these are bottomly destructive of all desires. This last is true, Lady Padure. What is your point? The point is that there are reasons for rules, in especial for the rules against oo-phaseness. As a dark strider you make trivial of things, but even you must know the dark is the great cleanser. I've listened to your children. Today before airtime I watched them in the engineer's control room. There is a scandal within your secret, but not surprising. At least one of your children, the one named Brent, is a cretin, is he not? Shopey stopped talking, but Trixia didn't respond. Her gaze was steady. She wasn't scrambling to keep up with the intermediate layer data reps. And suddenly Ezra felt the strangest change in perspective, like a change in imagined down, but enormously more intense. It wasn't caused by the translator's words or even the emotion in their words. It was the silence. For the first time, Ezra knew a spider as a person who could be hurt. The silence stretched on for several more seconds. "Ah," said Silapan, "that's pretty good confirmation on a lot of guesses. The spiders breed in large clutches, and then Mother Nature kills off the weak ones during the dark. Slick." Liao grimaced. "Yeah, I guess." Her hand reached to her husband's shoulder. Zinman Bruta abruptly broke the silence. "Master Underhill, are you going to reply to the honored Padure's question?" "Yes." The quaver in Trixia's voice was more pronounced than before. "Brent is no cretin. He's not verbal, and he learns differently than other children." Her voice picked up enthusiasm, and there was a shadow of a smile. "Intelligence is such a remarkable thing. In Brent I see—" Shopey cut her off. "In Brent I see the classical birth-wreck of the oo-phase child. My friends, I know the strength of the Church suffers now in this generation. There is so much change, and the old ways are so much thought tyrannical. In previous times, a child such as Brent could only happen in backwoods townships, where barbarism and perversion have always been. In previous times, such was easy to explain. The parents evaded the dark like not even animals would do. They brought poor Brent into the world to live some years of crippled life, and rightly should they be loathed for their cruelty. But in our times, it is an intellectual such as Underhill, a nod in the direction of Trixia, who makes this sin. He makes you laugh upon tradition, and I must fight him with his own reasons. Look upon this child, Master Underhill. How many more have you borne like him? Trixia. All my Cobleys. Ah, yes, no doubt there have been other failures. You have 6 that we know of. How many more are there? Do you kill the clear failures? If the world follows your perversion, civilization will die before even the next dark comes, smothered in hordes of ill-conceived and crippled Cobleys. Badure went on in this vein at some length. In fact, her complaints were very concrete. Birth deformities, overpopulation, forced killings, riots and deepnesses at the beginning of the dark. All would follow if there were a popular move toward out-of-phase births. Shopi rattled on until she was visibly out of breath. Bruta turned to Trixia as Underhill. And your reply? Trixia. Ah, it is nice to be able to reply. Trixia was smiling again, her tone almost as light as at the beginning of the program. If Underhill had been unhinged by the attack on his son, maybe Padure's long speech had given him time to recover. First, all my children are living. There are only 6. That should not be surprising. It's hard to conceive children out of phase. I'm sure everyone knows this. It is also very hard to nurture the out-of-phase baby welts long enough for them to grow eyes. Nature does indeed prefer that Cobleys be created right before the dark. Shopi leaned forward, speaking loudly. Take careful note, friends. Underhill just now admits that he commits crime against nature. Not at all. Evolution has caused us to survive and thrive within nature. But times change. Shopi sounded sarcastic. So, times change. Science made you a dark strider, and now you are greater than nature? Trixia laughed. Oh, I'm still very much a part of nature. But even before technology, did you know that 10 million years ago, the length of the sun's cycle was less than 1 year? Fantasy! How could creatures live? How indeed? Trixia was smiling more broadly, and her tone was one of triumph. But the record of fossil edgings is very clear. 10 million years ago, the cycle was much shorter and the variation in brightness much less intense. There was no need for deepnesses and hibernation. As the cycle of light and dark became longer and more extreme, all surviving creatures adapted. I imagine it was a harsh process. Many great changes were necessary. And now, Shopi made a cutting gesture. Did she make those up, or were they somehow implied by the spider broadcast? If not fantasy, it's still not proved. Sir, I will not argue evolution with you. There are decent people who believe it, but it is speculation, no basis for death and life decisions. Ha! Point for Daddy. From their perches atop Brent and Jeerlib, the 2 girls exchanged quiet editorial comments. Where Didier couldn't see, they were also making maw gestures at the honored Perdure. After that first 10, there had been no obvious reaction, but it felt good to show the cobber how they felt about her. Don't worry, Brent. Daddy's going to get this Perdure. Brent had been even more quiet than usual. I knew this was going to happen. Things were hard enough. Now Dad has to explain about me, too. In fact, Daddy had almost lost it when Perdure called Brent a cretin. Vicky had never seen him look quite so lost, but he was taking back lost ground now. Vicky had thought Perdure would be a know-nothing, but she seemed familiar with some of what Daddy was throwing at her. It didn't matter. Honored Perdure wasn't that knowledgeable. Besides, Daddy was right. And he was on a real pounce now. Strange that tradition should not show more interest in the earliest past, Lady Perdure, but no matter. The changes that science is making in this current generation will be so great that I might better use them to illustrate. Nature enforced certain strategies, and the cycle of generations is one of them, I agree. Without that enforcement, we likely would not exist. But think of the waste, my lady. All our children are in one stage of life in each year. Once past that stage, the tools of their schooling must lie idle until the next generation. There is no need for such waste any more. With science— Honored Perdure gave a whistling laugh full of sarcasm and surprise. So you admit it there. You plot that phase be a way of life, not your isolated sin. Of course, Daddy bounced up. I want people to know that we live in an era that is different. I want people to be free to have children in every season of the sun. Yes, you intend to invade the rest of us. Tell me, Underhill, do you already have secret schools for the phase? Are there hundreds or thousands like your 6 just waiting for our acceptance? No. So far, we have not found playmates for my children. Over the years, all of them had wanted playmates. Mother had searched for them, so far without success. Gokna and Vicky had concluded that other faces must be very well hidden or very rare. Sometimes Vicky wondered if maybe they really were damned. It was so hard to find any others. Honored Perdure leaned back on her perch, smiling in an almost friendly way. That last is comfort to me, Master Underhill. Even in our times, most folk are decent, and your perversions are rare. Nevertheless, the children's hour continues to be popular, even though the phase are now more than 20 years old. Your show is a lure that didn't exist before times, and our view exchange is therefore terribly important. Yes, indeed. I think so, too. Honored Perdure cocked her head. What rotten luck. The cobber realized that Daddy meant it. If she got Daddy to speculating, things could be very sticky. Perdure's next question was spoken in a casual tone of honest curiosity. It seems to me, Master Underhill, that you understand moral law. Do you consider it, maybe, to be something like the law of creative art, to be broken by the greatest thinkers, such as yourself? Greatest thinkers, phooey. But the question had clearly caught Daddy's imagination, drawing him away from persuasive rhetoric. You know, Perdure, I never looked at moral rules like that before. What an interesting idea. You suggest that they could be ignored by those who have some innate, talent for goodness? Surely not. Though I confess to being an illiterate when it comes to moral argument. I like to play, and I like to think. The dark striding was a great lark, as much as it was important to the war effort. Science will create wonderful change in the near future of spider-kind. I'm having enormous fun with these things, and I want the public, including those who are experts at moral thought, to understand the consequences of the change. Honored Perdure said, Indeed! The sarcasm was there only if you were listening as suspiciously as little Victory was. And you intend somehow for science to replace the dark as the great cleanser and the great mystery? Daddy made dismissing gestures with his eating hands. He seemed to have forgotten that he was on the radio. Science will make the dark of the sun as innocuous and knowable as the night that comes at the end of every day. In the control room, Dee gave a little yip of surprise. It was the first time Vicky had ever heard the engineer react to the broadcasts she was supervising. Out on the sound stage, Rappaport Digby sat up as straight as if someone had stuck a spear up his rear. Daddy didn't seem to notice, and Honored Perdure's response was as casual as if they were discussing the possibility of rain. We'll live and work right through the dark as if it was just one long night? Yes. What do you think all the talk of nuclear power means? So then we all will be dark striders, and there will be no dark, no mystery, no deepness for the mind of spider-kind to rest within. Science will take all. Piffle! On this one small world there will be no more real darkness, but there will always be the dark. Go out tonight, Lady Perdure. Look up. We are surrounded by the dark, and always will be. And just as our dark ends with the passage of time and a new sun, so the greater dark ends at the shores of 1,000,000,000 stars. Think, if our sun's cycle was once less than a year, then even earlier our sun might have been middling bright all the time. I have students who are sure most of the stars are just like our sun, only much, much younger, and many with worlds like ours. You want a deepness that endures, a deepness that spider-kind can depend on? Perdure, there is a deepness in the sky, and it extends forever. And Daddy was off on his space travel thing. Even graduate students glazed over when Daddy started on this. Only a hard core of crazies specialized in astronomy. It was also upside down and inside out. For most people, the idea that lights as steady as stars could be like the sun was a leap of faith greater than most religions asked for. Digby and Honored Perdure watched open-mouthed as Daddy built the theory up in more and more elaboration. Digby had always liked the science part of the show, and this had him all but hypnotized. Perdure, on the other hand, her shock faded quickly. Either she had heard this before, or it was tending away from the path she wanted to follow. The clock on the control room wall was ticking down toward the orgy of commercial messages that always ended the show. It looked like Daddy was going to get the last word, except that Vicky was sure Honored Perdure was watching that clock more intensely than anything in the studio, waiting for some precisely chosen strategic instant. And then the cleric grabbed her mic close and spoke loudly enough to break into Chicaner's flow of thought. "So interesting, but colonizing the space between the stars is surely beyond the time of this current generation." Daddy waved dismissively. "Perhaps yes, but—" Honored Perdure continued, her voice academic and interested. "So the great change during our time is simply the conquest of the next coming dark, that which ends this cycle of the sun?" "Correct. All who hear this broadcast will have no need of deepnesses. That is the promise of nuclear power. All the great cities will have sufficient power to stay warm for more than 2 centuries, all the way through the upcoming dark. So, I see, and so very large building projects must happen to enclose the cities. Yes, and farms, and will need to provide. And this, then, is also the reason you want an added generation of adults? This is why you push Ufei's births?" "Oh, not directly. It is simply a feature of the new So the Goknan Accord will enter the coming dark, in fact, with hundreds of millions of Darkstriders. What of the rest of the world?" Daddy seemed to realize that he was headed for trouble. But other technologically advanced countries may do the same. The poorer countries will have their conventional deepnesses, and their awakening will come later." Now Perdure's voice had steel in it, a trap that was finally sprung. "Their awakening will come later. During the Great War, 4 Darkstriders brought down the most powerful nation of the world. In the next dark, you will be Darkstriders by the millions. This seems not different from a preparation for the greatest deepness massacres in history." "No, it's not like that at all. We wouldn't—" "I'm sorry, lady and sir, our time has run out. But—" Digby rumbled on over Daddy's objections. "I'd like to thank you both for being with us today, and—" blah, blah, blah. On the sound stage, Perdure stood up the moment Digby finished his spiel. The microphones were off now, and Vicky couldn't hear the words. The cleric was evidently exchanging pleasantries with the announcer. On the other side of the stage, Daddy looked very nonplussed. As Honored Perdure swept past him, Daddy stood and followed her off stage, talking animatedly. Perdure's only expression was a haughty little smile. Behind Vicky, Dee Altmott was pushing levers, tuning the most important part of the broadcast, the commercials. Finally, she turned away from the controls. There was something a little dazed about her aspect. "You know, your dad has some really weird ideas." There was a sequence of chords that might have been music, and the words, "Sharpened hands are happy hands, brim the tinfall with mirthly bands." Spider commercials were sometimes the high point of Princeton radio programs. Molt Refresh, eye polish, leggings, many of the products made some sense, even if the selling points did not. Other products were just nonsense words, especially if it was a previously unknown product, and second-string translators. Today it was the second stringers. Rayung, Bruta, and Trixia sat fidgeting, cut off from the signal stream. Their handlers were already moving in to clear them from the stage. Today the crowd in Benny's parlor pretty much ignored the commercials, too. "Not as much fun as when the kids are on, but—" Did you get the angle on spaceflight? I wonder what this does to the schedule, if—" Ezra wasn't paying attention. His gaze stayed on the wall, and all the chit-chat was just distant buzzing. Trixia looked worse than usual. The flicker of her gaze seemed desperate to Ezra. He often thought that, and a dozen times Anne Raynaud had claimed the behavior was nothing but eagerness to get back to work. "Ezra?" A hand brushed gently against his sleeve. It was Kiwi. Sometime during the program she had slipped into the parlor. She had done this before, sitting silently watching the show. Now she had the gall to act like a friend. "Ezra, Save it." Ezra turned away from her. And so he was looking directly at Trixia when it happened. The handlers had moved Bruta out of the room. As they led Chopi Rayong past her, Trixia shrieked and lunged from her chair, her fist smashing into the younger woman's face. Chopi twisted away, jerking out of her handler's grip. She stared dazedly at the blood streaming from her nose, then wiped her face with her hand. The other tech grabbed the screaming Trixia before she could do more damage. Somehow Trixia's words made it onto the general audio channel. "But you're bad! Die! Die!" Oh, boy. Next to Ezra, Trude Sillipan bounced off his seat and pushed his way toward the entrance to Benny's parlor. "Raynaud is going to have a fit about this. I got to get back to Hammerfest." "I'm coming, too." Ezra brushed past Kiwi and dived for the door. Benny's parlor was silent for a shocked moment, then everyone was talking. But by that time, Ezra was nearly out of earshot and chasing Sillipan. They moved quickly to the main corridor, heading for the taxi tubes. At the locks, Sillipan tapped something on the scheduler, then turned. "What do you two want?" Ezra looked over his shoulder, saw that Phom Trinley had followed them out of Benny's. Ezra said, "I have to come, Trude. I have to see Trixia." Trinley sounded worried, too. "Is this going to screw our deal, Sillipan? We need to make sure that—" "Oh, puss. Yeah, we got to think how this may affect things. Okay, come along." He glanced at Ezra. "But you, there's nothing you can do to help." "I'm coming, Trude." Ezra found himself less than 10 centimeters from the other with his fists raised. Okay. Just stay out of the way." A moment later, the taxi lock blinked green, and they were aboard and accelerating out from the tip. The rock pile was a sunlit jumble just to one side of Arachna's blue disk. "Pest. This would happen when we were on the far side. Taxi." "Sir?" "Best time to Hammerfest." Normally they had to baby the taxi hardware, but apparently the automation recognized Trude's voice and tone. "Yes, sir." The taxi pushed off at nearly 1/10 of a G. Sillipan and the others grabbed for restraints and tied down. Ahead of them the rock pile grew and grew. "This really sucks, you know that? Raynaud is going to say I was absent from my post." "Well, weren't you?" Trinley had settled down right beside Sillipan. "Of course, but it shouldn't matter. Hell, one handler should have been enough for the whole pus-be-damned translator crew. But now, I'm going to be the one who looks bad." "But is Trixia all right?" "Why did Bonsall blow up like that?" said Trinley. "It beats me. You know they bicker and fight, especially some of the ones in the same specialty, but this came from nowhere." Sillipan abruptly stopped talking. For a long moment he stared into his HUDs. Then, "It'll be okay. It'll be okay. I bet there was still some audio feed from the ground. You know, a live mic, a failure of their show management. Maybe Underhill took a swipe at the other spider. That might make Bonsall's action valid translation. Damn!" Now the guy was really worried, gasping at random explanations. Trinley seemed too dense to notice. He grinned and slapped Sillipan lightly on the shoulder. "Don't worry about it. You know Kiwi Lisalet is in on the deal. That means that Podmaster Naw wants the zips to be more widely used, too. I'll just say you were aboard the temp to help me with the details." The taxi turned end for end, braking for its landing. The rock pile and Arachna tumbled across the sky.